ghostly tales, yet mirrors of human life. Hey, everyone! Welcome to Encountering Chinese. Today, I bring you the second part of the strange stories from a Chinese studio. To make your relaxation more enjoyable, the screen will turn black in 5 minutes. Now, let's dive into our stories. Stealing peaches. When I was young, I went to Jinan to take an exam, and it happened to be during the Spring Festival. According to the local customs, on the day before the festival, various shops in the market would hang colorful flags and then go to the government office to celebrate with the sound of gongs and drums. People called this spring performance. On that day, many artists would perform acrobatics and magic tricks in front of the government office. So, I made plans with some friends to go and watch the fun. We arrived at the government office, and there were already many people gathered around, surrounding the artists like a thick wall. My friends and I found a good spot to watch. Inside the government office, 4 officials dressed in red robes sat facing each other, looking very dignified. At that time, I was still young and didn't know exactly what these officials did, but I could sense that everyone around me was chatting loudly, and with the added sounds of gongs and drums, it was almost deafening. Suddenly, a man with a disheveled child on his shoulders and a load on his back approached the officials. He knelt down and said something to them, but it was too noisy, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. The officials all burst into laughter at whatever the man had said. Then, a man in a blue robe standing next to the officials spoke loudly. "All right. You can perform your magic now." The man with the child smiled and asked the officials what kind of magic trick they wanted to see. The officials chatted with each other for a moment and then asked their subordinate to inquire. "What kind of magic tricks can you perform?" The man replied, "I can make things grow out of season." The subordinate immediately reported back to the officials, and after a while, came down to tell the man that the officials wanted him to conjure up a peach. The man agreed to perform the trick. He took off his outer garment and covered a square bamboo basket with it. Then, he pretended to be a little resentful and said loudly, "Gentlemen, you are really making things difficult for me. It's winter now, and even the river surface is covered in thick ice. In such cold weather, where can I find a peach? If I don't find one, you officials will be upset with me. What should I do?" The child with disheveled hair next to him said, "Daddy, you already promised the officials. How can you back out now?" The man furrowed his brows and pondered for a while before saying, "I'm thinking. It's winter now, and where on earth can I find a peach in the mortal world? The only place with peaches is the heavenly palace, where the Queen Mother of the West resides. She has a peach orchard in the heavens, and the flowers, plants, and trees there never wither all year round. I believe there must be peaches there. We can only go to the heavens to steal one." The child, pretending to be astonished, asked, "Wow! Can we really climb up to the heavenly palace?" The man replied, "Don't worry, son, I have a spell." Then, the man took out a rope from the bamboo basket. The rope looked very long. He held one end of the rope and threw the other end toward the sky. Surprisingly, the rope immediately hung in midair, as if it was hanging from something above. After a while, he threw the rope higher and higher until it disappeared into the clouds. He had reached the end of the rope. Then he said to his son, "Come here, listen to me. I'm getting old, and my body is clumsy and not agile. I can't climb such a high rope. Now, I can only rely on you. You must go to the heavenly palace for me." He handed the other end of the rope to his son and said, "You pull it, and you can climb up." The child took the rope with a reluctant expression and complained to his father, "Daddy, you are really foolish. You want me to climb up to the heavens with such a thin rope. If the rope breaks halfway, I will fall and shatter into pieces. Then, where will you find my remains?" The father, with tears in his eyes, persuaded his child, "There's no other way. Daddy has already promised the officials. It's too late to regret now. I can only ask you to go to the heavenly palace. Don't blame Daddy. If you can steal the peach, the officials will reward Daddy with a lot of money. With that money, when you grow up, Daddy will find you a beautiful wife." The son, looking helpless, started climbing up the rope slowly. He moved his hands first, and his feet followed closely behind, just like a spider climbing along a thread. Gradually, he climbed higher and higher until he disappeared into the clouds. After a long time, a large peach fell from the sky. The peach was as big as a bowl. The man performing the magic trick was overjoyed. He immediately took the peach and went to show it to the officials. The officials examined the peach for a long time, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. As they were fully engrossed in examining the peach, suddenly, the rope fell to the ground. The man performing the trick saw the rope falling and shouted, "Oh no! My son is in danger. Someone in the heavens must have cut my rope, and now my child has no way to come down." After a while, a round object fell from the sky. The man rushed forward to check, and found it was his son's head. The man sat on the ground and cried loudly, holding his son's head and saying, "My poor child. You must have been discovered while stealing the peach. This time, my child is done for." Just as the man finished speaking, another object fell from the sky. It was his son's foot. Then, one by one, his son's limbs and body parts fell to the ground. In the end, all of his son's body parts had fallen. The man looked extremely distressed as he picked up his son's body piece by piece and placed them into a bamboo box, covering it with a lid. He said to everyone present, "I'm already old, and I only had this one son in my entire life. He followed me all over the place. Now we came here and followed the orders of the officials to steal peaches from the heavenly palace. But I never expected my son to die in such a horrible way because of it. Now I have to carry him back to our hometown for burial." He turned around, went back to the officials, and knelt down, saying, I caused the death of my only son just to let you gentlemen see peaches in the cold winter. Please have mercy on me and help me bury my son. I will repay your kindness in my next life." The sitting officials were shocked and hurriedly took out money to give him. The man put the money in his bag, then went back to the bamboo basket, smiled, and said loudly, "Son, come out and thank the officials. Why are you still hiding inside?" Suddenly, the child with disheveled hair used his little head to push away the bamboo basket lid and climbed out. He went to the officials, knelt down, and kowtowed. The officials saw this and recognized the child as the same one who had climbed the rope earlier. The scene erupted into thunderous applause. Because this magic trick was so bizarre, I firmly remember everything I saw that day. Later, I heard people talking about a mysterious organization called the White Lotus Sect, where people could perform similar magic tricks. I wondered if the father and son were descendants of the White Lotus Sect. Ingning. Once upon a time in the town of Luodian in Guizhou, there lived a young man named Wang Zifu. He was exceptionally bright, having become a scholar at the young age of 14, even though he had lost his father in his early years. Wang Zifu's mother was extremely fond of him and was especially concerned for his safety. She never allowed him to venture into the countryside for leisure. She had already arranged a marriage for him with a girl named Xiao, but tragically, the young lady passed away before the wedding, leaving Wang Zifu single. On the Lantern Festival day, his uncle's child Wu Sheng invited Wang Zifu to go sightseeing together. However, just as they left the village, one of his uncle's servants caught up with them and summoned Wu Sheng back. Wang Zifu had to continue his journey alone. As he strolled through the town and noticed that the streets were bustling with women who had come out to celebrate, he didn't feel lonely or bored anymore. Just then, a young woman with a little maidservant walked by Wang Zifu. She held a plum blossom branch in her hand, was incredibly beautiful and had a charming smile. Wang Zifu couldn't take his eyes off her, forgetting his status as a gentleman, which should have prevented him from staring so openly. The young woman continued a few steps, then turned to her servant and said, "Did you see that man? When he looked at me, his gaze was fixed, and he seemed disrespectful." She threw the plum blossom to the ground and walked away, laughing with her servant. Wang Zifu picked up the discarded plum blossom, feeling dejected and lost, as if he had lost his soul. He walked back home in a melancholic state. When he arrived, he hid the plum blossom under his pillow, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep. He refused to eat, drink, or speak. His mother, worried about his condition, called upon a Buddhist monk to set up an altar and perform an exorcism. However, Wang Zifu's condition didn't improve. In fact, it worsened over time. He became increasingly weak, his body wasting away, and he remained in a constant daze. Desperate, Wang Zifu's mother sought the help of a physician who examined him, prescribed medicines to dispel evil forces, but Wang Zifu continued to drift in and out of consciousness. Despite her gentle inquiries, he remained silent, unable or unwilling to explain what had happened. One day, Wu Xing came to Wang Zifu's house. Wang Zifu's mother secretly instructed Wu Sheng to investigate the cause of Wang Zifu's illness without alerting him. When Wu Sheng approached the bed, he saw Wang Zifu burst into tears. Wu Sheng approached the bedside, comforted him, and gently inquired about why he had become like this. Wang Zifu then recounted the story of seeing the beautiful girl that day and pleaded for his help. Wu Sheng chuckled and said, "You are too infatuated. What's so difficult about this wish? I will find her for you." Since she was walking alone in the countryside, she is likely not from a wealthy family. If she hasn't been married off, it should be easier. If she is already betrothed to someone else, we'll spend some extra money, and I'm sure you can still achieve your goal. As long as you recover from your illness, leave this matter to me. Wang Zifu smiled at Wu Sheng's words. After leaving Wang Zifu's room, Wu Sheng told Wang's mother about the situation, and then he went around inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl. However, despite his efforts, he couldn't find any trace of her. Wang's mother was deeply worried, but there was nothing she could do. Since Wu Sheng's visit, Wang Zifu's mood improved, and he could eat a little. A few days later, Wu Sheng came again. Wang Zifu asked if he had found any information about the girl. Wu Sheng lied, saying, "I've found her. Guess who she is? It turns out she's my aunt's daughter, your cousin. She's not married yet and is eagerly looking for a husband. Although marrying close relatives is somewhat taboo, to be honest, there's no obstacle between you two." Hearing this, Wang Zifu was overjoyed. He asked Wu Sheng, "Where does she live?" Wu Sheng fabricated. "She lives in the southwestern mountains, about 30 miles from here." Wang Zifu repeatedly expressed his gratitude, and Wu Sheng volunteered to go and meet her. Then he left. From that day onwards, Wang Zifu's appetite gradually improved, and his health began to recover day by day. He examined the plum blossom hidden beneath the pillow, and although it had dried up, it had not yet withered away. He contemplated it and fiddled with the plum blossom, as if he had seen the girl again. Wang Zifu blamed Wu Sheng for not visiting him and wrote him a letter to come over. However, Wu Sheng made excuses and avoided meeting him, which made Wang Zifu both angry and resentful, causing him to become melancholic. Wang's mother, fearing his old illness would return, hurriedly arranged a marriage for him. But whenever she mentioned the idea of marriage, Wang Zifu shook his head and refused, with his heart set on waiting for Wu Sheng's arrival. Several more days passed, and Wu Sheng still hadn't shown up, which only fueled Wang Zifu's resentment. However, he thought to himself, why rely on others when the journey was only 30 miles away? So he placed the withered plum blossom in his sleeve, and, fueled by determination, he went alone, without anyone at home even knowing. Wang Zifu set off alone on the journey, with no one accompanying him. He didn't even encounter anyone to ask for directions. He had no choice but to continue walking towards the southern mountains. After walking for more than 30 miles, he saw lush green mountains with a serene and quiet valley below. There was no one around, and only a narrow winding path led down. He looked at the end of the valley and saw a small village hidden among the flowers and trees. He quickly descended the mountain and entered the village, observing that there were not many houses, mostly thatched cottages, which gave the whole village a more tranquil atmosphere. To the north, there was a house with willow trees in front of the door, while inside the courtyard, peach and apricot trees flourished, especially the peach trees, and there was a bamboo grove in the middle of the yard. Wild birds hid in the bamboo grove and chirped. Wang Zifu guessed this was probably the family's garden and didn't dare to enter. He turned to look at the house opposite. In front of the gate was a smooth large stone, and he decided to sit there and rest for a while. After a while, he heard a young lady inside the courtyard calling out a xiaorong, with a delicate and melodious voice. Just as he was intently listening, a young girl walked from east to west. She held an apricot blossom in her hand and was about to put it in her hair when she noticed Wang Zifu. She abandoned the idea of wearing the flower, smiled, and walked back into the house. Wang Zifu examined this young lady carefully and realized she was the little maidservant he had encountered during the Lantern Festival outing. He was overjoyed but realized he didn't have an excuse to get closer. He decided to first find his aunt. However, he had never interacted with his aunt before and was afraid of making a mistake. However, there was no one to ask inside the courtyard, and Wang Zifu stood there, neither sitting nor standing, pacing outside the gate with an unsettled mind. He waited from morning until sunset, hoping that someone would come out of the courtyard, and he even forgot about hunger and thirst. At that moment, the young girl peeked half of her face through the gate and looked at Wang Zifu with curiosity, wondering why he hadn't left yet. Suddenly, an elderly lady appeared, leaning on a cane, and she addressed Wang Zifu. "Young man, where do you come from? I heard you've been here since morning and are still here now. What are you planning to do? Are you hungry?" Wang Zifu hastily stood up and saluted the old lady. He replied, "I came to look for my relatives." The elderly lady, hard of hearing, didn't catch his words. Wang Zifu repeated himself loudly. Only then did the old lady ask, "What's your relative's surname?" Wang Zifu couldn't answer. The old lady chuckled and said, "How strange. You don't even know your relative's name. How can you visit them? You seem like a bookworm to me. Why don't you come inside, have some simple tea and food, and stay the night? Tomorrow, you can go back home, find out your relative's last name, and return for a proper visit." Wang Zifu was hungry and wanted food, plus this would bring him closer to the beautiful girl, so he gladly accepted the invitation. He followed the old lady into the courtyard, where white stones paved the path, and vibrant red flowers adorned both sides, with petals scattered on the steps. Along the stone path heading west, they passed through another small gate, revealing a courtyard filled with bean trellises and floral archways. The old lady ushered Wang Zifu into the living room, where the walls gleamed like mirrors, and outside the window, branches from the crabapple tree extended into the room. The bedding on the bed and the furniture were spotless. Wang Zifu had just sat down when someone peeked in through the window curiously. The old lady addressed the person outside, saying, "Xiaorong, hurry up and prepare some food." The person outside responded loudly. After a while, the old lady began to chat with Wang Zifu about their family backgrounds. The old lady asked. Young man, is your mother's family name Wu? Wang Zifu replied, yes. The old lady exclaimed. You are my nephew. Your mother is my younger sister. Due to our family's poverty in recent years, we lost contact, and I didn't even know you had grown so much until now. Wang Zifu said. I came here for Auntie, and in my haste, I forgot your family name. The old lady said. My husband's family name is Qin, and we have no children of our own. We have a daughter here, born to a concubine. She's clever but lacks education, always giggling without a care. In a while, I'll call her to meet you. Before long, the maidservant finished cooking, and a sumptuous meal was served, including a plump little chicken. The old lady continuously encouraged Wang Zifu to eat more. After the meal, the maidservant came in to clear the dishes. The old lady told the maidservant, call Yingning. The maidservant acknowledged and left. After some time, Wang Zifu heard faint laughter from outside the door. The old lady called out again. Yingning, your cousin from your aunt's side is here. The laughter continued. The servant pushed Yingning into the room, but she was still laughing uncontrollably. The old lady gave her a stern look and said, We have a guest, and you're still giggling like this. What's gotten into you? The girl managed to stifle her laughter and stood to the side. Wang Zifu saw the girl and quickly walked over to greet her. The old lady introduced. This is Wang, your aunt's son. We're family, yet this is the first time we've met. Wang Zifu asked the old lady. How old is she? The old lady didn't hear clearly, so Wang Zifu repeated the question. Hearing their conversation, the girl burst into laughter, her head tilted back. The old lady commented. I told you she lacks education, and now you can see for yourself. She's already 16 years old but still acts like a silly child. Wang Zifu replied. She's only a year younger than me. The old lady chuckled and said. Our nephew is already 17, probably born in the year of the horse, right? Wang Zifu nodded in agreement. The old lady then asked. Who is the niece-in-law? Wang Zifu answered, I haven't married yet. The old lady remarked. With the looks and talents of our nephew, why hasn't you married at 17? Yingning also doesn't have a suitor. You two would make a great match, but it's a pity that cousin marriages aren't favored. Wang Zifu remained silent, his gaze locked on Yingning, hardly blinking. The maidservant whispered to the girl. Look at how he's staring, he hasn't changed a bit. The girl burst into laughter again. She said to the maidservant. Let's go see if the peach blossoms in the garden are blooming. She suddenly stood up, covered her mouth with her sleeve, and walked out with small, delicate steps. Her laughter rang out again when she reached the door. The old lady also stood up and instructed the servant to prepare the bed for Wang Zifu. The old lady said to Wang Zifu, It's not easy for our nephew to visit, so it would be best if you stayed here for 3 to 5 days, and then we can arrange for your return home. If you find the house stuffy, there's a small garden behind our house for leisure, and there are books available for reading as well. The next day, Wang Zifu went to the backyard to relax and indeed found a half-acre garden there. The yard was covered in fine, velvety grass like a green carpet, and there were little bits of poplar fluff drifting down. In the garden, there were 3 thatched cottages, surrounded by clusters of flowers and trees. He strolled through the garden, and he could hear a rustling sound from above. When he looked up, he saw Yingning in a tree. She spotted Wang Zifu approaching and burst into laughter, nearly falling from the tree. Wang Zifu hurriedly shouted, "Stop laughing. Be careful not to fall." Yingning slowly climbed down from the tree but still couldn't contain her laughter. As she neared the ground, she slipped and fell. Only then did her laughter finally subside. Wang Zifu helped her up and secretly pinched her wrist. Yingning burst into laughter again, leaning against the tree and unable to move for a while. Wang Zifu waited for her to finish laughing before he took a plum blossom from his sleeve and showed it to her. Yingning took the plum blossom and said to Wang Zifu, "This plum blossom has withered. Why do you keep it?" Wang Zifu replied, "It's from the Lantern Festival when we first met. I've kept it ever since." Yingning asked, "What's the use of keeping it?" Wang Zifu said, "I keep it to express my love for you. Since the Lantern Festival, I've been lovesick. I thought I wouldn't survive, but I never expected to see your beauty again today. I hope you'll have mercy on me." Yingning said, "That's nothing to worry about. We're close relatives, what's there to be reluctant about? When you leave, I'll have an old servant pick a big bunch of flowers from the garden for you to take back." Wang Zifu said eagerly, "Cousin, are you being naive?" Yingning asked, "Why do you say I'm naive?" Wang Zifu replied, "I love not the flowers but the person who picks them." Yingning said, "We are relatives, and isn't it natural for relatives to love and care for each other?" Wang Zifu, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "The love I mentioned is not the love between relatives, but the love between husband and wife." Yingning asked in confusion, "What's the difference?" Wang Zifu said, "At night, we'd share the same bed." Yingning lowered her head and thought for a long time before saying, "I'm not used to sleeping with strangers." As she spoke, her maid approached silently. Wang Zifu noticed the maid and became anxious, moving away. After a while, Wang Zifu and Yingning met again in the old lady's room. The old lady asked Yingning, "Where did you two go?" Yingning replied that she was chatting with her cousin in the garden. The old lady asked again, "The food has been ready for a while. What could you possibly talk about for so long?" Yingning answered, "My cousin said he wanted to sleep with me." Before she could finish, Wang Zifu was extremely embarrassed. He urgently used his eyes to signal her to stop talking, and Yingning finally smiled faintly, saying no more. Fortunately, the old lady's hearing was poor, and she continued to chatter on without hearing clearly. Wang Zifu quickly changed the topic with other words. Because of this incident, Wang Zifu quietly scolded Yingning. Yingning said, "Shouldn't I have said that just now?" Wang Zifu said. Those were meant for our private conversation. Yingning said. It's okay to say it behind others' backs. Why hide it from mother? Besides, sleeping together is a normal thing. What's there to be ashamed of? Wang Zifu was frustrated by her naivety and had no way to make her understand. Right after they finished their meal, someone from Wang Zifu's family came with 2 donkeys. Wang Zifu's mother, worried because Wang Zifu hadn't returned for a long time, had been searching the village for him but found no trace of him. She had also sent someone to inquire about Wang Zifu's whereabouts from Wu Shang, who remembered his earlier words and directed them to this southwestern mountain village. After searching through several villages, they finally arrived here. Wang Zifu happened to be going out for a walk and met the people looking for him. He went to inform the old lady and asked if he could take Yingning back with him. The old lady happily agreed, saying, I've been thinking about this for a while, not just today. It's just that I'm old and frail and can't travel long distances. It's great that my nephew can take his cousin back home and introduce her to her aunt. That's wonderful. She then called for Yingning, who came in with a smile. The old lady said to her, Why are you so happy? If you could just get rid of this laughing habit, you'd be a perfect person. The old lady glared at her angrily and then continued. Your cousin intends to take you back with him. Hurry back to your room and pack up. The old lady treated the servants of the Wang family to a meal, and then they all left. The old lady instructed Yingning. Your aunt's family is prosperous, and they can afford to keep a couple of idlers. When you get there, don't rush back. Learn some poetry, etiquette, and manners. It will be useful when you serve your in-laws. And, by the way, ask your aunt to find you a good husband. Wang Zifu and Yingning listened to the old lady's advice, bid her farewell, and set off on their journey. As they walked into the mountain pass, they looked back and could faintly see the old lady still leaning against the door, gazing towards the north. Back at home, Wang Zifu's mother was surprised to see a very beautiful girl and asked who she was. Wang Zifu explained that she was his aunt's daughter. His mother said, Your words remind me of what Wu Sheng told you before. He was just deceiving you. I don't have a sister, so where did this niece come from? She then questioned Yingning, who replied, I am not her biological daughter. My father's surname is Qin, and he died when I was still in swaddling clothes, so I have no memory of him. Wang Zifu's mother said, I did have a sister who married into the Qin family, that part is true. However, she passed away many years ago. How could she still be alive? She became even more suspicious and asked Yingning detailed questions about her mother's appearance and any moles or marks on her skin. To her amazement, everything Yingning described matched her sister's characteristics. Wang Zifu's mother remained puzzled and said, What you're saying is all true. However, my sister has been dead for many years. How can she still be alive? While she was deep in thought and suspicion, Wu Sheng arrived, causing Yingning to hide in the inner room. After inquiring about the situation, Wu Sheng was perplexed for a long time. Suddenly, he asked Wang Zifu, "Is this girl named Yingning?" Wang Zifu confirmed it, and Wu Sheng expressed his astonishment. Wang Zifu then asked Wu Sheng what he knew. Wu Sheng replied, "After my aunt from the Qin family passed away, my uncle lived alone. I heard he became infatuated with a fox spirit, and he later died of illness. The fox spirit gave birth to a daughter, and they named her Yingning. They even wrapped the child in a mat and placed her on the bed for everyone to see. After my uncle's death, the fox spirit would still come back from time to time. It was only when we invited Master Zhang, who used talisman papers to stick on the walls, that the fox spirit finally left with Yingning. Could the girl you see now be that same Yingning?" Everyone discussed this matter with uncertainty. Laughter was heard from the inner room, where Yingning was chirping and laughing non-stop. Wang Zifu's mother commented, "This girl is really simple-minded." Wu Sheng wished to meet Yingning, so Wang Zifu's mother led him into the inner room. However, Yingning, upon seeing him, immediately bowed and then hurriedly ran back inside, bursting into loud laughter. When she finally came back out, she had to turn her body to face the wall and compose herself for quite some time before greeting the guests. After appearing, she greeted Wu Sheng, and then, as soon as she turned around, she dashed back inside the room and burst into laughter again. Her behavior was so amusing that the women in the room couldn't help but laugh as well. Wu Sheng proposed to go to Yingning's home himself to find out the truth and, at the same time, act as a matchmaker for Wang Zifu. When he arrived at that mountain village, he found that there was not a single house there, only withered fallen petals scattered on the ground. Wu Sheng recalled that the place where his aunt was buried seemed to be nearby, but the grave had long been neglected and was unrecognizable. With astonishment and amazement, he returned home. After hearing Wu Sheng's account of his encounter, Wang Zifu's mother suspected they had encountered a ghost. She told Yingning about this, but surprisingly, Yingning was not afraid at all. Wang Zifu's mother pitied her for being homeless, yet Yingning showed no signs of sorrow. She continued to laugh incessantly, leaving everyone perplexed. Wang Zifu's mother allowed Yingning to live with her own daughter, and Yingning came to pay her respects every morning. Her needlework was exceptionally exquisite. She loved to laugh, and no one could stop her, but her laughter did not diminish her charm. Everyone loved her, and women and girls from the neighborhood were eager to befriend her. Wang Zifu's mother selected an auspicious day for their wedding, but she still feared that Yingning might be a supernatural being. To reassure herself, she secretly observed Yingning's behavior in the sunlight and found no abnormalities. On the auspicious day, Wang's family dressed Yingning in bridal attire, but her laughter was so uncontrollable that she couldn't perform the traditional rituals, so they had to give up. Due to Yingning's silliness and fear that she might inadvertently reveal intimate matters to outsiders, Wang Zifu cautioned her to keep their private life secret. Whenever Wang's mother was upset or angry, Yingning's presence alone, along with her laughter, could dispel those negative emotions. Servant girls who made minor mistakes, fearing punishment from their mistress, would plead with Yingning to speak on their behalf first before they went to Wang's mother. This way, they could avoid reprimand. Yingning had a passion for flowers and would collect them from the homes of relatives and friends if they had attractive ones. Sometimes, she would even secretly pawn her own gold hairpins and jewelry to buy rare flower seeds. Several months later, every corner of the courtyard, including both sides of the steps and even around the outhouse, was filled with flowers. In the backyard, there was an arbor near the western neighbor's courtyard wall. Ingning would often climb onto the arbor to pick flowers, which she'd either place in her hair or bring inside to admire. When Wang's mother saw this, she would scold her, but Ingning never changed her ways. One day, the son of the neighbor to the west spotted Ingning picking flowers on the arbor. He was captivated by her beauty and couldn't take his eyes off her. Yet, Ingning didn't avoid his gaze, she continued to smile. The young man thought that Ingning was showing interest in him, making his heart race even more. Ingning pointed toward the base of the wall with her finger and then descended, still wearing her smile. The young man thought she was indicating a dating place and was elated. At dusk, the young man went to the designated spot and found Ingning waiting there, just as she had implied. He tried to take advantage of her, but suddenly felt as if he had been stabbed with a sharp object below his waist, causing excruciating pain. He couldn't help but scream and collapse to the ground. When he took a closer look, he realized that the figure before him wasn't Ingning at all. It was a piece of deadwood lying against the wall. The source of his pain was a hole in the wood, which had become soaked by rain. The young man's father rushed over upon hearing his son's screams, but the young man could only moan in pain. His wife also arrived, and he explained what had happened. They lit a fire to see better and discovered a large scorpion in the hole, resembling a small crab. The elderly neighbor, infuriated, split the wood and killed the scorpion. Then they carried their son back home, but in the middle of the night, he still passed away. The neighbor's family was furious, filed a lawsuit against Wang Zifu, claiming that Ingning was a demon and she must have been behind it all. The county magistrate, who usually admired Wang Zifu's intelligence and knew him to be an upright scholar, determined that the neighbor was making false accusations. He intended to punish the neighbor with a flogging. Wang Zifu pleaded with the magistrate to spare the neighbor, and the magistrate reluctantly released him and sent him away. After the incident, Wang's mother cautioned Ingning, saying, "Your excessive cheerfulness can hide lurking dangers, and I've known that from the beginning." Fortunately, the county magistrate was perceptive and didn't let this trouble us. If we had encountered an obtuse official, you would have been dragged to court, and what face would our family have had then? Ingning, with a solemn expression, swore that she would never smile again. However, Wang's mother reminded her, "People can't go without smiling. It's all about appropriateness." From then on, Ingning truly stopped smiling. Even when people tried to amuse her, she remained expressionless, neither smiling nor showing sorrow. One night, much to Wang Zifu's surprise, Ingning suddenly burst into tears in front of him. Sniffling, she said, "In the past, we hadn't spent much time together, and I was afraid the truth would frighten you. But now, with your mother and you showing me such love, I believe I can be honest. Perhaps it won't be so bad. I was born of a fox. When my mother left, she entrusted me to my spirit mother, and we lived together for over a decade. With no siblings and only you to rely on, I've come to you. My spirit mother remains lonely and suffering in the mountains. No one has shown her compassion or helped her find a proper burial, and she carries deep resentment in the afterlife. If you're willing to spend the effort and money to relieve her sorrow, it might stop people from abandoning their daughters or sons. Wang Zifu agreed to Yingning's request, but expressed concern about finding her foster mother's burial place amidst the overgrown grass. Yingning assured him not to worry. They chose a day and set out with a cart carrying the coffin. In the midst of the vast wilderness of tall grass, Yingning pointed the way to her foster mother's grave. Remarkably, they found the old woman's body, still well preserved. Yingning gently touched the corpse and began to sob. Later, they carried the old woman's body back and found the Qin family burial plot to lay her to rest alongside her husband. That night, Wang Zifu dreamt of the old woman, who came to express her gratitude. Upon waking, he shared the dream with Yingning, and she told him, "I saw her too last night, and I told her not to startle you." Wang Zifu regretted not inviting her to stay, but Yingning explained, "She's a spirit. With so many living people here and strong yang energy, it wouldn't benefit her to stay for long." Wang Zifu inquired about their maidservant, Xirong, and Yingning replied, "She's also a fox, quite clever. My birth mother left her to look after me. She often brought me food, and I'll always cherish her friendship. I asked my spirit mother yesterday, and she said Xirong is already married." From that day forward, every year on Qingming Festival, Wang Zifu would take his wife to the Qin family's burial grounds to offer sacrifices and clean the area without fail. Another year passed, and Yingning gave birth to a son. The child, cradled in his mother's arms, was unafraid of strangers, always smiling, and possessed his mother's grace and temperament. The author had a deep affection for Yingning, and at the end of the story, he wrote a commentary about her character. He said, "Looking at Yingning's innocent laughter, she appears to be carefree. However, observing her clever and mischievous pranks beneath the wall, one can see her cunning wit. As for her poignant longing for her spirit mother, transforming laughter into tears, my Yingning probably sought to conceal herself with smiles. I've heard of a type of grass in the mountains called laughing grass. When people smell it, they can't stop laughing. If you were to plant such grass in a room, compared to other flowers like mimosa and forget-me-nots, they would lose their charm. As for explanatory flowers, their affected behavior is truly annoying." The Fox Spirit's Daughter's Wedding. In the county of Liqing, there was a scholar surnamed Yin. Let's call him Mr. Yin for now. When Mr. Yin was a child, his family was very poor, but he was incredibly brave and knowledgeable. In the county, there was an old mansion belonging to a prestigious and wealthy family. It covered several acres of land and was adorned with a continuous series of pavilions, terraces, and towers. However, this mansion was often haunted, and many strange occurrences took place within its walls. As a result, no one dared to live there, and over time, it fell into disrepair. With the passage of time, the mansion became overgrown with weeds and thorns, and even during broad daylight, no one dared to enter it. One day, Mr. Yin and his friends from the county were drinking together. Someone made a playful remark, saying, "If anyone can spend a night in that haunted mansion, we'll all chip in to treat him to a meal. How about that?" When Mr. Ean heard this, he jumped up and said to everyone, "What's so difficult about that? I'll go there tonight." His friends laughed and showed their support. That night, Mr. Ean took a mat and headed towards the mansion. His friends accompanied him to the mansion's entrance, jokingly saying, "We'll wait outside the gate for a while. If you see any ghosts or fox spirits, just shout for help." Mr. Ean laughed and replied, "If there are really ghosts or fox spirits and such creatures, I will catch them and show you as proof." With that, he confidently walked inside. Mr. Ean entered the mansion and found that the courtyard was covered with tall sedge grass, so dense that it obscured the paths. Weeds and mugwort grew densely as well. It was the beginning of the month, and the crescent moon was not very bright. Fortunately, in the dim yellowish moonlight, he could still vaguely make out the doors and windows. Mr. Ean groped his way for a long time until he reached the final building. He climbed to the top of the building and found it smooth and clean, quite comfortable, so he decided to sleep there. He raised his head and looked at the moon to the west, noticing that the moonlight was dim, with only a faint glimmer visible along the mountainside. Mr. Ean sat there for a while and didn't notice anything unusual. He chuckled to himself, thinking that the rumors circulating outside were not to be believed. After a while, feeling a bit tired, Mr. Ean lay down on the ground, using a stone as a pillow, and gazed at the stars of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the sky. In the middle of the night, Mr. Ean was extremely tired and on the verge of falling asleep. Suddenly, he heard a chaotic noise of footsteps downstairs, and someone was ascending the stairs. Mr. Ean pretended to be asleep, squinting to sneak a look. He noticed a person in a blue robe coming up from downstairs, carrying a lotus lantern in hand. When the person spotted Mr. Ean, they were startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. He said to the person behind him, "There's a stranger sleeping here." The person below asked, "Who is it?" The one in the blue robe replied, "I don't know him." After a while, an old man also ascended the stairs. He approached Mr. Ean and inspected him closely. He then said to the man in the blue robe, "This is Mr. Ean, the imperial minister. He's already in a deep sleep. Let's go about our business. I've heard that Mr. Ean is easygoing and not particular, so he probably won't blame us." Subsequently, more people went up the stairs, and the doors to the building were all wide open. After a while, with more people bustling around, the upper floor was as brightly lit as during the daytime. Mr. Ean turned over lightly and sneezed. The old man, hearing him awaken, quickly came out and knelt before him, saying, "My daughter is getting married tonight. We didn't expect to find you resting here. We've disturbed you with our numerous guests, so please don't take offense." Mr. Ean hurriedly helped the old man up and said, "I didn't know, it's a joyful occasion in your family tonight. I'm truly embarrassed for not bringing a gift to congratulate you." The old man smiled and replied, Having a distinguished guest like you here to suppress evil spirits and dispel bad luck is already a stroke of good fortune for us. If you could grace us by taking a seat and joining the wedding feast, it would be an even greater honor for us." Mr. Een was delighted and readily agreed. They chatted and laughed as they entered the attic, which was beautifully decorated. Soon, a woman in her 40s came out to greet them. The old man introduced her to Mr. Een, saying, "This is my wife." Mr. Een quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Before long, the sound of drums and music filled the air, and a messenger arrived, announcing, "The groom has arrived." The old man rushed to welcome him, and Mr. Een also stood up to await the groom's arrival. In a short while, a procession of red lanterns led the groom into the room. The groom, a young man of about 17 or 18, was handsome and elegant. The old man asked him to greet the honored guests first. The groom approached Mr. Een, and Mr. Een gave a half bow in response. Then, the old man and his son-in-law exchanged bows. After the formalities were complete, everyone sat down for the feast. After some time, a group of elegantly dressed maidservants began bustling about, and the tables were filled with food and wine. The atmosphere was festive, with the dazzling tableware and dishes reflecting golden light. As everyone gathered, they enjoyed food and conversation. After a while, the old man sent a maid to bring the bride. The maid agreed and went inside. However, they waited for a long time, but no one came out. Helpless, the old man had to go in person to urge them. Eventually, several maids and an old woman escorted the bride out. As the bride walked, her golden ornaments jingled, and a fragrance resembling orchids or musk emanated from her. The old man had his daughter bow to the guests, and after her greetings, she sat next to her mother. Mr. Een stole a glance at the bride and saw that she wore a phoenix hairpin on her head and pearl earrings on her ears. Her beauty was unparalleled, truly a rare sight. After some time, the old man and his son-in-law raised golden goblets to toast the guests. These goblets were quite large and seemed capable of holding a lot of wine. Mr. Een thought it might be useful to take one back as evidence for his friends, so he discreetly placed a golden goblet in his sleeve. Pretending to be drunk, he slouched at the table, appearing to fall asleep. Everyone chuckled and said, "It seems Mr. Een is quite drunk." Not long after, Mr. Een heard that the groom was preparing to leave. Once again, there was a burst of music, and the guests started to depart. After the banquet ended, the host began clearing the tableware and noticed that one of the golden goblets was missing. He ordered his servants to search everywhere, but they couldn't find it anywhere. Some of the servants privately speculated that Mr. Een, who had been pretending to sleep, might have taken the golden goblet. However, the old man quickly stopped them from discussing it further, fearing that Mr. Een might overhear. After a while, both inside and outside the building fell into silence once more, and Mr. Een finally got up. However, it was pitch dark, with no source of light, except for the lingering scent of cosmetics and alcohol in the air. Mr. Een saw that the eastern sky was already turning pale, so he calmly descended the stairs. He checked his sleeve and found the golden goblet still there. As he reached the main gate, his friends had been waiting there for a while. They didn't believe that Mr. Een had spent the entire night inside the mansion, suspecting that he had left during the night and returned in the morning. To prove his story, Mr. Een showed them the golden goblet. After seeing the exquisite goblet, they were astonished and asked Mr. Een to recount his experiences from the previous night. So, Mr. Een proceeded to tell them about what he had seen and heard. His friends also found it hard to believe that a destitute scholar like Mr. Een could afford such a golden goblet, and they began to trust his words. Later, Mr. Een passed the imperial examination and became an official in the Feiqiu region. There was a prominent family in the local area surnamed Xu who hosted a banquet in his honor. During the feast, the host ordered the servants to bring large wine goblets, but they took a long time to do so. Finally, a young servant boy approached the host, covering his mouth, and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing the boy's words, the expression on Zhu's face turned to anger. He gave some orders, and the young servant boy left. After a while, the servants placed large golden goblets in front of the guests. Mr. Een picked up one of the golden goblets and examined it closely. To his surprise, the style and intricate carvings on the goblet were identical to the one he had hidden in his sleeve many years ago. He felt puzzled and asked the host about the origin of the goblet. Zhu, the host, explained. These golden goblets, a total of 8, were commissioned by my ancestors when they served as officials in the capital. They have been cherished heirlooms in our family for generations. Today, as a mark of respect for your presence, esteemed county magistrate, I had the servants retrieve them from storage. However, the servants informed me that there were only 7 left in the chest. I initially suspected that one of the servants had stolen one, but when I personally inspected it just now, I found that the 10 years' worth of accumulated dust on the box remained completely undisturbed. This matter is truly perplexing. Mr. Een chuckled and said, "It seems that this goblet has turned into a divine being and flown away. Nonetheless, a cherished heirloom passed down through generations must not be lost. I have a goblet here that closely resembles yours, and I'd like to present it to you." After the banquet, Mr. Een returned to his official residence and sent the goblet to Zhu personally. Upon receiving it and examining it closely, Zhu was astonished. He came to Mr. Yin's residence to express his gratitude. Curious about the origin of this particular goblet, Zhu inquired, and Mr. Een recounted the events that had transpired several years ago. It was only then that everyone realized that even items located hundreds of miles away could be procured by the fox spirits. However, they did not dare to keep these treasures for themselves and return them after use. 40,000 coins. In the town of Xingqing, there was a grand marshal named Wang, and he had a steward in charge of his household finances. Although this steward held no official title, his family was wealthy. One day, the steward had a dream in which a man rushed into his house and urgently told him, "You owe me 40,000 coins, and it's time for you to repay it." When the steward asked who this person was, the man didn't respond and simply walked straight into the inner chamber. Upon waking up, the steward discovered that his wife had given birth to a baby boy. He realized that this child was the karmic result of his past misdeeds. As a result, he securely tied up the 40,000 coins and placed them in a room. From that day forward, he used this money for all of the child's expenses, including clothing, food, medical care, and medicine. And so, 3 or 4 years passed. The steward checked the money in the room and found that there were only about 700 coins left. Just at that moment, the nursemaid approached, carrying the child and playing with him by his side. The steward spoke loudly to the child, saying, "The 40,000 coins are almost gone, and now it's time for you to leave." As soon as the steward's words fell, the child suddenly furrowed his brow, his face changed color, his neck drooped, and his eyes stared straight ahead. The steward reached out to touch the child again, only to find that he had stopped breathing. In the end, the steward used the remaining money to buy burial necessities and laid the child to rest. This story, in later times, became a cautionary tale for debtors. I remember hearing a story like this before. Once, there was an elderly man who had no children. He sought counsel from a venerable monk, asking why, despite doing many good deeds, he still had no son. The monk smiled and said to him, "In your past life, you neither owed others nor were owed by others. So why should you have a son?" The monk's meaning was likely that if a person has a good son, it may be because someone else reincarnated to repay the person's kindness. Conversely, if someone has a wayward son, it could also be a way for others to settle debts with that person. Therefore, those who have sons need not be overly joyous, and those who lose sons need not be excessively sorrowful. The spiritual official. In Chaotian Temple, there lived a Taoist who was deeply devoted to the art of breathing and maintaining good health. Also residing in the temple was an old man who shared the same passion for this wellness practice. They soon became friends and embarked on their journey to learn the secrets of this art together. The old man had been living in the temple for several years, but every year, when it was time for the annual countryside worship of the heavens and earth, he would leave the temple about 10 days before the event and return only after the ceremony had concluded. The Taoist was puzzled by this and decided to ask the old man why he followed this peculiar routine. The old man replied, "We've become the closest of friends, and now I can confide in you. Truth be told, I am not a human but a fox spirit in disguise. When the days of the countryside worship arrive, celestial beings from all realms descend to earth to cleanse it of impurities. If they were to discover me, they would capture or even kill me immediately. Thus, during this period, I have no place to hide and must escape on my own." Another year passed, and as the date for the countryside worship drew near, the old man left once more. However, this time, he did not return to the temple for a very long time, leaving the Taoist deeply perplexed. One day, the old man suddenly returned, and the Taoist asked him why he had come back so late. The old man replied, "I could hardly expect to see you again. Initially, I had planned to hide far away, but I grew weary of such concealment. I discovered that the nearby drainage ditch at the temple was well hidden, so I hid under a large jar at the entrance of the drain. Unexpectedly, Wang Lingguan, the spiritual official, reached this spot during his cleansing. At a glance, he spotted me and was furious, ready to whip me with his scourge. Terrified, I fled, but Wang Lingguan pursued relentlessly. When I reached the banks of the Yellow River, he was almost catching up. In utter desperation, I dashed into the toilet and hid there, as even divine beings avoid such filthy places. Eventually, Wang Lingguan turned back and left. Later, I emerged from the toilet, reeking of filth. For a long time, I dared not show myself in the mortal world. I jumped into the water to cleanse my body, and it took nearly 100 days to rid myself of the impurities. Today, I've come to bid you farewell and share a few words of advice. You should leave this place as soon as possible and seek refuge elsewhere because a great catastrophe is approaching, and this area will no longer be safe. With these words, the old man took his leave. The Taoist heeded the old man's advice and relocated to another place. Before long, a cataclysmic event known as the Jiashan Rebellion occurred, marking the fall of the Ming dynasty and the rise of the Qing dynasty. Wars brought devastation to the land, and the people suffered greatly. Eagle-tiger deity. In the Dongyue Temple of Juncheng, located in the southern suburbs, there were two statues known as the eagle-tiger deities, positioned on either side of the main gate. These statues were each over 10 feet tall and had fierce, terrifying visages that struck fear into those who beheld them. Within the temple lived a Taoist named Ren, who rose every morning at the crowing of the rooster to light incense and recite scriptures. One day, a thief had concealed himself in the temple's corridor in advance. He waited for Taoist Ren to wake up and then stealthily entered his bedroom in search of valuables. Unfortunately, the thief didn't find anything valuable in the room. He only discovered 300 copper coins beneath a straw mat, so he stashed this money into his waist pouch. The thief opened the door and fled, intending to escape to Mount Shenhua. The thief fled southward for quite some time until he reached the foot of Mount Shenhua. At this moment, he encountered a particularly tall and robust figure descending from the mountain. This person carried a falcon on his left arm, and coincidentally, he looked exactly like the statue the thief had often seen in front of the Dongyue Temple. The thief became extremely frightened, crouched down trembling on the ground. The deity scolded him, saying, "You stole money from the temple, where do you think you can escape to?" The thief, terrified, kowtowed repeatedly. The deity seized the thief and commanded him to return to the temple immediately. The thief obeyed the deity's words, returned to the temple, and surrendered all the stolen money. He knelt on the ground, waiting as Taoist Ren finished his scriptures. When the Taoist turned around and noticed the thief, he was greatly astonished. The thief then confessed to Taoist Ren, narrating the entire incident. In the end, Taoist Ren decided to forgive the thief and let him go. Reincarnate 3 times. There was a scholar surnamed Liu, and for our purposes, we'll call him Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu often told others that he could remember his past life. My elder brother, Wen Ben, who passed away, was also an imperial scholar in the same year as Mr. Liu. He had vividly described his past life to my brother. In his first life, Mr. Liu was a high-ranking official who engaged in many immoral and corrupt activities. He died at the age of 62. When he first met the king of the underworld, the king treated him with great respect upon seeing his official attire. The king invited him to sit down and had servants bring tea to serve him. Mr. Liu discreetly examined the tea in the king's cup, which was crystal clear, while the tea in his own cup was turbid like sweet rice wine. He secretly suspected that this might be the legendary Mangpo's soup in the underworld. So, when the king wasn't looking, he quietly lifted his cup and poured the tea out from the corner of the table. He then pretended that he had already finished the tea. A while later, the king checked the Book of Life and Death and found records of his many evil deeds during his lifetime. The king became furious and ordered the demons to drag him off the hall and sentenced him to be a horse in his next life. Immediately, a demon bound him and took him away. The demon led him to the doorstep of a family's home with a high threshold that he couldn't step over. While he hesitated and looked around, the demon struck him forcefully. In pain, he fell to the ground. When he regained consciousness and looked at himself, he realized his body was under a horse trough. He could only hear someone saying loudly, "The black horse has given birth to a colt, and it's a male." He understood everything but couldn't speak. He felt extremely hungry and had no choice but to crawl under the mother horse to suckle. After 4 or 5 years, his body grew tall and strong, but he was especially afraid of being whipped. Whenever he saw a whip being raised, he would run away in fear. When the owner rode the horse, they used proper horse equipment and loosened the reins to let the horse run slowly, so he didn't find it too burdensome. However, when the servants and stablemen rode the horse without any gear, they used their ankle bones to strike the horse's belly, causing him excruciating pain. He became extremely resentful and refused to eat grass for 3 days, eventually starving to death. He returned to the underworld once again, and the king of the underworld reviewed his life and death record. He found that his punishment was not yet complete and reprimanded him, accusing him of trying to escape intentionally. The king then ordered the demons to strip the horsehide from his body and sentenced him to be a dog in his next life. He felt extremely despondent and didn't want to be reincarnated. At this moment, the demons came forward and mercilessly beat him once again. In excruciating pain, he fled to the wilderness. He thought it might be better to end his life and angrily jumped from a cliff, falling to the ground unable to move. When he checked himself again, he realized he was lying in a dog's den, with a mother dog licking and nursing him. That's when he knew he had returned to the human world once more. As he grew a bit older, he recognized that filth and urine were impure, but they smelled good to him. However, he made a firm decision in his heart not to consume them. During his year as a dog, he often felt furious and contemplated suicide. Yet, he feared that the king of underworld would accuse him of trying to evade punishment, which might lead to harsher penalties. Moreover, his owner treated him with affection and training, refusing to kill him. So, he deliberately bit off a piece of flesh from his owner's thigh. Enraged, the owner beat him to death with a cudgel. Upon encountering him, the king of the underworld conducted a detailed inquiry into his situation. Enraged by his ferocious and insane behavior, the king lashed him hundreds of times and then condemned him to become a snake. Consequently, he was locked in a dark chamber, devoid of any daylight. Feeling extremely suffocated, he crawled along the walls until he reached the roof. He created a hole in the ceiling and escaped from the room. Bathed in sunlight, he examined his body again and found himself lying amidst lush vegetation, having transformed into a snake. With determination, he vowed not to harm other living creatures and would consume only plants and fruits when hungry. In this manner, over a year passed. He often contemplated that suicide was not an option, being beaten to death was undesirable, and he yearned for a preferable way to die but struggled to find one. One day, as he lay in the grass, he suddenly heard the sound of a passing carriage. He quickly darted out and stood in the middle of the road. The carriage raced by, crushing him into 2 pieces. The king of the underworld was astonished when he saw him and asked why he had returned to the underworld so quickly. He knelt on the ground, crawling on his knees, and confessed his intentions to the king. Finally, the king of hell decided that he had been unjustly killed and granted him forgiveness, approving his reincarnation as a human after serving his sentence. He was reborn as Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, with memories from his past life, could speak from the moment he was born. When it came to literature, history, and classics, he only needed to read them once to memorize them. In the year of Xinyu, Mr. Liu passed the imperial examination and became a juren, shortly after coming of age. He often advised people to use proper horse equipment, such as saddles, and to avoid the painful leg clamping punishment, which hurt more than whipping. In the end, the author offers this commentary. Among the long-haired, longhorned beasts and birds, there may indeed be officials like Mr. Liu from his past life. The reason for this is that even high-ranking officials may not necessarily be anything more than demons in human skin. Therefore, when ordinary people do good deeds, it is in the hope of improving their future. Those at the top of society do good deeds to ensure their prosperity and longevity. Accumulated good deeds can make an ordinary person become better and better, while those who are already wealthy can use good deeds to prolong their lives of riches. Otherwise, in the next life, they may be reincarnated as horses, burdened with pulling carts and enduring fetters. Alternatively, they may be punished to become dogs, eating filth and drinking urine, subject to the whims of others. Failing that, they may be punished to become snakes, covered in scales and armor, only to die in the belly of a crane or stork. Ghostly wailing. During the Xiechien Rebellion, the residences of local officials were occupied by the rebel forces as their strongholds. Among these, the mansion of scholar Wang Qixiang was particularly crowded with insurgents. However, in the end, government troops breached the city, sweeping through and exterminating all the rebels. For a while, the bodies lay scattered on the steps of the courtyard, and blood flowed all the way to the outer gate. Afterward, Wang Qixiang returned to his mansion. He carried out the bodies, cleaned away the bloodstains, and took up residence again. But in the mansion, he often encountered ghosts during broad daylight. At night, phosphorescent fires would dance under the bed, and in the corners of the walls, there were constant sounds of ghostly wailing. One day, a scholar named Wang Haodi was lodging at Wang's house. He lay in bed, hearing a faint voice from under the bed repeatedly calling, "Howdy! Howdy!" After a while, the voice grew louder, and it cried out, "I died so miserably, I died so miserably." Not long after, sobs were mixed in with the cries, and these sobs triggered a chorus of weeping in the courtyard. Wang Qixiang also heard the crying and, holding a precious sword, burst into Wang Haodi's room. In a loud, assertive voice, he said, "Don't you ghostly creatures recognize Lord Wang Qixiang?" At this point, all he heard was a chorus of mocking sounds from the surroundings, as if those ghostly creatures were collectively ridiculing him. Therefore, Wang Qixiang established a shrine, inviting monks and Taoist priests to recite scriptures, make penitential offerings, and perform rituals to free the souls of the departed. During the night, when the monks and Taoist priests were scattering ghost rice, they noticed phosphorescent fires flickering all around. Initially, there was a gatekeeper named Wang in the Wang family mansion who had been seriously ill and unconscious for several days. That evening, he suddenly stretched and moved his limbs as if he had just awakened from a nap. His wife fed him some food, and the gatekeeper said, "Just now, the master, for some reason, was distributing food in the courtyard, and I joined in with everyone else, eating heartily. I've already eaten, so I'm not hungry now." From that day on, the apparitions and supernatural occurrences ceased. Could it be that the rituals, prayers, and scriptures chanted by the monks and Taoist priests had truly been effective? In the end, the author provides this commentary. Evil spirits and demons can only be tamed and transformed by one's own virtue. When the soldiers breached the city walls, officials like Wang Qixiang wielded immense power, causing ordinary people to tremble at the mere sound of their voices. However, the spirits were unafraid and dared to mock him. I suspect that these spirits foresaw that individuals like him wouldn't meet a good end. So, I offer this advice to individuals like Wang Qixiang. If you act so fearsome that even ghosts aren't afraid of you, then perhaps you should refrain from pretending to be a ghost to intimidate others. Sinful Monk. Once upon a time, there was a man named Zhang who suddenly passed away for no apparent reason. His spirit, bewildered and lost, found itself escorted by a grim reaper to the realm of the underworld to meet the judge of the dead, Yan Wang. Yan Wang examined the Book of Life and Death and, to his great astonishment, discovered that Zhang had been mistakenly brought here by the reaper. He was furious with the reaper, scolding it harshly, and ordered it to send Zhang back to the land of the living. With gratitude, Zhang thanked Yan Wang and then followed the reaper as they departed from the hall of the judge. Once outside, Zhang discreetly implored the reaper to take him on a tour of hell. The reaper, feeling somewhat obligated, reluctantly led Zhang on a journey through the 9 layers of hell. Along the way, they visited places like the Mountain of Blades and the Tree of Swords. As they toured, the reaper explained the gruesome punishments meted out in each realm. Finally, they arrived at a place where Zhang saw a Buddhist monk in distress. The monk was suspended upside down by ropes that pierced through his thighs, and he cried out in agony, appearing on the verge of death. Zhang approached to get a closer look and was horrified to discover that the suffering monk was none other than his own brother. Shocked and heartbroken, Zhang asked the Reaper, "What terrible crime did this man commit to deserve such a severe punishment?" The Reaper explained, "This man, despite being a monk, neglected his study of the Buddha's teachings and violated his vows, all while secretly amassing great wealth through fundraising. Not only that, he squandered every bit of that money on his own indulgences, including gluttony, gambling, and debauchery. It is for these transgressions that he faces such a harsh retribution. If he wishes to be released from this torment, he must sincerely repent." Hearing these words, Zhang suddenly awoke from what seemed like a vivid dream, though it felt all too real. After awakening, he was filled with worry, suspecting that his brother had met a terrible fate. The next morning, Zhang went to visit his brother, who lived at the Xingfu temple not far from their home. As soon as he entered the temple grounds, he heard someone inside screaming in agony, as if in great pain. Zhang hurried to the source of the cries and found his own brother. His brother was suspended upside down on the wall, just like Zhang had seen him in hell. Zhang was shocked to see a massive festering sore between his brother's thighs, oozing pus and blood. Concerned, Zhang asked his brother why he was hanging upside down like this. His brother replied, "I have to hang my legs like this to alleviate the pain a little bit. Otherwise, it feels like a never-ending torment, as if my very soul is being pierced." Zhang then shared with his brother everything he had witnessed and learned during his journey in hell. Hearing his brother's account, Zhang's brother was terrified. He swore an oath and pledged to abstain from alcohol and meat, vowing never to engage in secret fundraising again. From that day forward, Zhang's brother earnestly recited Buddhist scriptures and practiced Buddhism with great devotion. To everyone's amazement, half a month later, his leg sore miraculously healed. From then on, Zhang's brother became an exemplary monk who strictly adhered to the teachings and rules of Buddhism, living a life of virtue and devotion. The author concludes the story with the following commentary. The realm of hell is elusive and unpredictable, a place where malefactors often console themselves, believing in the possibility of eventual redemption. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that many of the misfortunes they face in the mortal world may well be punishments from the underworld. Reflecting on this, is it not a source of dread? God of Hail. Once upon a time, during his official tenure in the land of Chu, Wang Gong, a respected government official, decided to embark on a journey to pay his respects to Master Zhang atop the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. He arrived at the shores of Lake Poyang, and as soon as he stepped onto a boat, another small boat approached him. The person aboard the smaller boat requested an audience with Wang Gong, who, out of respect, personally received him. Wang Gong couldn't help but notice the man's dignified appearance and imposing stature. From his pocket, the man produced a name card bearing Master Zhang's name and said, "I heard of your intention to visit Master Zhang, and he has sent me here to welcome you." Hearing this, Wang Gong was taken aback, convinced that Master Zhang possessed the ability to foresee his visit. His belief in Master Zhang's divine status grew, and he proceeded with a heart full of sincerity to meet him. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Master Zhang hosted a banquet in honor of Wang Gong's arrival. Wang Gong observed that the attire, headwear, and even the long beards of the servants attending to the feast were unlike those of ordinary people. The emissary who had greeted him earlier also stood nearby, attending to his needs. After a while, the emissary whispered a few words to Master Zhang. Master Zhang then turned to Wang Gong and said, "This gentleman is your fellow townsman. Don't you recognize him?" Wang Gong hurriedly inquired about the man's identity. Master Zhang replied, "This is none other than the god of hail, Li Zuocha." Wang Gong's face turned pale with astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Master Zhang continued, "He just informed me that he has received orders to descend and unleash hailstorms, so he must take his leave now." Wang Gong asked, "Where is the god of hail going to unleash these hailstorms?" Master Zhang replied, "He is going to Zhangqiu." Zhangqiu bordered Wang Gong's hometown, causing him great concern. With this in mind, Wang Gong left his seat and earnestly implored the god of hail not to unleash hailstorms to avoid bringing disaster to the fields. Master Zhang explained, "The quantity and location for hailstorms on Earth are decreed by the Jade Emperor. How can he deviate from those orders?" Wang Gong continued his pleas. Master Zhang contemplated for a long while before turning to instruct the god of hail. "You may unleash most of the hail in the valleys, trying your best to spare the crops there." He further instructed the god of hail, "Now, with esteemed guests present, you should depart gradually, without haste. Please do not act recklessly." The god of hail nodded in agreement and then left the premises. As he stepped into the courtyard, a white mist arose from under his feet, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of mist. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he exerted a powerful leap, propelling himself higher than the trees in the courtyard. Then, with another leap, he soared to the rooftop of the building. At that moment, a deafening thunderous roar echoed, and the god of hail swiftly flew northward. Under the thunderous noise, the entire house trembled, and even the tableware and utensils on the banquet table shook and rattled. Wang Gong was somewhat frightened, and he asked Master Zhang, "Does the god of hail always make such a loud sound when he departs?" Master Zhang replied, "I just cautioned him, which is why he tried to lower the noise and depart as slowly as possible. Otherwise, the thunder would be much louder, and he would leave even more swiftly." After the banquet, Wang Gong bid farewell to Master Zhang and returned home. Once back home, Wang Gong recorded the date when the hailstorm was supposed to occur and sent someone to Zhangqiu to inquire about the situation. The messenger returned with a report that confirmed the event. Indeed, on the designated day, Zhangqiu experienced a heavy hailstorm, filling the river and ditches with hail. However, miraculously, the fields and crops were hardly affected, with only a few hailstones found scattered in the area. Ye Sheng. In Huaiyang County, there was a scholar named Ye. His full name is now lost to history, so let's simply call him Ye Sheng. Ye Sheng was a talented individual, and his essays and poems were considered among the best of his time. However, luck never seemed to be on his side, as he repeatedly failed the Keiju examinations. Despite his setbacks, he continued to strive for success. During this period, a man named Ding Chenghe from the eastern regions happened to be appointed as the county magistrate of Huaiyang. Impressed by Ye Sheng's writings, Ding Chenghe summoned Ye Sheng for a conversation, and unexpectedly, they found themselves in agreement, which delighted Ding Chenghe greatly. Ding Chenghe invited Ye Sheng to stay at his official residence and provided him with funds for study, including money for lamps and books. Moreover, he regularly offered financial support to Ye Sheng to ensure he could maintain his livelihood. The time came once again for the county-level examination, and Ding Chenghe praised Ye Sheng in front of the county-level examiners. Thanks to this endorsement, Ye Sheng secured the qualification to participate in the provincial examination with the highest score. Ding Chenghe had high hopes for him. After the provincial examination concluded, Ding Chenghe eagerly reviewed Ye Sheng's essays and was repeatedly impressed by his work. However, fate continued to cast its shadow on Ye Sheng's ambitions. Despite his outstanding essays, he still failed to pass the exam. Ye Sheng returned home dejected, feeling ashamed for not living up to Ding Chenghe's expectations. He became despondent, resembling a lifeless puppet, refusing to eat or drink. His health deteriorated rapidly, and he grew painfully thin. Hearing of Ye Sheng's plight, Ding Chenghe called him for a comforting conversation. Ye Sheng, still overwhelmed by grief, couldn't hold back his tears. Touched by Ye Sheng's suffering, Ding Chenghe made a promise. He told Ye Sheng that once his term as county magistrate ended and he returned to the capital, he would take Ye Sheng with him. Ye Sheng was deeply moved by this offer, thanked Ding Chenghe, and returned home. From that day forward, he rarely left his house. Not long after, Ye Sheng fell seriously ill and was bedridden. Ding Chenghe continuously sent gifts and well wishes through his servants, but despite taking numerous medicines, Ye Sheng's condition showed no signs of improvement. Around this time, Ding Chenghe, having fallen out of favor with his superiors, was relieved of his duties and was about to leave his post. He wrote a letter to Ye Sheng, the essence of which was, "I had already set a date for my return home in the East. The reason for my delay is that I have been waiting for your recovery so we can depart together. If you are able to come in the morning, we will leave in the evening." A messenger from Ding Chenghe delivered the letter to Ye Sheng's bedside. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ye Sheng read the letter and began to weep. He asked the messenger to convey to Ding Chenghe that his illness was severe, and it would be difficult for him to recover quickly. He advised Ding Chenghe to proceed with his journey first. The messenger returned and delivered Ye Sheng's message, but Ding Chenghe, unable to bear the thought of leaving without his friend, patiently waited for him. After a few days, the gatekeeper suddenly reported that Ye Sheng had arrived. Ding Chenghe was overjoyed and rushed to greet him. Ye Sheng said, "I apologize for making you wait so long due to my illness. I am relieved that I have recovered in time, and now I can accompany and serve you faithfully." Ding Chenghe promptly packed his belongings, preparing for an early departure the next day. They returned to Ding Chenghe's hometown, where Ding Chenghe arranged for his son to become Ye Shang's student. Ye Shang spent his days and nights instructing Ding Chenghe's son. The young boy's name was Ding Zicheng, and though he was already 16 years old, he still did not know how to write the traditional 8-part essays. However, he possessed extraordinary intelligence. After reading an 8-part essay 2 or 3 times, he could completely commit it to memory. With Ye Shang's guidance during his 1-year stay at the Ding household, Ding Zicheng was able to write essays fluently. Thanks to his father's influence, he easily gained admission to the county school. Ye Shang also copied down the 8-part essays he had written in preparation for the exam and gave them to Ding Zicheng for recitation. After some time, Ding Zicheng participated in the provincial examination. Among the 7 essay questions given in the exam, not a single one was beyond what he had prepared for. He performed exceptionally well, ranking 6th in the provincial examination and earning the title of Jiren, the successful candidate in the imperial examination. One day, Ding Chenghe said to Ye Shang, "Sir, you have only revealed a tiny fraction of your own knowledge, yet you've helped my son achieve fame in the provincial examination. However, truly talented individuals like yourself have long been overlooked. How can this be right?" Ye Shang replied, "Perhaps it is my fate. But now, with your favor, my writing can flourish, and people will know that despite my hardships, I possess talent. That alone satisfies me. Moreover, as a scholar, having a confidant like you is more than enough. I don't need to be fixated on the idea that only success in the imperial examination and shedding my commoner status can be considered good fortune." Concerned that Ye Shang had been away from his hometown for a long time and might miss the annual local examination, Ding Chenghe suggested he return home to participate. Ye Shang was disheartened by the idea. However, Ding Chenghe didn't insist. Instead, he instructed his son, who was participating in the imperial examination, to sponsor Ye Shang's admission as a student in the Imperial Academy. Ding Zicheng succeeded in the imperial examination, securing a position as a departmental official. He took Ye Shang with him to his post, where they spent their days together. A year passed, and Ye Shang participated in the provincial examination held in the capital city. To their surprise, he also passed and became a Jiren. Around the same time, Ding Zicheng was assigned to handle government affairs in the South River area. He said to Ye Shang, "I'm going to a place not far from your hometown. Sir, after years of hard work, you've finally achieved your dream. Now, you can return home in glory. It's truly gratifying." Ye Shang was overjoyed at the thought. They picked an auspicious day and set off on their journey together. When they reached the boundary of Huaiyang County, Ding Zicheng ordered his servants to escort Ye Shang back to his home. Returning to his hometown, Ye Shang was heartbroken to see the dilapidated state of his house. He hesitated as he entered the courtyard and spotted his wife coming out with a winnowing basket. However, when she saw him, she dropped the basket and fled in fear. With a heavy heart, Ye Shang said, "I have finally achieved success after only 3 or 4 years apart. How can you not recognize me?" His wife, from a distance, shouted loudly. "You've been dead for a long time. What are you talking about success for? The reason we kept your coffin unburied for so long is because our family was too poor, and our children were too young. Now our son has grown up, and it won't be long before we find a place to bury you. Don't haunt us and scare us, now that you're a ghost." Hearing this, Ye Sheng displayed a look of disappointment and desolation. He slowly walked into the house and saw a coffin placed prominently in the hall. It seemed he understood everything. He immediately collapsed to the ground and disappeared. His wife, filled with grief, approached and found Ye Sheng's clothes, hat, shoes, and socks scattered on the floor, like the discarded skin of a cicada. She wept inconsolably while holding his clothes. Ye Sheng's son returned from the academy and saw a horse tethered at their doorstep. He inquired about the horse's origin and was told the story. Alarmed by what he heard, he hurriedly ran to inform his mother. With teary eyes, Ye Sheng's wife recounted the scene she had witnessed earlier. They carefully questioned the servants who had accompanied Ye Sheng to piece together the story. It was then that they learned the whole truth. Their servant returned to his master's house and recounted everything to Ding Zicheng. Upon hearing the news, Ding Zicheng was overwhelmed with grief, and tears streamed down his robe. Without delay, he ordered a carriage and rushed to Ye Sheng's home. Ding Zicheng performed a mourning ritual in front of Ye Sheng's spirit and provided the necessary funds for his funeral. Following the customs of a Jiren's burial, they laid Ye Sheng to rest. Ding Zicheng also generously gave Ye Sheng's son a considerable sum of money and hired the best teachers to educate him. He recommended Ye Sheng's son to the local education authorities, and within a year, the young man passed the local examination and became a shiozai. At the end of the story, the author provides a reflective commentary, saying, "A person's soul can follow their kindred spirit so closely that they forget they are already deceased. Most people would find this unbelievable, but I firmly believe in it." In the novel, The Tale of the Separated Soul, the female protagonist is able to leave her body and accompany her beloved. The poem, Reply to Li Shihe, also mentions that Zhang Min and Gao Hui, two close friends, meet in dreams. Moreover, many works of literature reflect the hearts of us scholars. Those who appreciate our writings are kindred spirits who share our lives. Encountering a true kindred spirit is something one can hardly hope for, as most people never find such a soulmate. They live in solitude, often lamenting their fate, yet they possess indomitable spirit. Pity the impoverished appearance of a scholar, even ghosts and monsters come to mock him. Once a scholar repeatedly fails the exams, every aspect of his life seems ugly to others. And if a scholar's name is not on the list of successful candidates, his writing is criticized at every turn. There are many like Ye Sheng who lead a lifetime of adversity. It's just a matter of how we can bring people like Ding Zicheng back to life, to accompany them in their struggles. Jia Na. The scholar Kong Xueli, a descendant of Confucius, was known for his gentle and reserved nature. He possessed a talent for poetry and was a learned man. Kong Xueli had a like-minded friend who served as the county magistrate in Tiantai County. The friend wrote a letter inviting Kong Xueli to visit him in Tiantai County. However, when Kong Xueli arrived there, he learned that the magistrate had passed away due to illness. Consequently, Kong Xueli found himself stranded in the area. He had spent all his travel funds and couldn't return home. His only option was to reside in the Putua monastery. The monks at the monastery, aware of his ability to write, hired him to copy scriptures. Heading west from the Putua monastery, about 100 steps away, lay an official residence owned by a man surnamed Shan, commonly referred to as Mr. Shan. Mr. Shan originally hailed from a wealthy family, but due to a significant legal dispute, his family's fortunes declined. With few remaining family members, Mr. Shan moved to the countryside, leaving his mansion vacant. One day, as snowflakes gently fell from the sky, the road was silent, devoid of any passers-by. Kong Xueli, taking a walk, happened to pass by the front of the Shan family's mansion. He saw a young man emerging from the residence, a youth of exceptional beauty that impressed Kong Xueli greatly. Upon spotting Kong Xueli, the young man approached and greeted him courteously. After a few polite exchanges, he invited Kong Xueli to be his guest at the mansion. Impressed by the young man, Kong Xueli readily accepted the invitation and entered the estate with him. As they stepped into the mansion, Kong Xueli noticed that although the house wasn't overly spacious, it was adorned with silk curtains and decorative hangings. Paintings and calligraphy by ancient scholars adorned the walls. A desk held a book titled, Records of the Myriad Wonders of Longhuan, a tome Kong Xueli had never encountered before. He browsed through the book, finding its contents entirely unfamiliar. Believing the young man to be the master of the household, Kong Xueli refrained from inquiring further about him. The young man, displaying compassion for Kong Xueli's circumstances, proposed that he establish a school here to teach students. Kong Xueli sighed and said, "I am a stranger in a foreign land. Who would be willing to recommend me?" The young man responded, "If you don't mind my foolishness, I'd be honored to have you as my teacher." Kong Xueli was delighted by this offer but was hesitant to consider himself a teacher, preferring to be friends with the young man. Kong Xueli then inquired further, asking, "Why has the mansion remained locked for so long?" The young man replied, "This is the Shan family's estate. Initially, when Mr. Shan moved to the countryside, the place was left vacant. My surname is Huangfu, and my family has lived in Shaanxi for generations. However, our ancestral home was destroyed in a wildfire, so we've temporarily taken shelter here." Kong Xueli now realized that Huangfu was not the master of the Shan family's mansion. That evening, they enjoyed each other's company, laughter, and drinks, with Huangfu offering Kong Xueli a place to stay in the mansion. The next morning, just as the day broke, servants entered the room and lit a charcoal fire. Huangfu had already risen and gone to the inner chamber, while Kong Xueli remained seated on the bed, wrapped in his blanket. At that moment, a servant entered and said, "Tai Gong has arrived." Kong Xueli hurriedly got up. He saw an elderly man with snow-white hair walking into the room, expressing his sincere thanks. "I am grateful to you for not despising my mischievous son and agreeing to teach him how to read." The child has just started studying poetry and literature. Please do not treat him as an equal just because you are friends." After his words, the elderly man presented Kang Xueli with a set of silk clothing, a fur hat, a pair of socks, and a pair of shoes. Once Kang Xueli had finished freshening up, they were served food and wine. Kang Xueli noticed that everything in the room, from the furniture to the clothing, was entirely different from what he was accustomed to. Each item gleamed with brilliance. After a few rounds of wine, the elderly man bid farewell, leaning on his cane as he departed. After they finished their meal, Huangfu brought out coursework related to their studies and showed it to Kang Xueli. Seeing that the textbooks were filled with classical Chinese poetry and prose, with no mention of the civil service examinations, Kang Xueli asked why that was. Huangfu smiled and said, "I am studying not to participate in the imperial examinations and gain official titles." In the evening, Huangfu had more wine brought out, saying to Kang Xueli, "Tonight, let us enjoy another round of drinking, but starting tomorrow, we must refrain from drinking." He then instructed his servant, "Go and check if Taigong is asleep. If he is, quietly summon Xiangnu to this room." The servant complied. Soon, a pipa, a traditional Chinese musical instrument, wrapped in a brocade bag, was brought in. Afterward, a maid entered the room, beautifully dressed and exceptionally lovely. Huangfu asked her to play the classic tune, Lament of the Noble Consort Xiang, on the pipa. She used an ivory plectrum to pluck the strings, and the room was filled with the enchanting melodies of the ancient music. Kang Xueli had never heard anything like it before. Huangfu had large wine cups brought in, and they continued to drink together, indulging in music and revelry until the early hours of the morning. The next day, they rose early to study. Huangfu was incredibly bright and could remember what he read with ease. After just 2 or 3 months, he was able to compose marvelous poems and prose. They also made a pact to meet every 5 days for wine, always with Xiangnu in attendance. One evening, Kang Xueli, caught up in the excitement of the wine, became somewhat reckless, and his gaze remained fixed on Xiangnu, unwilling to shift away. Huangfu understood his intentions and said to him, "This maid was adopted by my father. You live alone without a wife, and I have been planning this for you day and night for a long time now. I will soon find you a suitable wife." Kang Xueli replied, "If you are kindly arranging a companion for me, she must be someone like Xiangnu." Huangfu chuckled and said, "You really haven't seen much of the world. If you think that would be sufficient, your desires are too easily fulfilled." Another 6 months passed, and Kang Xueli wanted to go out to the suburbs for leisure. He walked to the front gate but found that both doors were locked from the outside. He asked Huangfu, who replied, "My father is afraid that my social interactions and leisure activities might disturb my temperament, so he employs this method to politely decline other guests." Kang Xueli didn't think much of it and accepted the explanation. It was the height of summer, and the weather was scorching. Kang Xueli and Huangfu moved their study into a pavilion in the garden. One day, a painful swelling the size of a peach suddenly appeared on Kang Xueli's chest. Overnight, the swelling grew as large as a bowl, causing him excruciating pain, and he couldn't stop groaning. Huang Fu visited him several times, but he was too distressed to eat or sleep. After a few days, the swelling on Kang Xueli's chest grew even larger, making it impossible for him to eat or drink. The old man Taigong also came to visit him but could only sigh in sympathy with Huang Fu. Huang Fu said, "2 nights ago, I thought that my sister, Jiao Na, could cure Mr. Kong's illness. I've already sent someone to my maternal grandfather's house to bring her back, but why hasn't she arrived yet?" Shortly after, a servant came in and reported, "Miss Jiao Na has arrived, and Aunt and Miss Ah Sung have come along." Huang Fu and his father immediately got up and went to the inner room. After a while, Huang Fu led Jiao Na to visit Kang Xueli. Jiao Na was about 13 or 14 years old, with a charming countenance that revealed her intelligence. Her waist was as graceful as a willow. When Kang Xueli saw such a stunning woman, he forgot his pain and groaning, and his spirits improved significantly. Huang Fu said to Jiao Na, "This is my closest friend, even closer than a brother. Please, sister, do your best to treat him." So, Jiao Na suppressed her shyness, rolled up her sleeves, and approached Kang Xueli's bed to examine him. As she felt his pulse, a fragrance emanated from her body, surpassing even that of orchids. After examining his pulse, Jiao Na smiled and said to Huang Fu, "He was destined to have this illness, but it can still be cured. The pus has already solidified, so it must be surgically removed." After that, she removed a golden bracelet from her arm and placed it on Kang Xueli's afflicted area, gently pressing it down. The swelling from the abscess gradually diminished and was constrained within the bracelet, no longer as large as a bowl. Then, Jiao Na lifted her garment, took out a thin dagger that was thinner than paper, and, with one hand pressing the bracelet, carefully began to cut. Blood of a purple hue began to flow from the wound, staining the bedding. At this moment, Kang Xueli, entranced by Jiao Na's captivating presence, not only didn't feel any pain but also feared that she would finish too quickly, unable to linger by her side. After a short time, the rotting flesh was all removed, leaving a lump resembling a tree knot on a diseased tree. Jiao Na called for water and cleaned the wound. Then, she spat out a red pellet the size of a marble, placed it on Kang Xueli's wound, and spun it around with her fingers. After just one rotation, Kang Xueli felt warmth spreading across his chest. With the second rotation, the wound became slightly itchy. By the third rotation, he felt a refreshing coolness penetrate deep into his bones. Jiao Na put the red pellet back in her mouth and said, "It's done." She quickly left the room. Kang Xueli jumped up and rushed to thank her, feeling as if his severe illness had suddenly disappeared. From that day on, whenever Kang Xueli thought of Jiao Na's beautiful face, he would sit dazed and infatuated. Kang Xueli abandoned his books and spent his days in a daze, seemingly uninterested in anything. Huang Fu noticed his state and said to him, "I've searched for a long time and finally found a good companion for you." Kang Xueli asked, "Who is she?" Huang Fu replied, "She is also a relative of mine." Kang Xueli contemplated for a long time and said, "No need for that." Then, facing the wall, he recited a poem. Having sailed through the turbulent seas, no other waters seem worthy of attention. Enchanted by the dreamlike clouds and rains of Mount Wu, elsewhere's scenery can hardly be called clouds and rains. Huangfu understood his meaning and said, "My father admires your vast knowledge and talents and often wishes to establish a marital relationship with you. However, I only have a younger sister, who is still very young. My aunt has a daughter named Ah-sung, who is 18 years old and not unattractive. If you don't believe me, Ah-sung will be in the courtyard tomorrow. You can secretly observe from the front room to see for yourself." The next day, Kong Xueli followed Huangfu's instructions and indeed saw Jiao Na accompanied by a beautiful woman. He noticed that the woman had finely arched eyebrows, a small and slender figure, and a countenance that was no less attractive than Jiao Na's. Kong Xueli was overjoyed and asked Huangfu to act as a matchmaker for him. The following day, Huangfu came out of the inner room to congratulate Kong Xueli, saying, "It's done." They prepared another courtyard for Kong Xueli's wedding. That night, drums and music filled the air, and the dust on the rafters was shaken loose and flew everywhere. Kong Xueli, because the woman he had longed for was about to share his bed, even began to doubt whether the palace on the moon, the Guanghan Palace, truly existed in the sky. After the wedding, Kong Xueli was extremely satisfied. One day, Huangfu suddenly said to Kong Xueli, "Being with you and studying together, I've learned a lot of knowledge. I cherish your kindness every day. But recently, the legal case at Mr. Shan's house has been settled, and he is returning soon. Mr. Shan is in a hurry to reclaim his estate, so we are preparing to leave this place and return to the West. Thinking that from now on, it will be difficult for us to meet again, my heart is filled with the sorrow of parting." Kong Xueli expressed his willingness to go with them, but Huangfu advised him to return to his hometown. Kong Xueli felt it would be difficult to return home. Huangfu said, "Don't worry. I can send you back immediately." Not long after, the old man Taigong arrived with Ah-sung and gave Kong Xueli 100 taels of gold. Huangfu held Kong Xueli and his wife with both hands, telling them to close their eyes and not look. Kong Xueli felt himself soaring through the air, with the wind rushing past his ears. After a while, Huangfu said, "We have arrived." Kong Xueli opened his eyes and saw his hometown. Only then did he realize that Huangfu was not an ordinary person. Kong Xueli knocked on the door of his home, and his mother was overjoyed to see him, along with his beautiful daughter-in-law. While the family was celebrating, Kong Xueli turned around and realized that Huangfu had disappeared. Ah-sung served his mother diligently, and her beauty and virtue became well known among the neighbors. Later, Kong Xueli passed the imperial examination and was appointed as the administrative officer of Yan'an Prefecture. He took his family to Yan'an Prefecture, but his mother stayed behind as the journey was too far. Ah-sung gave birth to a son named Little Huan. However, Kong Xueli offended a high-ranking inspector and was removed from his official position. He remained in Yan'an Prefecture awaiting further action and couldn't return to his hometown. One day, while he was hunting in the outskirts, he unexpectedly encountered a handsome young man riding a small black horse, gazing at him. Upon closer inspection, Kang Xueli realized that the young man was none other than Huang Fu. They both stopped their horses, gathered together, and their emotions were a mix of joy and sorrow. Huang Fu invited Kang Xueli to his place, and they arrived at a village with lush, dense trees that cast a deep shade, even blocking out the sun. Inside Huang Fu's home, Kang Xueli noticed that the front gate was adorned with large golden nails, resembling the grandeur of an aristocratic family. When he inquired about Huang Fu's sister Jiao Na, he learned that she had already married, and that his mother-in-law had passed away, which filled him with sadness and deep sympathy. Kang Xueli stayed there for one night and departed the next day. Later, he brought his wife and son to reunite with him. Jiao Na also came and playfully teased Kang Xueli's child, saying, "Elder sister has mixed up our lineage." Kang Xueli expressed his gratitude to Jiao Na once again for her past medical treatment. She smiled and said, "Is my brother-in-law still as romantic as before now that you are wealthy and prosperous?" Jiao Na's husband, Mr. Wu, also came to pay his respects. Kang Xueli and his family stayed for 2 nights before leaving. One day, Huang Fu approached Kang Xueli with a worried expression and said, "Heaven is about to unleash a great disaster. Can you save us?" Although Kang Xueli did not know what was happening, he immediately agreed. Huang Fu hurriedly went outside and called his entire family. They all gathered in the hall and expressed their gratitude to Kang Xueli. Kang Xueli was taken aback and urgently inquired about the situation. Huang Fu then explained, "We are not humans. We are foxes. Right now, we are facing a calamity of thunder and lightning. If you are willing to stand up and face this disaster, there is hope for my family to survive. Otherwise, I must ask you to take the child and leave quickly, so you won't be implicated." Kang Xueli swore to stand by their side and face the ordeal together. Huang Fu asked him to hold the sword and stand in front of the main gate, instructing him, "Even if you are struck by thunder and lightning, do not move." Kang Xueli followed Huang Fu's instructions and prepared himself. As expected, he saw dark clouds covering the sky, turning day into night, as if a massive black stone slab had been placed overhead. When he looked back at their original dwelling, he could no longer see the grand houses and deep courtyards. Instead, there stood a large tombstone, and below it, a bottomless abyss. Just as he was filled with astonishment, a sudden thunderbolt resounded from the sky, causing the earth to shake violently. Following that, a fierce wind and torrential rain uprooted ancient trees. Despite feeling bewildered and deafened, Kang Xueli stood firm where he was. Amidst the rolling black smoke, he suddenly saw an evil spirit with a sharp beak and long claws emerge from the abyss, clutching a person and ascending along with the dark smoke. Upon a brief glance at the person's clothing, Kang Xueli suspected it was Jiao Na. He immediately leaped into the air and struck the evil spirit with his sword, causing the captive person to fall from the sky. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering thunderclap, and Kang Xueli fell to the ground. He had been struck and killed by lightning. After a while, the clouds cleared, and the sun rose. Jiao Na woke up and saw Kang Xueli lying dead beside her. She burst into tears, crying out, Mr. Kong sacrificed himself to save me, why am I still alive? At that moment, Ah-sung, too, emerged and helped Jiao Na carry Kong Xueli back home. Jiao Na had Ah-sung cradle Kong Xueli's head and, using a golden hairpin, pried open his teeth. With her fingers holding his cheeks and her tongue, she opened his mouth, placing the red pill inside. Then, mouth to mouth, she blew air into Kong Xueli's mouth. The red pill, carried by the breath, entered Kong Xueli's throat, producing a series of gurgling sounds. After a while, Kong Xueli suddenly opened his eyes, awakening from unconsciousness. Seeing everyone gathered around him, he felt as if he had just woken from a deep dream. The family reunited, turning fear into joy. Kong Xueli believed that the tomb was not a suitable place for a long stay. He discussed with his family about returning to his hometown. Everyone agreed, except for Jiao Na, who remained gloomy. Kong Xueli asked her to accompany Mr. Wu, but she worried about leaving her parents-in-law and her young son. After an entire day of discussion, no decision was reached. Just then, a servant from the Wu family rushed over, his face covered in sweat and panting heavily. Startled, they asked him what had happened, and he explained that the Wu family had also faced a disaster on the same day. Everyone in the Wu family, except for Mr. Wu and Jiao Na, had died. Hearing this news, Jiao Na grieved, beating her chest and wailing while tears poured like rain. After much consolation, they finally decided to go together to Kong Xueli's hometown. After handling some matters in the city for a few days, the Kong family set off overnight. Upon returning to their hometown, Kong Xueli allowed Huangfu's family to stay in his unused garden. Since then, the garden's gate remained locked, only opening when Kong Xueli and Ah-sung visited. Kong Xueli, Huangfu, and Jiao Na frequently spent time in the garden playing chess, drinking wine, chatting, and feasting, just like a family. As little Huan grew older, he became quite handsome and exhibited the clever and lively disposition of a fox. When he roamed the streets, people knew him as the child born to a fox. At the end of the story, the author also has the following commentary. He says, I don't envy Kong Xueli for having such a beautiful wife as Ah-sung, but I envy him for having an intimate female confidant, Jiao Na. Seeing Jiao Na's beauty can make one forget hunger and thirst, and hearing her voice can bring smiles to one's face. Having such a good friend, sitting together to drink and chat, this kind of a spiritual communion, enjoyed in like-mindedness, surpasses the physical love of turning clothes upside down between a man and a woman. Homebody spirits. In Chongshan County, there was a Mr. Li, who was the nephew of a high-ranking official. He used to live in a mansion where strange things often happened. One day, he saw a rectangular stool in his room. The stool was a flesh-red color, smooth and glossy. Mr. Li had never seen such a peculiar stool before, so he reached out to touch it. To his astonishment, the stool seemed to bend and twist under his touch, becoming almost as soft and flexible as flesh. Startled, Mr. Li hurriedly ran out of the room. Later, when he returned home, he saw the stool moving on its 4 legs. The stool slowly moved towards the wall and eventually disappeared into the wall itself. Another time, Mr. Lee saw a white stick leaning against the wall. The stick was smooth and slender. Curious, he touched it, and the stick suddenly bent and twisted like a snake, then vanished into the wall. In the 17th year of the Kangxi reign, a scholar named Wang Junxing rented Mr. Li's mansion to establish a school for teaching children how to read. One evening, as the lamp was about to be lit, Wang Junxing lay down on his bed, ready to rest. Suddenly, he saw a small figure, about 3 inches tall, entering the room from outside the door. The figure quietly walked in, turned around on the floor, and left without saying a word. Shortly after, the small figure returned, carrying 2 small stools. The figure placed the stools in the middle of the room. They looked like toys made of sorghum stalks by children. After a while, 2 small figures brought in a 4-inch-long coffin and placed it on the stools. Before the coffin could settle, Wang Junxing saw a woman entering with a few maids. These people were all tiny, just like the previous small figure. The woman was dressed in mourning attire, with a hemp rope around her waist and a white cloth wrapped around her head. She covered her mouth with her sleeve and sobbed quietly, her crying sounding like the buzzing of a fly. Wang Junxing watched in secret for a long time, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He was overcome with fear, his body trembling as if covered in thick ice. Finally, unable to bear the terror any longer, he shouted for help and tried to stand up to escape. However, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground as soon as he got up. Trembling on the floor, he made several attempts to get up, but each one failed. Other people from the school rushed over upon hearing Wang Junxing's cries. However, by that time, the small figures, the coffin, and the stools had all disappeared. Growing a pear tree. There was a countryman selling pears at the market. His pears were fragrant and sweet, so he raised their prices quite high, which made the buyers very unhappy. One day, a beggarly Taoist with a ragged hat and tattered coat stood in front of the countryman's cart, begging for a pear and hoping the countryman would give him one. The countryman got very angry and scolded him. But the Taoist refused to leave no matter what the countryman said. The countryman grew even angrier and shouted at the Taoist, using unkind words. The Taoist said to the countryman, "Look, you have hundreds of pears on this cart. I only want one, it won't cause you much loss. Why are you so furious with me?" At that moment, people around tried to calm them down. They suggested the countryman should give the Taoist a bad pear and be done with it. But the countryman was stubborn and refused. An assistant from a nearby shop saw this and wanted to ease the situation. He kindly offered money to the countryman to buy a pear and give it to the Taoist. After thanking the assistant, the Taoist said to the onlookers, "I'm a monk, and I'm not stingy. I have good pears, and I'll share them with everyone." Someone found this strange and asked the Taoist, "If you have good pears, why don't you eat them yourself? Why beg for them?" the Taoist replied. I just need a pear seed to plant. Then I can grow many pears. So the Taoist ate the pear and put the seed in the ground. He dug a hole several inches deep and asked for hot water from the crowd. A well-meaning person brought over a pot of boiling water. The Taoist poured the water directly into the hole. To everyone's amazement, a pear sprout emerged from the ground. The sprout grew into a lush pear tree in no time. The tree blossomed, and soon it bore fruit. Suddenly, the tree was covered in large, sweet pears. The Taoist climbed up the tree and picked the pears, sharing them with the onlookers. Soon, he had given away all the pears on the tree. After everyone finished eating, the Taoist used an iron shovel to chop down the pear tree. He chopped for a long time before finally felling the tree. With the branches still attached, he calmly carried the tree trunk on his shoulder and walked away. At first, when the Taoist performed his magic, the countryman was among the spectators. He was so amazed by the magical scene that he forgot all about selling pears. Only after the Taoist left did he turn back to his cart, but he found that all the pears were gone. The countryman realized that the pears the Taoist shared were actually from his own cart. Upon closer inspection, he even noticed a missing cart handle, freshly broken off. He felt angry and upset, so he quickly followed the Taoist's path. As he turned a corner, he found a cart handle lying on the ground. The countryman finally realized that the pear tree the Taoist had chopped down was the cart handle. By then, the Taoist had already disappeared. Everyone at the market burst into laughter at the sight. At the end of the story, the author added a comment. The countryman in the story was quite foolish and silly, which indeed is quite amusing. He overcharged for his pears and ended up being ridiculed by people, which was not without reason. In our lives, we often see people whom neighbors call local wealthy. But they're always calculating. If a friend asks them for some grain, they get upset, calculating that it's their expense for several days. When someone suggests they help those in need or give food to the lonely, they complain, calculating that it's enough to feed 5 or even 10 people. They even calculate down to every penny among their family members. But once they get involved in gambling and other vices, they spend money lavishly, without hesitation. If they commit a crime and are facing punishment, they immediately pay money to buy their way out of trouble, fearing any delay might lead to consequences. People like them are truly countless. Compared to these kinds of people, the countryman in the story was merely a bit confused and foolish. There's really nothing strange about that. Mount Lao Taoist. In our county, there was a scholar surnamed Wang. Let's call him Wang Sheng for now. Wang Sheng was the 7th child in his family, and his ancestors were once a prestigious and prominent lineage. From a young age, Wang Sheng admired the Taoist arts and heard that there were many immortals on Mount Lao, so he prepared his belongings and set off to Mount Lao to learn about the Tao. After traveling for many days, Wang Sheng finally arrived at Mount Lao and reached the summit. Upon reaching the top, he saw a Taoist temple that exuded an air of tranquility. As he approached the temple, he noticed a Taoist priest sitting cross-legged on a cushion. The priest had long white hair cascading down his neck and a dignified and carefree demeanor. Wang Sheng approached and engaged the priest in conversation, finding the priest's words to be profound and mysterious. He then requested to become the priest's disciple. The Taoist priest replied, "I'm concerned that you've grown accustomed to a comfortable life and won't be able to endure the hardships of learning our techniques." Wang Sheng answered, "Please believe me, I can endure hardships." The Taoist reluctantly agreed. The Taoist had many disciples, and in the evenings, they all gathered in the temple. After bowing to each of them, Wang Sheng stayed in the temple and became one of the Taoist's disciples. The next day, just before dawn, the Taoist called Wang Sheng and handed him an axe, asking him to join the others in chopping firewood. Wang Sheng carefully followed the Taoist's instructions. And so, over the course of more than a month, Wang Sheng's hands and feet developed thick calluses from the laborious work. The daily toil began to take its toll, and he gradually started to find the hardship unbearable. Secretly, he began to contemplate returning home. One evening, after collecting firewood, Wang Sheng returned to find two guests sitting with his master, drinking. By now, the sky had turned dark, and the Taoist temple remained unlit. The master, however, took a piece of paper that shone as brightly as a mirror and pasted it on the wall. In a short while, the paper transformed into a brilliant moon, illuminating the entire room. Instantly, the whole temple was bathed in light, and even the tiniest hair was visible. The disciples surrounded the Taoist, bustling around and serving. One of the guests addressed everyone, saying, "Such a beautiful night should be shared by all." He picked up a wine jug and poured out wine for the disciples, instructing them to enjoy themselves thoroughly. Wang Sheng wondered how a small jug of wine could satisfy the many people present. As the guests used various cups and containers to pour, they seemed to compete, fearing the jug would empty. However, no matter how much they poured out, the wine in the jug showed no signs of diminishing. This amazed Wang Sheng greatly. After a while, one guest said to the Taoist, "Although you have generously provided us with the moon's light, drinking in silence like this is rather dull. Why don't we summon Chang'e, the moon goddess, here as well?" With that, he threw a pair of chopsticks toward the moon, and suddenly a beautiful lady emerged from the moonlight. Initially, she was less than a foot tall, but as she descended to the ground, she transformed into a normal-sized woman. She had a slim waist and a graceful neck, and she began performing the rainbow skirt and feathered coat dance. After the dance, she started singing, "Dancing gracefully, come back quickly. Why did you confine me to the Guanghan Palace?" Her singing was clear and melodious, resembling the sound of a flute. After her song, Chang'e hovered and floated up, eventually landing on the table. Just as everyone watched her in astonishment, she turned back into a pair of chopsticks. The Taoist and the guests burst into laughter together. Another guest said, "Tonight has been delightful, but I truly can't drink anymore. How about we move the feast to the Moon Palace? Wouldn't that be even more entertaining?" With that, the Taoist and the guests brought the feast into the moon, and the disciples watched them sit and drink in the moon palace. They could see every detail of the Taoist and the guests as if they were reflected in a mirror. After a while, the moon began to fade. The disciples lit candles and saw only the Taoist sitting alone in the room. The guests had vanished. The dishes and fruits were still on the table, and the moon on the wall was nothing more than a circular piece of shining paper. The Taoist asked, "Have the disciples had enough to drink?" They all replied in unison, "Yes, we've had enough." The Taoist smiled and said, "If you've had enough, then go to bed early. Don't delay tomorrow's wood chopping." The disciples agreed and dispersed. Wang Sheng was both amazed and envious, and his thought of returning home vanished completely. Another month passed, and Wang Sheng couldn't bear the hardships any longer. However, the Taoist still hadn't taught him a single spell. Wang Sheng no longer wanted to wait and bid farewell to the Taoist. He said to him, "Master, I traveled hundreds of miles to learn Taoist arts from you. Even if I can't learn advanced spells like immortality, I would be satisfied with learning even a small technique to quench my thirst for knowledge. It's been 2 or 3 months, and every day, I'm just chopping wood in the morning and coming back at night, stuck in this monotonous labor. I've never endured such hardships back home." The Taoist chuckled and said, "I already suspected you couldn't handle the hardships of learning Tao. Now it seems I was right. Tomorrow morning, you can return." Wang Sheng pleaded, "Master, I've toiled here for many days. Please, teach me a small skill before I leave. I don't want this journey to be in vain." The Taoist asked, "What kind of technique do you want to learn?" Wang Sheng replied, "I've often seen you walk through walls. If I could learn that skill, I would be content." The Taoist agreed with a smile. So, the Taoist taught him the incantation for passing through walls and asked him to silently recite it. After Wang Sheng recited the incantation, the Taoist beckoned him and said, "Go inside." Facing the wall, Wang Sheng hesitated to enter. The Taoist said, "Try walking into the wall." Wang Sheng cautiously walked forward. He reached the wall but found himself blocked by it. The Taoist advised, "Lower your head and walk quickly into the wall, don't hesitate." Wang Sheng summoned his courage, and a few steps away from the wall, he rushed forward into it. He felt like there was nothing in front of him, but when he turned to look, he realized he had passed through the wall. Filled with amazement, Wang Sheng thanked the Taoist once again. The Taoist said, "When you return home, you must lead an honest and humble life, otherwise, this skill won't work." With that, the Taoist provided Wang Sheng with travel expenses to return home. After returning home, Wang Sheng boasted to his wife, claiming that he had met an immortal and learned magical spells. Now, he believed nothing, not even the strongest walls, could stop him. Naturally, his wife didn't believe a word of his story. So, Wang Sheng attempted to replicate his previous action, running towards the wall a few feet away. Unexpectedly, he slammed into the solid wall, bounced back, and fell to the ground, his forehead swelling like a giant egg. His wife helped him up, but instead of sympathy, she ridiculed him. Wang Sheng felt ashamed and infuriated. He cursed the old Taoist for not being a good person. The story concludes with the author's commentary, noting that people who hear this tale may laugh at Wang Sheng, yet there are many individuals like him in the world. The author criticizes those who, like Wang Sheng, only focus on negative aspects, neglecting positive remedies. He warns against falling into the trap of relying solely on dubious methods, likening it to preferring disease or poison over proper treatment. Some people, he explains, are surrounded by flatterers who encourage them to believe that once they possess such techniques, they can dominate the world without resistance. Initially, these fools may experience some success, leading them to think they are invincible. However, he emphasizes that such foolishness eventually leads to inevitable failure and hardship, akin to continually crashing into a solid wall until they are battered and bruised. Becoming an immortal. In Wendeng County, there was a scholar named Zhou, and he had been studying together with another scholar named Cheng since they were young. Cheng came from a very poor family and relied on Zhou's help throughout the year. Despite being older than Cheng, Zhou's wife was affectionately referred to as a sister-in-law by Cheng. During holidays and special occasions, Cheng would visit Zhou's home to offer his greetings, and the two families were as close as one. However, after Zhou's wife gave birth to a child, she fell seriously ill and passed away not long after. Zhou then remarried a woman named Wang Shi. Cheng had not yet had the chance to meet her due to her young age. One day, Wang Shi's younger brother came to visit his sister, and Zhou arranged a banquet in the inner room to entertain him. At the same time, Cheng happened to arrive. When Zhou's family informed him of Cheng's arrival, he invited him inside to join the feast. However, Cheng declined and left without entering the house. Zhou relocated the banquet to the living room and managed to persuade Cheng to return. Just as they were settling down, news arrived that a servant from a countryside estate had been severely whipped under the orders of the local magistrate. The situation unfolded as follows. Huang, an official in the Ministry of Personnel, had a herdsman who was grazing cattle. This herdsman allowed the cattle to trample over Zhou's farmland, which led to a heated dispute and exchange of insults between Huang's herdsmen and Zhou's servants. Upon hearing about the incident, Wang reported it to the authorities, and Zhou's servant was taken to the magistrate's office. The magistrate then sentenced Zhou's servant to a flogging as punishment. Enraged by the situation and feeling deeply wronged, Zhou said, "How dare Huang's servant act like this? I know that previous generations of the Huang family served my grandfather. Now that they've become wealthy, do they think they can look down on everyone?" He was filled with anger and intended to confront the Huang family. However, Cheng restrained him, advising, "In this world of power and dominance, these things often happen without rhyme or reason. Most officials nowadays are like bandits who don't wield weapons." Despite Cheng's repeated attempts to dissuade him, even resorting to tears and pleading, Zhou's anger remained. He could hardly sleep that night, tossing and turning in bed. The next morning, Zhou said to his family, "The Huang family has wronged us, and they are my enemies, but I can temporarily set that aside. However, the county magistrate is an official appointed by the court, not some powerful individual's appointee. Even if there's a dispute between two families, as an official, he should listen to both sides. Why does he behave like a dog, ready to bite at his master's command? I'll write a petition and request the county magistrate to punish Huang's servant. Let's see how he handles it. Encouraged by his family members, Zhou made up his mind. He wrote a formal complaint and went to see the county magistrate. When the magistrate saw the complaint, he angrily tore it apart and threw it on the ground. This incensed Zhou, and he verbally confronted the magistrate. Unexpectedly, the magistrate, humiliated and infuriated, ordered Zhou's arrest and had him thrown into prison. One day, Chang went to visit Zhou's home, only to learn that Zhou had gone to the county to file a complaint and argue his case. Chang became extremely worried and hurried to the city to dissuade Zhou. However, he heard that Zhou had already been thrown into the prison. Chang was in despair, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. At that moment, he couldn't think of a solution. Around the same time, the county captured 3 pirates. The county magistrate, in collusion with the Huang family, bribed these pirates to falsely accuse Zhou of being an accomplice. The magistrate then reported to the higher authorities based on the pirates' testimonies. Consequently, the officialdom stripped Zhou of his scholar status and subjected him to brutal torture. Chang visited Zhou in prison, and the two friends met in sorrow, discussing the possibility of directly appealing Zhou's case to the emperor. Zhou said, "I'm locked up in this prison, like a bird in a cage. My younger brother can only bring me food." Chang, without hesitation, volunteered and declared, "This is my responsibility. Friends are of no use if they don't come to the aid of each other in times of danger." With that, Chang set off for the capital. However, when Zhou's younger brother arrived to provide Chang with travel expenses, he was informed that Chang had already left a long time ago. Upon reaching the capital, Chang struggled to find a way to lodge his appeal. One day, Chang heard that the emperor was going hunting and decided to hide in the woods ahead of time. Soon, the emperor's carriage passed by, and Chang rushed out, prostrating himself on the ground, weeping and pleading for justice. The emperor accepted Chang's petition and ordered his attendants to deliver it to the provincial governor of Shandong, instructing him to investigate the case and report back. At this point, it had been over 10 months since Zhou had been imprisoned, and he had already been subjected to severe torture in the county court, leading to a death sentence. Upon receiving the emperor's command, the provincial governor was greatly surprised. He promptly reviewed the case and personally conducted a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this news, the Huang family grew anxious and contemplated eliminating Zhou to silence him. They bribed the jailers, who refused to provide food and drink to Zhou in the prison. When Zhou's younger brother came to deliver food, he was also denied entry by the jailers. Upon learning of this, Chang rushed to the provincial governor's office to plead for justice once again. It was only then that he managed to convince the high-ranking official to initiate an inquiry into Zhou's case. However, by this time, Zhou had become too weak from hunger to move. The provincial governor was outraged and ordered the jailer who had obstructed Zhou's access to be beaten to death with sticks. The Huang family, in extreme fear, offered thousands of taels of silver and used their connections to intercede on their behalf, ultimately allowing them to evade scrutiny and avoid being impeached. Meanwhile, the county magistrate was exiled to a remote and uncivilized place for his corruption and abuse of power. After Zhou was released and reunited with Chang, their friendship grew even stronger. After experiencing that legal battle, Chang had become disillusioned with the ways of the world. He saw through the injustices and his own vulnerability in this human world. His heart was like cold ashes, and he decided to invite Zhou to live in seclusion deep in the mountains. However, Zhou, due to his fondness for his young wife, mocked Chang, calling him old-fashioned. Although Chang didn't say much in response, he had already made up his mind to retreat into seclusion. After parting ways with Zhou, Chang didn't visit Zhou's home for several days. Concerned about his whereabouts, Zhou sent his servants to Chang's home to inquire, but Chang's family was suspicious and believed that Chang had been staying at Zhou's house all along. This made them realize that Chang was missing. Zhou, understanding the reason behind this, sent people to search for him, but they scoured temples, monasteries, deep mountain ravines, and almost every possible place without any trace of Chang. Zhou could only send money and clothing to Chang's family to provide some relief for his wife and children. And so, another 8 or 9 years passed. Suddenly, one day, Chang returned on his own. Zhou saw him wearing a Taoist crown and robes, looking like a true Taoist. Zhou was overjoyed and grabbed Chang's arm, asking, "Where have you been? I searched everywhere for you but couldn't find you." Chang smiled and replied, "I am now like a solitary cloud and a wild crane, wandering everywhere without a fixed abode. Fortunately, after parting with you, my health has held up quite well." Zhou immediately ordered a feast, and the two of them chatted about their lives after such a long separation. Zhou wanted Chang to change out of his Taoist attire, but Chang simply smiled and remained silent. Zhou said, "You're being foolish. How can you abandon your wife and children like old, worn-out shoes?" Chang smiled again and replied, "It's not like that at all. It's this world that has abandoned me, so how could I abandon others?" Zhou then inquired about where Chang was living, and Chang replied that he resided in the Shangqing Palace on Mount Lao. That night, the two of them slept foot to foot. During the night, Zhou had a dream in which Chang lay naked on top of him, pressing down so heavily that he couldn't breathe. Astonished, he asked Chang why he was doing this, but Chang didn't reply a word. Zhou suddenly woke up in alarm. He called out for Chang, but there was no response. Sitting up, he realized the bed was empty, and Chang had vanished into thin air. Zhou, still startled, sat for a while, only to discover he was on Chang's bed. He wondered aloud. "I wasn't drunk last night, so how did I end up in this bizarre state?" He then called for his servants. When they brought a lamp and saw him sitting there, they were sure he was Chang. Zhou had a thick beard, but now, as he ran his hand over his face, he felt that there were hardly any hairs left. He then picked up a mirror and was horrified when he saw Chang's reflection instead of his own. He exclaimed, "Why does Chang appear in the mirror, and where have I gone?" After a while, Zhou finally realized that Chang had used magic to persuade him to join him in seclusion. He wanted to return to his own room, but his younger brother, seeing Zhou's altered appearance, blocked his way and wouldn't let him in. Zhou had no way to explain everything, so he ordered his servants to prepare horses and set out to search for Chang together. After traveling for several days, they entered Mount Lao. Zhou's horse was much faster, and his servants couldn't catch up. Zhou halted his horse under a tree to take a break. While resting, he noticed many Taoist priests coming and going. One of them kept staring at him. Zhou approached this Taoist priest and inquired about Chang's whereabouts. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "I've heard of that name, he seems to live in the Shangqing Palace." With that, the Taoist priest walked away. Zhou watched him go and noticed that he had a brief conversation with another person before departing. The person who spoke to the Taoist priest gradually approached Zhou. To Zhou's surprise, he recognized this person as a fellow scholar from their hometown. The scholar, astonished, asked, "We haven't seen each other in years. I heard from others that you've been studying Taoism in the famous mountains. Are you still indulging in worldly affairs?" Zhou realized that this scholar mistook him for Chang, so he recounted the strange events. The scholar was taken aback and said, "I just met him a moment ago and thought he was you. He left not long ago, perhaps he hasn't gone far." Zhou was equally astonished and told the scholar, "It's truly strange. How could I not recognize my own face when it passed right by me?" At that moment, Zhou's servants found his location. He quickly mounted his horse and galloped ahead to catch up with the Taoist. However, to his amazement, the Taoist had vanished without a trace. They pursued for a while, but the mountain terrain grew increasingly rugged, making it impossible to continue on horseback. Zhou entrusted his horse to his servants and instructed them to return home while he continued on foot, determined to pursue the Taoist. After walking for a while, Zhou spotted a Taoist disciple sitting alone. He approached and asked for directions, explaining that he was looking for Chang. The Taoist disciple introduced himself as Chang's junior disciple, took Zhou's provisions and clothes, and carried them on his back. He then guided Zhou on their journey. They traveled together, enduring hardships and sleeping under the stars for 3 days. They walked quite a distance. When they finally arrived, Zhou realized that this place wasn't the Shangqing Palace that people spoke of in the mortal world. It was already mid-October, yet the surroundings were still filled with blooming flowers, far from the early winter season. The Taoist disciple entered to report the arrival of a guest, and Chang immediately came out to greet Zhou. It was only then that Zhou recognized his own appearance. They held hands and entered the house, engaging in conversation over wine. Zhou noticed several birds in the courtyard, adorned with colorful feathers. These birds were exceptionally tame, not fearing humans, and their melodious calls resembled the sound of musical instruments. They often flew to their seats and sang. Zhou was deeply amazed but couldn't forget the mortal world and had no intention of staying there for long. There were 2 meditation cushions on the floor, and Chang pulled Zhou to sit cross-legged beside him. After midnight, Zhou's mind became tranquil. He sat there peacefully and suddenly felt like he had dozed off. When he woke up, he realized that his body had returned to its original state, with his thick beard intact, just as it had been before. After daybreak, Zhou still insisted on returning home. Cheng tried hard to persuade him. After 3 days, Cheng finally said to Zhou, "Please rest for a while and then I will send you back." Zhou had just closed his eyes when he heard Cheng calling him, saying, "Your belongings are ready." He got up and followed Cheng on the road, but the path they took was completely different from the one they had come on. Zhou felt that it hadn't been long before he could already see his house in the distance. Cheng sat by the roadside, waiting for Zhou to go home by himself. Zhou insisted that Cheng come with him, but Cheng refused, so Zhou had no choice but to walk slowly back home by himself. He knocked on the door a few times, but no one answered. He was about to climb over the wall when he suddenly felt as light as a leaf. With a gentle leap, he jumped over the courtyard wall. In this way, he leaped over several walls until he reached his own bedroom. Zhou saw the bedroom's lights were on, and his wife, Wang Shi, hadn't gone to sleep yet. He could hear her murmuring and talking to someone inside the room. Zhou carefully licked the window paper and secretly glanced inside, only to discover his wife sharing a drink with a servant, exhibiting a lewd demeanor. A blazing anger welled up inside him, and he wanted to confront the 2 of them inside the room. However, he feared he wouldn't have enough strength on his own. Quietly, he turned back, opened the front door, and ran all the way to Cheng's place. He recounted everything he had witnessed to Cheng and requested his assistance. Cheng willingly accompanied him and entered the innermost bedroom. Zhou picked up a stone and pounded on the door, causing chaos inside. The more Zhou pounded on the door from outside, the more firmly it seemed to be held shut from the inside. Cheng used his sword to push the door open, and Zhou rushed inside. The servant jumped out of the window to escape but was blocked by Cheng outside. Cheng swiftly swung his sword, severing the servant's arm. Zhou then interrogated his wife and learned that she had been having an affair with this servant while he was imprisoned. Zhou borrowed Cheng's sword, beheaded his wife, and hung her entrails on a tree in the courtyard. They then followed the same path back to the Shangqing Palace. At that moment, Zhou suddenly woke up, realizing he was still lying on the bed in the Shangqing Palace. Astonished, he said to Cheng, "I just had a bizarre dream. It was both shocking and frightening." Cheng smiled and replied, "In your dream, you thought it was reality. In reality, you think it's a dream." Zhou was puzzled and asked for an explanation. Cheng took out the sword, which still had traces of blood on it, to show him. Zhou immediately became terrified, as he thought it was just another illusion created by Cheng's magic. Understanding Zhou's doubts, Cheng packed their belongings and sent Zhou back home along the same path they had come. The 2 of them walked slowly to the entrance of Zhou's village. Cheng said, "On that night before, when I held the sword and waited for you, wasn't it right here? I detest the impurities of the human world. Please allow me to wait for you here. If you don't return by the afternoon, I will go back on my own." Zhou returned home alone, only to find the area around his house desolate and abandoned, as if no one had lived there for a long time. He then went to his younger brother's residence. When his younger brother saw him, he burst into tears. His younger brother said, "Since you left, one night, robbers suddenly came to your house. They broke into the inner room, killed sister-in-law, and even disemboweled her before leaving. It was an extremely cruel act. To this day, the authorities are still hunting for these robbers, but they have never been captured." Upon hearing his younger brother's account, Zhou finally understood everything. He told his younger brother the whole truth and advised him not to pursue the matter any further. His younger brother, stunned by the revelation, remained silent for a long time. Zhou then inquired about his own son. His younger brother had the nursemaid bring the child to them. Zhou said to his brother, "This child in swaddling clothes will carry on the Zhou family's lineage in the future. You must take good care of him. As for me, I must bid farewell to this world." After saying this, Zhou stood up and walked out of the house. His younger brother ran after him, wanting to persuade him to stay, but Zhou only smiled and didn't look back. When they reached the wilderness, Zhou turned back from a distance and shouted to his younger brother, "Being tolerant and patient in all things is the greatest happiness." His younger brother wanted to say more, but seeing Chang's wide sleeves fluttering, the two of them immediately disappeared. His younger brother stood there, disheartened, for a long while, before returning home alone, shedding tears all the way. Zhou's younger brother was a simple and slow-witted man, not skilled in managing his family or their finances. After several years had passed, the Zhou family became increasingly impoverished. Zhou's son was growing up, but the family had no money to hire a teacher for him. Faced with no other choice, Zhou's younger brother had to teach the boy himself. One clear morning, Zhou's younger brother entered the study and noticed a letter on the desk. The letter was tightly sealed, and the envelope bore the words, "To my virtuous brother." He carefully examined it and recognized the handwriting of his elder brother. He opened the envelope, only to find it empty, with nothing inside except for a fingernail, about 2 fingers in length. His younger brother found this extremely puzzling. He placed the fingernail on an inkstone and left the room to inquire with the family members about the origin of the letter. However, no one knew anything about it. When he returned to the study and checked again, he discovered that the inkstone beneath the fingernail had turned into gleaming gold. His younger brother was greatly astonished. He conducted further experiments, using the fingernail to touch copper and iron objects in the house, and found that they, too, transformed into gold. From that day on, the Zhou family became extraordinarily wealthy. Zhou's younger brother then took 1,000 taels of gold and presented it to Chang's son. Not long after, rumors began to circulate throughout the village that these two families had learned the art of alchemy, the ability to turn stone into gold. Capturing foxes. There was an old man surnamed Sun, who was my relative and also an uncle by marriage. He had always been quite fearless and unafraid of anything. One noon, he was lying on his bed taking a rest. Suddenly, he felt as if something was crawling onto his bed. Before he knew it, he sensed his body swaying as if he were floating in midair. Mr. Sun thought to himself, could this be a mischievous fox spirit? He sneaked a look and saw something about the size of a cat nestled there. It had yellow fur and a green beak, and it was creeping slowly from his feet towards him, as if trying not to wake him up. The creature carefully crawled up his body. Mr. Sun felt that when it touched his feet, they became numb, and when it touched his thighs, they turned weak. Just as the small thing crawled onto his belly, Mr. Sun abruptly sat up. He used his hand to grab and instantly seized its neck, holding on tightly without letting go. The creature seemed to be in pain and fear, and it let out urgent and hoarse cries, struggling in vain to break free. In a hurry, Mr. Sun called his wife and fastened a strap around the creature's waist. Then, he grasped the ends of the strap with his hands, holding it firmly. With a smile, he said, "I've heard you're skilled at transformations. I'll keep my eyes on you to see what you'll become." As soon as he finished speaking, the creature suddenly contracted its belly. It squeezed its abdomen like a thin tube, almost slipping out of the bound strap. Startled, Mr. Sun tightened the strap once more, holding onto it with force. At this moment, the creature inflated its belly again, making it as wide as a bull's mouth and extremely hard, rendering the strap unable to cinch it tight. After a while, Mr. Sun's hands grew tired, so he relaxed his grip slightly. The creature took advantage of the opportunity to contract again, prompting Mr. Sun to firmly hold onto it once more. Worried it might escape, he urgently asked his wife to kill it. However, in her panic, she had forgotten where she had placed the knife. She looked around frantically, searching for the knife in the house. Seeing his wife's distressed appearance, Mr. Sun realized she had forgotten where the knife was. He turned his face to the left, gesturing towards the knife's location. Yet, when he turned back, he saw that the strap binding the creature was like an empty loop in his hand, and the creature had vanished without a trace. Monster in the buckwheat field. There was an old man named N in Changshan County. He didn't have many hobbies, he simply loved working in the fields. One autumn, the buckwheat that old man had planted was ready for harvest. After reaping the buckwheat, he piled it by the edge of the field. At that time, there were people from nearby villages who would come to steal crops. So, old man instructed his laborers to load the buckwheat onto carts during the night and transport it to their own barn. Once the workers had loaded the buckwheat and taken it back, old man stayed behind to patrol the field alone. After walking for a while and feeling tired, he rested by laying his head on a spear in the field. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly heard a crackling sound, like someone stepping on the buckwheat roots. Suspicious that crop thieves had come, he quickly looked up. To his surprise, what appeared in the field wasn't a person, it was a giant ghost, over 10 feet tall. The ghost had fiery red hair and a tangled beard, looking extremely terrifying. Strangely, it was gradually approaching Old Manon. Seeing the huge ghost, Old Manon was shocked. He didn't have time to be scared. He picked up the spear, leapt up, and thrust it at the ghost with all his might. The ghost let out a thunderous roar and disappeared. Worried that the ghost might return, Old Manon carried the spear and rushed back home. On the way, he encountered his laborers, and he told them everything he had witnessed and advised them not to go there again. However, the laborers were only half convinced. The next day, while everyone was out in the field drying buckwheat, they suddenly heard noises in the sky. Old Man, upon hearing the sounds, shouted in fear. "The ghost is here! Run, everyone!" And so, he started running, and everyone followed suit. After a while, the noises stopped, and everyone gathered together again. Old Man told the laborers, "Tomorrow, when we come to the field, let's bring bows and arrows. If the ghost returns, we can protect ourselves." Sure enough, the ghost returned the next day. When everyone saw it, they began shooting arrows at it. Several arrows were released simultaneously, and upon seeing the arrows, the ghost was frightened and fled. After that, for the next 2 or 3 days, the ghost didn't return, and it seemed that peace was restored to Old Man's farmland. The buckwheat was successfully stored in the barn, leaving only scattered wheat straw in the fields. Old Manon had the laborers clean up the straw, stacking it into wheat stacks. Once the stacks were built, Old Manon climbed up and used his feet to compact them. The stacks reached several feet high off the ground. Standing on top, Old Manon could see far ahead. Suddenly, Old Manon shouted again, exclaiming, "The ghost is here! Quickly, shoot at it!" The people hurried to fetch bows and arrows, but by then, the ghost had already pounced on Old Manon. The ghost knocked him down, bit off a chunk of his forehead, and then escaped. The laborers climbed to the top of the wheat stack to check, finding that Old Manon had a palm-sized piece of his forehead bone bitten off, and he was unconscious. They quickly carried him back home, but Old Manon was already at death's door. Within a few days, he passed away like this. However, after that, the ghost never appeared again. It remains unknown what kind of monster it truly was. Groom. In the Jiangnan region, a scholar named Mei Aochong once told me an unusual tale. He informed me that his fellow townsman, Mr. Soon, while serving as a magistrate in Dezhou, presided over a remarkably strange case. At the outset, in a village under his jurisdiction, there was a family arranging a marriage for their son. After welcoming the new bride into their home, relatives and neighbors from the village gathered to offer their congratulations. They drank and chatted together late into the night. However, at one point, the groom rose from his seat and left the gathering. He walked into the courtyard and noticed that the bride was wearing bright and colorful attire, briskly heading towards the back of the house. This raised suspicions in the groom's mind, prompting him to follow closely behind and give chase. Behind the house, there stretched a lengthy stream, and a small bridge connected its banks. The groom watched in astonishment as the bride walked directly across the bridge. His suspicions deepened. Urgently, he called out to her to return, but instead of responding, she signaled for him to come closer from a distance. Worried and perplexed, the groom hurried towards her, yet despite their proximity of only a foot or so, he found himself unable to catch up to her, no matter how fast he pursued. And so, they walked for several miles until they arrived at a village. The new bride finally came to a stop. She turned to the groom and said, "Your home seems rather quiet and desolate. I'm not accustomed to it. Please stay with me temporarily at my home for a few days, and then we can go together to visit your parents." With that, she removed a hairpin from her head and used it to gently tap on the courtyard gate. Soon, a young girl answered the call and opened the gate. The new bride entered the courtyard, and the groom, with no other choice, followed her inside. Upon entering the living room, the groom saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law sitting there. They looked at him with warm smiles and said, "Our daughter has always been pampered since childhood and has never left our side for a moment. Now that she's married and away from home, we naturally feel sadness and longing. But seeing her return with you brings comfort to our hearts. Please stay here for a few days, and when the time comes, we will surely send both of you back to your home." With that, they prepared a room for the newlyweds, complete with a comfortable bed and bedding. And so, the groom settled down in this new home. The groom's family and guests, growing concerned when the groom didn't return for a long time after leaving the house, decided to search for him together. However, when they entered the newlyweds' room, they found only the new bride, who had no idea where the groom had gone. From that day on, the groom's family searched everywhere for him, but there was no sign of him. His parents were especially heartbroken, believing that their son must have met with an unfortunate fate. Nearly half a year passed in this manner, and the new bride's parents were sorrowful that their daughter remained without a husband. They approached the groom's father with a request to have their daughter remarried. The groom's father, though deeply saddened, replied, "I haven't seen my son's remains or clothing, so how can we be sure he's truly gone? Even if he were to be deceased, waiting another year before allowing the new bride to remarry wouldn't be too late. Why the rush?" Frustrated by this response, the new bride's father took the matter to the authorities. Mr. Soon, as the magistrate, listened carefully to the accusations brought by the bride's parents. He found the case to be indeed bizarre, but he couldn't find an immediate solution. In the end, he ruled that the new bride should wait in her home for 3 years. He also instructed his clerk to document the case and then sent both families back to their homes. Now, back to the groom. He stayed in what could be called his new bride's home and received the warmest hospitality from her family. However, the groom often worried about his own parents. Every time he discussed returning home with the new bride, she agreed, but she always procrastinated and wouldn't set out immediately. With each delay, the groom unknowingly spent over half a year at his bride's home, yet he remained hesitant and uncertain. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find peace in his heart. Finally, in frustration, the groom decided to return home on his own. But the new bride was adamant about keeping him there and wouldn't let him leave. One day, something unusual happened at the new bride's house. Everyone appeared frantic and alarmed, as if they were expecting some imminent danger. The father-in-law hastily approached the groom and said, "We had planned to send both of you home in a few days, but unexpectedly, we haven't prepared the gifts and belongings for you yet, and a calamity has befallen our house. We have no choice but to send you home immediately." With that, the father-in-law hurriedly escorted the groom to the door. Just as the groom was being sent off, the father-in-law swiftly turned back and rushed inside. Even their parting gestures seemed rushed. When the groom turned around to find his way home, he was astonished to see that the father-in-law's house had mysteriously disappeared, and in its place stood a towering tombstone. Shocked, the groom hurriedly retraced his steps to find his way back home. Upon his return, the groom's family was both surprised and relieved to see him. He then recounted the strange events to them in detail. The groom's family reported everything to Magistrate Soon, who summoned the bride's father to explain the groom's departure. Magistrate Soon offered counsel to the bride's father and, in the end, the bride was returned to the groom's home. It wasn't until this moment that the newlyweds could finally be married. Jiao Ming. The home of Dong Muoen, a scholar serving in the Hanlin Academy, faced persistent harassment from a mischievous fox spirit. Their home was frequently subjected to sudden and violent occurrences, where bricks, stones, and tiles would plummet from the roof like hailstones. Each time this happened, the family members had no choice but to flee in every direction to avoid being struck. They could only return to resume their household tasks after the fox spirit had ceased its disturbance. Dong Muoen was deeply troubled by these events and experienced sleepless nights as a result. In an attempt to escape the fox spirit's torment, he moved to the mansion of Grand Marshal Sunswooding, but the fox continued its mischievous behavior unabated. One day, while awaiting the morning court assembly, Dong Muoen shared the strange happenings at his home with his colleagues. One high-ranking minister happened to suggest that a Taoist priest named Jiao Ming, who resided in the inner city and specialized in drawing protective talismans to ward off evil spirits, might be of great help. Without hesitation, Dong Muoen paid a visit to Taoist Jiao Ming and beseeched him for assistance in dealing with the troublesome fox spirit. Taoist Jiao Ming crafted a talisman using cinnabar and instructed Dong Muoen to affix it to the walls of his home. However, to their astonishment, the fox spirit remained unafraid and escalated its disruptive activities, showering them with bricks and stones even more intensely. Frustrated, Dong Muoen informed the Taoist of the ongoing disturbances, which infuriated the Taoist. Determined to put an end to the problem, Taoist Jiao Ming came to Dong Muoen's residence and erected a divine altar to perform his mystical arts. Before long, the Dong family members witnessed a large fox crouching beneath the divine altar. The servants of the Dong household had suffered greatly due to the fox's disturbances and harbored deep resentment toward it. One maid approached with the intention of striking the fox, but suddenly collapsed on the ground, ceasing to breathe. The Taoist sighed and said, "This beast is exceedingly audacious, and I cannot subdue it immediately." How could you, a young woman, dare to provoke it lightly? He continued. However, I can temporarily use the maid's body to question the fox. It is a solution. With that, he placed his index and middle fingers together and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, the maid rose from the ground and knelt before them. The Taoist inquired about her place of origin, and the maid, speaking in a fox-like voice, said, I was born in the western regions, and there are a total of 18 foxes who entered the capital with me. The Taoist raised his voice, saying, The capital where the emperor resides is no place for creatures like you to dwell permanently. Leave here immediately. The fox spirit, however, remained silent. The Taoist struck the table in anger and exclaimed, Do you intend to defy my command? If you delay any further, my magic will show you no mercy. The fox spirit then revealed a fearful and anxious expression and, through the maid's mouth, expressed its willingness to obey the command. The Taoist urged it to depart swiftly. At this point, the maid once again collapsed on the ground, ceasing to breathe, and only after a considerable time did she finally regain consciousness and come back to life. Shortly after, the members of the Dong family witnessed a peculiar sight. 4 or 5 white orbs, round and chubby like small balls, clung to the eaves of their house. These orbs playfully chased one another, moving closely in pursuit. After some time, they all departed, leaving the Dong family's residence in complete tranquility. From that day onward, the Dong family enjoyed undisturbed peace. Zhuer. Once upon a time in Chengzhou, there lived a man named Li Hua who owned a vast amount of farmland. Despite being in his 50s, he still hadn't been blessed with a son. Li Hua had a daughter named Xiao Hui. She possessed a striking beauty, and both her parents adored her dearly. However, tragedy struck when Xiao Hui fell ill at the age of 14, and to everyone's sorrow, she passed away. The loss of their daughter cast a cold and empty atmosphere over the household. Li Hua found life duller without her and decided to marry a younger woman. Over a year passed, and the new wife gave birth to a son for Li Hua. He cherished the boy as a precious gem and named him Zhuer. As Zhuer grew, he developed a strong and handsome physique, yet he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. His mind seemed rather simple, and he often struggled to communicate clearly. Even at the ages of 5 or 6, he couldn't distinguish between beans and wheat, and his speech was often muddled and stuttered. Despite this, Li Hua cared little for his son's limitations and continued to adore him wholeheartedly. In Changzhou's bustling streets, there was a one-eyed monk who begged for alms every day. This monk seemed to possess knowledge about others' private matters, which left the surrounding people astonished. People believed the one-eyed monk was somewhat divine, even spreading tales that he held the power to predict life's fortunes and misfortunes. Thus, the monk started using his reputation to demand money and goods from others, often requesting significant sums that people dared not refuse. One day, the monk approached Li Hua and asked for 100 coins. Li Hua was in a predicament and gave him only 10 coins, but the monk flatly refused them. With no other choice, Li Hua decided to offer the monk 30 coins instead, which resulted in a stern reprimand from the monk. the monk told Li Hua. Today, I must have 100 coins, not a single coin less. Hearing this, Li Hua was infuriated and collected his money to leave. In a fit of anger, the monk stood up and warned Li Hua. Don't you dare regret this, don't you dare. Soon after, Zhu'er suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his chest, writhing in agony and turning as pale as ash. Li Hua was terrified by this sight and immediately rushed to beg the one-eyed monk for help, clutching 80 coins in his hand. When the one-eyed monk saw Li Hua, he smiled and remarked, "It's not easy for you to bring forth so much money. However, I'm just a simple rural monk, what can I really do?" Realizing the monk's unwillingness to assist, Li Hua had no choice but to return home. To his dismay, he found his son had already passed away. Filled with grief, Li Hua wrote a petition to the local county official to report the incident. The county official ordered the arrest of the one-eyed monk for questioning. The monk skillfully defended himself without revealing the truth. The county official commanded his officers to flog the monk, but the blows seemed to land on him as though he were made of leather. The county official then ordered his officers to search the monk's belongings. They found 2 wooden figures, a small coffin, and 5 small flags on his person. Enraged by these discoveries, the county official pointed to these items and scolded the monk, who finally showed fear and bowed repeatedly. The county official paid no heed to the monk's pleas for mercy and ordered the officers to beat him to death with sticks. After the incident concluded, Li Hua expressed his gratitude to the county official and returned home. As Li Hua arrived home, the night had already fallen. He sat down with his wife on the bed, weeping. Suddenly, a young child hurriedly entered the room. The child addressed Li Hua, saying, "Daddy, why did you leave so quickly? I tried my best to catch up." Li Hua estimated that the child was only around 7 or 8 years old. Taken aback, he was about to inquire about the child, but he noticed that the child appeared ethereal, like smoke and mist. To his surprise, the child entered the room and even sat down on the bed. Li Hua tried to push him off, but the child fell to the ground without making a sound. The child said to Li Hua, "Daddy, why did you do that?" In the blink of an eye, the child was back on the bed. Li Hua was overcome with fear and pulled his wife outside. But to his astonishment, the child followed them out, still calling out "Daddy" and "Mommy," making baby noises without pause. When Li Hua reached the small house where his second wife lived, he locked the door in a hurry. However, when he turned around, he found the child standing beside his legs once more. Li Hua questioned the child in alarm, asking what he wanted. The child replied, "I'm from Suzhou, and my last name is Zhang. I lost my parents when I was 6 years old. My older brother and sister-in-law couldn't tolerate me, so they sent me away to live with my maternal grandfather. One day, while playing outside, I was deceived and led away by an evil monk, who killed me under a mulberry tree. He compelled my spirit to help him harm others. My grievances and resentment were buried deep in the ground, preventing me from finding release or reincarnation. Thanks to you, Daddy, for clearing my name and seeking revenge. I'm willing to be your son and take care of you for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Li Hua told the child, humans and ghosts exist in separate worlds. How can we rely on each other? The child persisted. As long as you prepare a small room for me and arrange a set of bedding, I'll only need a cup of cold rice soup every day, nothing more. Li Hua agreed, and the child was overjoyed. Thus, he began living alone in the small house. The next morning, the family discovered that the child was coming and going around the courtyard, as if he truly belonged there. He overheard Li Hua's second wife weeping every day due to her longing for her son. He asked her, "How many days has your son Zhu'er been dead?" She replied that Zhu'er had been dead for 7 days. The child then said, "Considering the cold weather, the body should not have decayed immediately. You can open the coffin and see. If the body is not damaged, I can bring him back to life." Upon hearing this, Li Hua's family was very pleased, so they went to dig up the grave together with the child and opened the coffin to examine the body. They found that Zhu'er's body was still intact. Despite their joy at seeing Zhu'er's body, the family was naturally still saddened. At that moment, Li Hua turned around and realized the child had disappeared. Puzzled, he carried Zhu'er's body back home. As soon as they placed the body on the bed, they noticed that Zhu'er's eyes were moving. After a while, Zhu'er unexpectedly spoke, asking for hot water to drink. After drinking the hot water, he broke out in a sweat and was able to sit up after sweating. Everyone was thrilled to see Zhu'er come back to life. Unexpectedly, after his revival, Zhu'er became intelligent and clever, quite different from before. However, they found that he was lifeless and motionless during the night, with no sign of breath. When they turned him over, they discovered he was completely still, as if dead. This astonished everyone, and they thought he had died again. To their surprise, when it was nearly dawn, he woke up once more. They approached him and asked what had happened. He explained, "When I followed the evil monk before, we had 2 children. The other child was named Gerzi. Yesterday, I couldn't catch up to Daddy because I was saying goodbye to Gerzi behind me. He told me that he's now in the underworld, serving as the godson of a rich man, Mr. Jiang, and living a carefree life. Last night, he came to me to play. Just now, he sent me back using a white-nosed, black-mouthed yellow horse." Li Hua's second wife quickly asked him, "Did you see my Zhu'er in the underworld?" He replied, "Your Zhu'er has been reborn." He and Daddy did not share a father-son connection. It was just that Yan Zifang from Jinling used Zhu'er's body to reclaim the 1800 coins Daddy owed him. Only then did Li Hua recall that when he was doing business in Jinling, he owed Yan Zifang money for goods. Later, he heard that Yan Zifang had passed away, and he thought the matter had been forgotten. Hearing the child's words today, Li Hua was greatly frightened. Li Hua's second wife then asked the child, "In the underworld, did you see your sister Xiao Hui?" The child said, "I didn't see her. I'll search for her next time I go." After another 2 or 3 days, the child said to Li Hua's wife, "I saw my sister. She's doing well in the afterlife, and she's even married to the son of King Chu Jiang. She's adorned with pearls and jade, surrounded by countless servants whenever she steps out. Li Hua's wife asked. If she's doing so well, why doesn't she come back home to visit? The child replied. Since she's already passed away, she technically has no connection left with you. However, if you recount her past experiences in detail, it will evoke her emotions towards you. Yesterday, with the help of Mr. Jiang, I managed to meet my sister. She had me sit on a coral bed and I shared stories of her life with our earthly parents. But, she seemed to be in a daze as if half asleep. I continued. Sister, when you were on Earth, you enjoyed embroidering twin flowers and accidentally pricked your finger. The blood stain stained the bedspread, and you embroidered a red cloud shape on the stained part. Mother still hangs that bedspread on the wall by the bed, as she misses you dearly. Has sister forgotten about this? It was then that she felt a sense of sorrow. She told me. Wait for me to talk to my husband, and ask him if I can go back home to visit mother. Li Hua's wife inquired about the day their daughter would return home, but the child said he didn't know. One day, the child said to Li Hua's wife, my sister will be here soon. She's accompanied by many attendants. You should prepare food and drinks for them. After a while, he rushed into the house and said, Sister has arrived. He moved a chair into the main hall and said, Sister, take a rest and don't be too saddened for now. However, no one could see anyone entering the house. The child led people to conduct a ritual outside, and then he returned and said, Sister's attendants have temporarily left. She asked, Is the green brocade coverlet that used to be on the bed still there? Li Hua's wife replied, Yes, it is. Immediately, she opened the chest and took out the coverlet. The child continued. Sister asked me to place the coverlet in her old chamber. She's a bit tired now and needs to rest. We can speak with mother again tomorrow morning. In the eastern neighbor's house lived Xiao's daughter, who was once a close friend of Xiao Hui during their teenage years. On that evening, Xiao's daughter had an unexpected dream where she saw Xiao Hui wearing a headscarf and a purple shawl, visiting her. Xiao Hui's way of speaking and her mannerisms were just like they used to be. Xiao Hui told Xiao's daughter, I'm no longer a human now. Wanting to see my parents is like crossing vast oceans and mountains. Tomorrow, I wish to use your body to speak to my family. Please don't be frightened. At the break of dawn, while Xiao's daughter was conversing with her mother, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. After a while, she regained consciousness and said to her mother, Xiao Hui and aunt have been apart for several years. I didn't expect that you now have white hair. Her mother, taken aback, asked, Honey, have you gone mad? Without saying anything, the daughter bid farewell to her mother and started to walk outside. Her mother, sensing that there was a reason behind this, followed her. Zhao's daughter ran directly to the Li family's residence, where she clung to Li Hua's wife and wept sorrowfully. Li Hua's wife was greatly surprised, not knowing what was happening. The daughter said, Mom, I returned yesterday, tired and couldn't find the chance to speak with you. It's my filial duty, but at such a young age, I left this world, leaving you and Dad grieving and longing. It's truly a sin." Hearing these words, Li Hua's wife finally grasped the situation and began to cry. After her tears subsided, Li Hua's wife asked Xiao Hui, "I heard that you're now married into a wealthy and prominent family. That brings me comfort. But how did you manage to come here?" Xiao Hui replied, "My husband and I share a deep love, and my in-laws are very fond of me. Although I'm alone in that world, they've never treated me poorly." Li Hua's wife noticed that while Xiao Hui was alive, she used to support her cheeks with her hands while talking. Surprisingly, Zhao's daughter exhibited the same gestures and expressions as Xiao Hui. Not long after, Zhuo rushed in and said, "The people who are taking sister back have arrived." Zhao's daughter stood up, tearfully bowed to Li Hua and his wife, and told them, "I'm leaving." With that, Zhao's daughter collapsed to the ground. After an hour had passed, she slowly regained consciousness. Several months later, Li Hua fell seriously ill, and medical treatment proved ineffective. The child told the Li family, "Daddy is afraid he will pass away sooner or later, and there's no way to save him now. There are two little ghosts sitting at his bedside. One is holding an iron stick, and the other is clutching a 4 to 5 foot long nettle rope. I've been begging them day and night, but they just won't leave." Li's wife cried, and she began to prepare his burial clothes. That night, the child walked in briskly and said, "All unrelated women, please step aside. Brother-in-law is here to see Daddy." After a while, the child clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Li's wife asked what happened, and the child said, "I'm laughing at those two little ghosts. They heard that brother-in-law was here and got so scared they hid under the bed, like timid turtles." Not long after, the child looked at the sky and greeted it, also inquiring about the well-being of his sister, Xiao Hui. He smiled and clapped his hands again, saying, "The two ghost servants begged brother-in-law not to make them leave. But now they have to surrender." Then the child walked out of the door, returned, and told everyone, "Brother-in-law has left. He took the two little ghosts with him, tied to his horse's reins. Daddy's illness should be getting better. Brother-in-law also told me to report to the king of the underworld and ask for 100 years of life for Daddy and Mommy." The whole family was overjoyed upon hearing this. In the middle of the night, Li Hua's condition miraculously improved, and after a few days, he had fully recovered. Li Hua was overjoyed and invited a teacher to educate the child. Unexpectedly, the child was incredibly bright, and he passed the imperial examination at the age of 18 and became a scholar. Moreover, he could speak about matters related to the underworld. Whenever a neighbor fell ill, he could pinpoint the location of the ghosts haunting them. He instructed the affected family to burn fire at that spot, and afterward, the patient would miraculously recover without any medication. However, one day, the child fell seriously ill, his skin turning blue and purple. He claimed it was a punishment from the spirits for revealing things he shouldn't have. From that moment on, he never spoke about the underworld or spirits again. Tiny people speaking through eyes. In the ancient city of Chang'an, there lived a scholar named Fong Dong. He was talented and quite famous, but his character was frivolous and undisciplined. Whenever he went out, he would follow women who were out for leisure, making them feel uncomfortable and uneasy. As a result, young women would avoid him whenever they saw him. One day, before the Qingming festival, Fong Dong went to the outskirts of the city to have some fun. Suddenly, he saw a carriage passing by, adorned with red curtains and embroidered drapes. Several young maidservants in blue attire were riding horses, following the carriage. Among them was a maid riding a small horse, and she was exceptionally beautiful. As usual, Fong Dong approached to sneak a look. He saw that the carriage's curtains were drawn back, and inside sat a girl around 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed splendidly and exuded a beauty unlike any he had seen before. Fong Dong became mesmerized by the girl and couldn't control his emotions. He followed her, sometimes leading the way, other times trailing behind, for miles on end. Suddenly, he heard the girl inside the carriage calling one of the maidservants and saying, "Lower the curtain. That impudent young man outside has been peeking at me. It's really rude." The maid heard her mistress's words and lowered the curtain, then turned angrily toward Fong Dong and scolded. "My mistress is the newlywed wife of Lord Qi, the governor of Furong City. She is returning to her family to visit her mother-in-law and not some ordinary person's wife. Don't you know how impolite it is to peek at my mistress?" After saying this, the maid jumped off her horse, scooped up some dirt from the roadside ditch, and threw it at Fong Dong. His eyes were immediately covered with dirt, and he couldn't open them no matter how hard he tried. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and finally managed to open them again, but the carriage had vanished. Fong Dong felt a mix of shock and doubt and could only return home disappointed. When he arrived home, Fong Dong felt discomfort in his eyes. He had someone look at them and discovered a thin membrane had grown over his eyeballs. Over the next few days, the membrane grew thicker, eventually becoming as thick as a coin, and a spiral-shaped membrane also formed on his right eye. Worried, Fong Dong sought medical treatment, trying various remedies, but nothing could cure his eyes. His eyesight deteriorated, and he constantly shed tears. Fong Dong felt remorseful and dejected, reflecting on his frivolous behavior that day with deep regret. Upon hearing from others that reciting Buddhist scriptures could dispel misfortune, he decided to find a scroll of Buddhist scriptures and asked someone to teach him how to read and memorize them. At the beginning, Fong Dong would loudly recite the scriptures every day, but he still felt restless and uneasy in his heart. He could only persist with great difficulty. However, as time passed, Fong Dong's restless emotions gradually settled down. Gradually, whenever there was nothing to do in the morning or evening, he would sit in his bedroom with crossed legs, fingering the Buddhist beads while reciting the scriptures. In this way, after persisting for a year, Fong Dong felt that he had completely rid himself of all his restless emotions. One day, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound like that of mosquitoes in his left eye, saying, Why is it so dark in here? I can't stand it. Another voice responded from his right eye.
Yeah.
Why don't we go out together and enjoy ourselves freely, venting out your frustrations? How about that? At that moment, Fong Dong felt an itching sensation in his nose, as if there were insects crawling inside his nostrils. After a while, it seemed like something crawled out from his nose and left through his nostrils. After a long time, that thing returned and crawled back into his eye socket. Once it entered the eye socket, Fong Dong heard voices speaking inside his eye socket. The voice said, "It's been a long time since I went to the garden. The orchids we were nurturing at home have all withered. What a pity." Fong Dong was particularly fond of orchids and had planted many of them in his courtyard. He used to take care of them personally, watering them regularly. However, ever since both of his eyes were blinded by the thick membrane, he hadn't been to the courtyard to water those orchids for a long time. Upon hearing these words from his eyes, Fong Dong hurriedly asked his wife, "I can't see, so I can't water the orchids at home. Why don't you help me take care of them? Now the orchids have all withered, it's really sad." His wife found Fong Dong's words strange and asked him how he knew about the orchids wilting. So, Fong Dong explained the reason to his wife, telling her about the small beings living inside his eyes. Due to Fong Dong's illness, his wife hadn't had time to tend to the courtyard. But upon hearing his words, she immediately went to the courtyard to check, and she indeed found that all the orchids had withered. His wife found the whole situation very strange, so she quietly hid in the house, watching Fong Dong, waiting for those small beings to appear from his eyes. After a while, she saw two tiny creatures crawling out of Fong Dong's nostrils. They were no bigger than grains of rice and made a squeaky sound as they went out the door. She watched them go further and further away until they disappeared from sight. After a while, the two tiny creatures came back, holding hands, and flew onto Fong Dong's face, just like two bees returning to their hive. This continued for 2 or 3 days. Fong Dong heard the small creature in his left eye say, "The tunnel to the outside is winding and inconvenient. Why don't we open a door ourselves to make it easier to come and go?" The small creature in his right eye replied, "The wall blocking my way is thick, and it's not easy to open it." The small creature in his left eye said, "I'll try to open a door first. If I can make a passage, you can join me." Fong Dong then felt pain in his left eye, as if it were being clawed and torn, making it impossible to open. After a while, the pain eased, and Fong Dong managed to open his eye. To his amazement, he could see the furniture clearly in his room. He was overjoyed and told his wife everything. His wife carefully examined his eyes and found that a small hole had appeared on the thick membrane of his left eye. Through this hole, he could see his bright eyeball, but it was only as big as a grain of rice. The thick membrane on his right eye, however, remained unchanged. Fong Dong now understood that the two pupils had transformed into the talking tiny people inside his eyes. They had now merged into one eye. Although he lost vision in one eye, he could see better than before. Reflecting on his past mistakes, Fong Dong became more self-restrained and better behaved. His fellow villagers praised him for his self-improvement and high moral character. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. I remember there was a scholar in our village. One day, he was walking with two friends when they saw a young woman riding a donkey in the distance. The scholar playfully remarked, "There's a beauty ahead." Then, he turned to his friends and said, "Let's catch up to her and see what she's like." So, they all laughed and ran towards the young woman. After a while, they caught up to her, and the scholar realized that the young woman was actually his daughter-in-law. He felt ashamed and embarrassed, lowering his head in silence. His friends pretended not to know and made some inappropriate comments about the young woman's appearance. The scholar was extremely awkward and could only stammer, "Please stop. She is my eldest son's wife." His friends chuckled quietly and refrained from making further comments. Frivolous people often bring shame upon themselves, and this is truly ironic. As for Fong Dong, his narrowed eyes and blindness were indeed a punishment from the heavens. As for the lady of Furong City, she might have been a deity or even an incarnation of a bodhisattva. However, in the end, the tiny people formed from his pupils removed the thick membranes from his eyes. This illustrates that while spirits and gods may punish humans severely, they can also offer a chance for those who have made mistakes to reform themselves. Continuation of the Yellow Millet Dream. In Fujian, there was a Jiren, a successful candidate in the imperial examination, surnamed Zhang. Let's call him Zhang for now. One year, Zhang passed the imperial examination and became a jinshi, filled with joy. He then invited 2 or 3 fellows who have also become jinshi to the outskirts of the city for a leisurely trip. By chance, they heard about a fortune teller residing at the Pilu Monastery, so they all rode their horses there to seek divination. Upon arriving at the monastery, they found the fortune teller and paid their respects before taking their seats. Seeing their triumphant expressions, the fortune teller understood that they must have encountered good fortune, so he flattered them with a few words. Zhang, fanning himself with a folding fan, smiled slightly and asked the fortune teller, "Will I become a high-ranking official in the future?" The fortune teller put on a serious face and said, "I assure you, you can be a prime minister for 20 years during a peaceful era." Zhang was overjoyed upon hearing this, feeling proud and satisfied. Just then, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Zhang and his companions sought shelter in a monk's quarters to avoid the rain. In the quarters, they noticed an elderly monk sitting there. The old monk had deep eye sockets and a prominent nose. Sitting on a cushion, he exuded an air of arrogance and didn't bother to greet them. After paying their respects to the old monk, Zhang and his companions found him uninteresting and sat on the beds, engaging in separate conversations. Upon hearing what the fortune teller had said earlier, Zhang's companions congratulated him, predicting that he would undoubtedly become a prime minister in the future. Filled with pride, Zhang pointed at his companions and said, "If I become a prime minister, the first thing I'll do is recommend my father-in-law, Elder Zhang, to be the governor of Yingtian Prefecture. I'll also arrange for my cousins to become generals or military officers. Even our old family servant will get a high-ranking position like a commander or something. Once I've settled things for my family, my wish will be fulfilled." Laughter erupted from those present upon hearing this. After a while, the rain outside intensified. Feeling bored and a bit tired, Zhang lay down on the bed, wanting to take a short nap. Suddenly, he saw two eunuchs dispatched from the palace standing before him, holding an imperial edict. The eunuchs unfolded the edict and read it aloud, saying that His Majesty the Emperor summoned Zhang, the Grand Tutor, back to the court to discuss important national matters. Filled with pride, Zhang quickly got up and walked toward the palace. He stood in the court, speaking eloquently. As the emperor listened to him, he smiled in approval, even unconsciously leaning forward. The emperor engaged in a gentle conversation with him for a long time and then ordered that all promotions and demotions of officials below the third rank would be decided by Zhang. Immediately, the emperor bestowed upon Zhang an embroidered robe, a jade belt, and a fine steed for his use. Dressed in the robe and belt, Zhang thanked the emperor and left the palace. When he returned home, he found that his residence had transformed completely. The new house featured painted beams and intricately carved rafters, exuding an air of opulence. Zhang himself couldn't comprehend how he had suddenly reached this level. But whenever he twirled his beard and softly called out, the numerous attendants would respond in unison like thunder echoing. Soon, ministers from the court flocked to his home to congratulate him, bringing various overseas treasures as gifts. They nodded and bowed to Zhang, showering him with flattery. Visitors streamed in continuously, from high-ranking officials to lower-ranking ones, all coming to pay their respects. When high-ranking officials arrived, Zhang rushed to greet them. For officials of a lower rank, he bowed and exchanged a few words. For even lower officials, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. The governor of Shaanxi sent 10 singing and dancing maidens, all of them beautiful women. Among them, 2 stood out, Niao Niao and Xian Xian, both receiving special favor from Zhang. Whenever Zhang had time off at home, he spent the whole day enjoying their performances. One day, Zhang suddenly remembered the assistance he had received from the wealthy local Wang Ziliang when he was poor. Now that he held a high position, he wondered why he shouldn't help Wang Ziliang, who was still struggling. The next morning, he wrote a letter to the emperor, recommending Wang Ziliang and asking for a position of assistant minister for him. The emperor, upon reading Zhang's letter, promptly issued an imperial decree approving the recommendation and promptly promoted Wang Ziliang. Zhang then recalled Guo Taipu, with whom he had some minor grievances. He summoned Mr. Li, an assistant minister, and Chen Chang, an imperial attendant, to discuss his intentions with them. The next day, memorials denouncing Guo Taipu were presented to the emperor, and the emperor immediately issued an edict stripping Guo Taipu of his position. Zhang achieved his desires by returning kindness with kindness and repaying grievances with vengeance, leaving him with a heart full of contentment. One day, by chance, Zhang was passing through the streets on the outskirts of the city when a drunken man accidentally collided with his entourage. He immediately ordered his men to capture the drunkard and bring him to the capital's magistrate, where the man was swiftly beaten to death with a cane. People who lived adjacent to his estate and owned fields adjacent to his land feared his power, and they presented him with the most fertile plots. Gradually, his wealth could almost rival that of the national treasury. Soon, Niao Niao and Xian Xian both passed away, leaving Zhang deeply saddened and longing for them. But suddenly, he remembered a girl from his neighbor's house he had seen many years ago. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and Zhang was enamored by her. He had proposed several times to acquire her as a concubine, but due to his limited wealth, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Luckily, with his newfound fortune, he could finally achieve his desire. He instructed several capable servants to forcefully deliver money to the neighbor's house. Before long, those servants returned with the girl in a sedan chair. Zhang invited her out of the sedan and noticed she had become even more stunning since he last saw her. Zhang often looked back on his life and felt satisfied. Another year passed, and officials in the court began to murmur privately, indicating that some held resentment towards Zhang. However, these individuals dared not voice their concerns openly, and Zhang was too arrogant to pay them any mind. At this time, Scholar Bao of the Longtu court submitted a denouncing memorial to the emperor, roughly saying, "In my personal opinion, Zhang is nothing more than a dissolute character who revels in drinking and gambling, a commoner of the marketplaces." A single phrase he uttered that pleased your majesty earned him your trust and favor. Now, his father and son have both risen to high-ranking positions, reaching the pinnacle of favor. However, he refuses to exert effort for the governance of the state and shies away from selfless dedication. His actions cannot repay the kindness you have shown him. Moreover, he frequently acts recklessly and tyrannically oppresses the common people. His sins are too numerous to count, surpassing even the number of his hairs. Positions in the court are treated like commodities by him. He evaluates their value based on the quality of the office, setting a high or low price. Both civil and military officials seek his patronage to secure promotions. He calculates gains and losses based on the gifts brought by visitors, treating official positions as if they were commodities traded in a market. He has an abundance of sycophants and countless followers who look up to him and revere him. For those exceptional individuals and virtuous ministers who refuse to flatter him, he either sends them to desolate areas for service or directly strips them of their titles and expels them from the court. If officials refuse to comply, they will incur the wrath of this deceitful and villainous power. If officials dare to offend him with their words, he will demote them to distant lands where wild beasts roam. Continuing this way will cause officials to feel disheartened, and your majesty will be isolated from them. Not only that, but Zhang also seized the fertile fields of the farmers for his own use, forcibly taking other people's daughters as concubines. The common people harbored deep resentment towards him, believing that the country would never find peace due to his actions. Even the local officials had to act according to the wishes of Zhang's household servants whenever they arrived in a new place. Zhang's private letters, once sent, had the power to manipulate officials at all levels, making them prioritize personal interests over justice. He even adopted many protégés, who in turn supported their distant relatives. These relatives became unruly and tyrannical, riding in horse-drawn carriages that sped like the wind, wheels roaring like thunder. When they arrived in a location, if the local people didn't comply with their demands, they would whip them as punishment. The entire Zhang family oppressed the people, exploited the officials, leaving nothing untouched wherever they went. Now, Zhang believed himself to be favored by you, the emperor, in the court and showed no signs of remorse. Whenever you questioned him about state affairs in the palace, he would speak eloquently and cunningly. Yet, as soon as he returned home, he would indulge in pleasure in his garden. He was engrossed in indulging in sensual pleasures, leading a life of extravagance and debauchery, with no concern for the welfare of the nation and its people. Could a person like this really be qualified to hold the position of prime minister, such a high-ranking official? At present, the country is facing internal and external troubles, and the people cannot find peace. If you do not swiftly execute him, there will inevitably be a disaster, akin to the likes of Cao Cao and Wang Mang usurped the throne. I am consumed with worry day and night about this matter, unable to sleep in peace. Now, I am risking my life to reveal Zhang's crimes and deliver this letter, fully expecting to face execution, to inform you of the truth. I beseech you to order the beheading of Zhang, to seize all of his ill-gotten wealth, in order to quell the grievances of the people and officials. If any part of my words is false, I am willing to accept the harshest punishment, even if it means being chopped to pieces or boiled in oil. Upon hearing that Scholar Bao had accused him before the emperor, Zhang was overcome with terror, as if he had just been doused with icy water, and a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, His Majesty was magnanimous and chose to hold back the memorial, not issuing any orders. Nevertheless, officials at all levels, including advisors and major administrators, continued to hound him relentlessly. They submitted memorials accusing Zhang to the emperor. Those students who once flocked to him, those who called him their benefactor, now deserted him upon sensing the shifting tides. Consequently, the emperor decreed the confiscation of Zhang's entire estate and banished him to Yunnan to be a slave. Zhang's son was appointed as the magistrate of Pingyang, and the officials had also been dispatched to interrogate and question him. Upon hearing the imperial edict, Zhang was filled with terror, and soon dozens of warriors, armed with swords and spears, entered his residence. They stripped him of his court attire and crown, then bound him and his wife together. Before long, several laborers began moving Zhang's possessions to the courtyard. In an instant, the yard was filled with jewels and gold and silver treasures, totaling millions. Precious gemstones, jade ornaments, agate, and other valuable items piled up, along with countless tents, curtains, and beds. Even baby quilts and women's embroidered shoes were left on the steps. As Zhang inspected each item, he felt a heartache for the extravagance, and every detail stabbed at his conscience. After a while, another person dragged out his beautiful concubine. She was disheveled, weeping, and dazed. A burning sorrow and anger surged within Zhang, yet he dared not utter a word. Shortly after, seals were affixed to towers and storehouses, and Zhang was ordered to leave his home. Escorts with ropes led him and his wife away, their tears flowing. Along the journey, they pleaded for a horse-drawn carriage to help them, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. After walking for over 10 miles, Zhang's wife grew weak and stumbled repeatedly, prompting Zhang to use one hand to support her while they moved forward. After another 10 miles, Zhang himself was exhausted. Suddenly, a towering mountain loomed ahead, its peak piercing the sky. Zhang worried he wouldn't be able to ascend it, so he held his wife's hand and they wept together. However, the escorts stared them down menacingly, urging them to continue without stopping. With the setting sun before them, and no place to rest for the night, they had no choice but to press on, limping and hobbling. When they reached the mountainside, Zhang's wife was depleted of energy and sat by the road, weeping. Zhang also halted, ignoring the scolding of the escorts. Suddenly, they heard a clamor in the distance. A group of bandits was approaching. Each one wielded sharp weapons and rushed toward them. The escorts were frightened and fled in a hurry. Unable to escape due to their bindings, Zhang and his wife kneeled, pleading, "We are criminals to be exiled to a desolate place, and our belongings have no value. Please spare us." Unexpectedly, the bandits, eyes blazing, retorted, "We are victims of your persecution, seeking only your treacherous head, nothing else." Zhang angrily retorted, "Although I am guilty and await judgment, I am still an official of the imperial court. How dare you bandits harm me?" Enraged, the bandits swung their axes at Zhang's neck. In an instant, his head rolled to the ground with a thud. As he tried to come to terms with the shocking situation, two little ghosts approached him and bound his hands, driving him forward on the journey. They walked for a while and entered a city. In an instant, Zhang saw a palace, where an ugly-looking king was seated at a desk, passing judgment on the arriving spirits, deciding their crimes and fates. Zhang approached, prostrating himself on the ground, begging for mercy. The king glanced through the records, and after just a few lines, he angrily exclaimed, "For your crime of deceiving the emperor and harming the country, you should be thrown into the boiling oil cauldron." The surrounding ghosts echoed in agreement like thunder. Immediately, a giant ghost grabbed Zhang and pulled him beneath the steps of the palace. There, an oil cauldron stood about 7 feet tall, surrounded by roaring charcoal flames that had turned the cauldron's legs red-hot. Trembling in fear, Zhang's whole body was in agony, and he wanted to escape but didn't know where to flee. The chief ghost gripped Zhang's hair with one hand and his feet with the other, tossing him into the oil cauldron. Falling into the cauldron, Zhang's body was tossed up and down with the boiling oil waves. His skin and flesh charred, and the pain was excruciating. Gasping for air, the boiling oil entered his mouth, scalding his internal organs. He yearned for a swift death, but found no release. After what felt like the time for a meal, a large fork retrieved Zhang from the cauldron. He was then thrown down before the palace. The king examined the records again and angrily declared, "For your oppressive behavior, you shall be subjected to the punishment of the Blade Mountain." Another giant ghost seized Zhang, and he saw a steep, towering mountain with sharp blades protruding like bamboo shoots. The cries of those impaled by the blades, their intestines hanging out, echoed horrifyingly. The giant ghost urged Zhang up the mountain, but he cried and retreated. With a poisoned spike, the giant ghost stabbed Zhang's skull, and despite the pain, he begged for mercy. The giant ghost's anger flared, and he lifted Zhang, hurling him into the air. Zhang felt himself ascend to the sky, then abruptly descend, impaling him on the blades. His chest ached horribly as the knives punctured his body. After a while, Zhang's body fell heavily once more, the wounds from the blades widening. He was dropped from the Blade Mountain, his limbs contorted from the pain. The giant ghost herded him to face the king again, who ordered the ghost scribes to tally up all the money Zhang had acquired through the sale of titles, unlawful appropriation of wealth, and more. A disheveled man with a beard stepped forward with an abacus, saying, 3,210,000. The king proclaimed, "Since it's his ill-gotten gains, let him drink it down." Soon, the collected copper coins were piled on the steps, forming hills that were gradually placed into a melting pot over intense heat. Several ghost attendants took turns using ladles to pour molten copper into Zhang's mouth. The copper scalded his cheeks, causing his skin to blister and stink. It flowed down his throat, boiling his internal organs. When he was alive, he always thought these riches were insufficient, yet now he found them overwhelming. After half a day, the copper was finally emptied into him. The king then ordered Zhang to be sent to Guangzhou, to be reincarnated as a woman. Zhang had just taken a few steps when he saw a massive iron beam on a rack. A gigantic fire wheel with a circumference of several feet was mounted on it, emitting flames of 5 colors that shot straight up into the sky. The ghost whipped Zhang, urging him to climb onto the fire wheel. As soon as Zhang closed his eyes and leapt onto the wheel, it began to rotate beneath his feet. He felt as though he was plummeting downward, a chilling sensation coursing through his body. When Zhang opened his eyes, he found himself transformed into the body of an infant, and not just any infant, but a girl. She saw her parents dressed in tattered clothes, their earthen house containing only begging bowls and sticks. In her heart, she understood that she had become the daughter of beggars. Every day, she followed her beggar parents to beg for food, her stomach growling loudly. Often, she couldn't even get a full meal. She wore ragged clothes that offered no protection against the bone-chilling winds. At the age of 14, her parents sold her to a scholar named Gu as a concubine. Finally, she had enough to eat and wear. However, Gu's first wife was extremely fierce, whipping her every day and even branding her chest with a hot iron. Fortunately, Mr. Gu treated her with great affection, which provided her some comfort. Once, a mischievous neighbor's son climbed over the wall, attempting to force himself upon her. She thought about her grave sins in her previous life and the severe punishment she had already suffered in the afterlife. How could she commit such an act again? She screamed loudly, startling both Gu and his first wife, causing the young rascal to flee. Not long after, Gu spent the night in her room. She lay on the bed, recounting her grievances and suffering when suddenly there was a loud noise. The door burst open, and 2 robbers with knives barged in. Astonishingly, they beheaded Gu and looted everything in the room. She shrank into a corner, hiding under the covers, too terrified to make a sound. Once the robbers left, she screamed and ran to the first wife's room. The first wife was shocked, and they both went to examine Gu's body, crying inconsolably. The first wife suspected that she and her lover had conspired to murder Gu. Filing a complaint, she reported the alleged crime to the local authorities. The local officials immediately subjected her to severe interrogation, even resorting to torture. Under duress, she confessed to the fabricated charges. According to the laws of the time, she was sentenced to be sliced. Bound and taken to the execution ground, her heart brimming with injustice, she stamped her feet and cried out her grievances. To her, this earthly realm appeared even darker than the 18 layers of hell in the afterlife. While Zhang was sobbing in distress, he heard his companions calling out to him. "Hey, buddy, were you having a nightmare?" In an instant, Zhang opened his eyes and woke up. He saw the old monk still seated on the mat, reciting scriptures. His companions were eager to tell him. "It's already dark outside, and we're hungry. How could you sleep for so long here?" Zhang then stood up with a mournful expression. The old monk smiled faintly and said to him, "Did your dream of becoming a prime minister come true?" Zhang was even more astonished and respectfully asked the old monk for guidance. The old monk told him, "As long as one possesses noble character and compassion, they will receive divine protection, even in difficult situations. I'm just a humble monk with limited knowledge." When Zhang arrived, he was full of arrogance and pride, but as he left, he couldn't help but hang his head in dejection. The thought of becoming a prime minister no longer crossed his mind. Eventually, word spread that Zhang had ventured into the mountains to practice Taoism, and his whereabouts remained unknown. At the end, the author added a commentary. It goes like this. Fortune smiles upon the virtuous, while misfortune befalls the wicked. This is the eternal way of nature. Zhang, hearing that he could become a prime minister, took pride in it, but such a person would never rejoice in making contributions to the country and its people. His heart was set on wealth, power, and sensual pleasures, and he hardly cared about the responsibilities and duties that came with the position. However, dreams are inherently illusory and unrealistic. Zhang imagined, and the divine utilized his imagination to guide him towards an answer. When people experience good fortune, such beautiful dreams are inevitably something they will pursue. Pian. Luo Zifu was from Binzhou in Shaanxi. His parents passed away when he was very young, around 8 or 9 years old. He was then raised by his uncle, Luo Dai. Luo Dai was an official at the Imperial Academy and was very wealthy, but he had no children of his own. Therefore, he cherished Luo Zifu greatly and treated him as if he were his own son. When Luo Zifu was 14 years old, he fell under the influence of bad company and became engrossed in a life of debauchery, frequenting various brothels. At that time, there was a courtesan who came from Jinling and happened to settle in Binzhou for a while. Luo Zifu was deeply infatuated with this courtesan and captivated by her. Soon after, the courtesan returned to Jinling. When she left, Luo Zifu secretly followed her and left Binzhou. He stayed with the courtesan for half a year in her residence in Jinling, and all the money he brought with him was spent. When the courtesans saw him in poverty, they began to mock and scorn him, although they didn't immediately kick him out of the brothel. Before long, Luo Zifu contracted a venereal disease, and his body began to decay. Sometimes, he inadvertently left pus and fluids from his wounds on the bed, making it unbearable for the courtesans. Finally, they expelled him from the brothel. Luo Zifu ended up in Jinling, suffering from illness and having spent all his money. He became a beggar, begging on the streets for sustenance. However, when people saw his festering sores, they would avoid him, afraid to get too close. Fearing he would die in Jinling, Luo Zifu decided to head westward, begging for food while making his way toward his hometown. He could cover about 20 to 30 miles a day. Day by day, he gradually walked back into the territory of Binzhou. But when he saw his tattered clothes and festering sores, he felt too ashamed to face his relatives. Consequently, he roamed near Binzhou's villages, afraid to enter the city to visit his uncle. One evening, as Luo Zifu was planning to spend the night in an abandoned temple on the mountainside, he encountered a woman. She was exceptionally beautiful, resembling a celestial being. As Luo Zifu approached the woman, she asked, "Where are you headed?" Luo Zifu truthfully shared his situation with her. The woman said, "I am a monastic, and I live in a nearby mountain cave. It's spacious, and you can stay there without worrying about tigers or wolves at night." Delighted by her offer, Luo Zifu followed her. They ventured deeper into the mountains and indeed found a large cave ahead. After entering the cave, Luo Zifu noticed a small stream in front of the cave entrance, with a small stone bridge spanning it. They walked a few more steps inside, and he saw 2 stone chambers ahead. The chambers were well lit, eliminating the need for a lamp. The woman asked Luo Zifu to remove his tattered clothes and wash in the stream. She told him, "Clean yourself up in the water, and your festering wounds will naturally heal." After Luo Zifu had bathed, the woman drew back the curtain and prepared a bedding for him, urging him to sleep early. She said, "You should go to sleep now. I'll make you a set of clothes." With that, she took a large leaf resembling a banana leaf, trimmed and sewed it. Luo Zifu lay on the bed watching her make the clothes, and surprisingly, the clothes were finished in no time. The woman folded the clothes neatly and placed them by his bedside, saying, "Put these on when you wake up tomorrow morning." Then, she laid down on the bed opposite him. Luo Zifu noticed that after bathing in the stream, the pain from his sores had miraculously disappeared. In the middle of the night, he woke up from a dream and touched his sores, finding them covered with a thick layer of scabs. The next morning, as Luo Zifu prepared to get up, he remembered the banana leaf clothes by his bed and felt somewhat skeptical. He picked up the banana leaf garment and was astonished to find that it had transformed into smooth, shining green silk. A while later, it was time for breakfast. The woman brought some leaves from the mountain, claiming they were bread. When Luo Zifu took a bite, he realized the taste and texture were indeed that of bread. The woman then fashioned leaves into shapes resembling chicken and fish, cooking them in a pot. Once done, she served the cooked food to Luo Zifu. When he took a bite, it tasted and felt just like real food. In one corner of the stone chamber, there was a large jar filled with wine. The woman would often pour some out to drink. If the wine in the jar was slightly depleted, she would replenish it with water from the stream. Luo Zifu stayed in the mountains for several days, and all his festering sores had healed. He expressed his desire to stay with the woman. She said, "You cheeky fellow. Just saved your life, and now that you're safe, you're back to overthinking again." Luo Zifu replied, I merely want to repay your kindness. From that day on, they lived together like a married couple. They loved each other dearly, and their days were filled with happiness. One day, a young woman entered the cave with a smile. As soon as she entered, she exclaimed, "Pian Pian! You little rascal, you seem to be enjoying yourself now. When did you two start living together?" Pian Pian welcomed her and said with a smile, "Oh, it's Lady Huacheng. It's been a while since we had the honor of your presence. You must have been blown here by a strong southwest wind today. Has your child been born?" Lady Huacheng said. "Don't mention the child. It's another girl." Pian Pian laughed and said, "Lady Huacheng gave birth to a girl. Why didn't you bring her along?" Lady Huacheng replied, "I just soothed her for a while. She's sleeping soundly now." Saying that, Lady Huacheng sat down leisurely. She lifted a cup of wine and drank it slowly. She glanced at Luo Zifu and remarked, "You young man, you're truly fortunate." Luo Zifu examined Lady Huacheng closely. She was around 23 or 24 years old, incredibly beautiful, with graceful manners. Luo Zifu couldn't help but fall in love with her. Luo Zifu absent-mindedly peeled the fruit, and accidentally dropped one under the table. He bent down as if pretending to pick up the fruit, but secretly pinched Lady Huacheng's foot. Lady Huacheng looked away, her eyes pretending not to notice, and continued to chat and laugh, seemingly oblivious to what had just happened. While Luo Zifu was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his clothes turning cold. He looked down and saw that they had all turned into autumn leaves. He was almost frightened to death and quickly composed himself, sitting down. After a while, his clothes gradually returned to their original state. Luo Zifu felt relieved that neither of the women had witnessed his embarrassment. A little later, taking advantage of the opportunity to offer a drink, Luo Zifu lightly scratched Lady Huacheng's palm with his fingers. Lady Huacheng conversed as if nothing had happened, as if she was completely unaware. Luo Zifu's heart raced, and he seemed a bit dazed. When he snapped out of it, he suddenly realized his clothes had turned into leaves again. It took quite a while for them to revert back to normal. Blushing, Luo Zifu dismissed any thoughts of teasing Lady Huacheng and dared not let his mind wander again. Lady Huacheng laughed and said to Pian Pian, "Your little husband isn't very well behaved, is he? If not for you, this vinegar-gourd lady, I'm afraid he'd have jumped to the sky today." Pian Pian also smiled and said, "You heartless thing, you should have frozen to death." Both women burst into hearty laughter. Lady Huacheng stood up from her seat and said to Pian Pian, "It's getting late, and my daughter will probably wake up soon. If she wakes up and can't find me, she might cry a lot." Pian Pian also stood up and replied to Lady Huacheng, "You're too busy charming other people's men. You've forgotten about your daughter little Jiangcheng a long time ago." As they spoke, the two of them walked out of the room. After Lady Huacheng left, Luo Zifu felt uneasy. He was afraid that Pian Pian would scold him, but when Pian Pian returned, she acted just as she always did. After some time had passed, it was deep autumn. The mountain winds grew chilly, frost coated the leaves, and Pian began collecting fallen leaves, stockpiling food for the upcoming winter. She noticed Luo Zifu shivering in the cold, so she used a bundle of bark to gather the patches of white cloud at the cave entrance, fashioning them into cotton-like material to sew a quilted jacket for him. When Luo Zifu put on the jacket, he instantly felt warm. The jacket was light, soft, and fluffy, making it incredibly comfortable to wear. The following year, Pian gave birth to a son who appeared very intelligent and handsome. Luo Zifu would spend his days amusing the child in the cave. Despite the comfortable life, he often missed his homeland. So, he suggested to Pian that they both return to visit his uncle. Pian told Luo Zifu, "I cannot accompany you on this journey. You should go alone." Hearing this, Luo Zifu dropped the matter. In this way, 2 or 3 more years passed. Their son grew older, and they arranged a marriage between their son and Lady Huaqing's daughter. Luo Zifu still frequently thought of his elderly uncle, and Pian reassured him, saying, "Although your uncle is getting older, he's still strong. You need not worry excessively. Once we raise our son to adulthood and celebrate their marriage, you can choose whether to leave or stay." Pian would often write on leaves in the cave to teach their son to read. The boy had an exceptional memory and could read things at a glance. Pian said to Luo Zifu, "Our child is blessed. When he goes to the mortal world, becoming a high-ranking official like a prime minister won't be difficult." After a few more years, their son turned 14. Lady Huaqing personally brought her daughter Jiangqing over to complete the marriage ceremony with their son. Jiangqing was extraordinarily beautiful, adorned in exquisite clothing that highlighted her radiance. Luo Zifu and Pian adored their new daughter-in-law, so they gathered their family for a grand banquet. During the feast, Pian tapped her golden hairpin and sang, "I have a good son, not envious of becoming a prime minister. I have a good daughter-in-law, not envious of wearing fine clothes. Tonight, we gather together, and everyone should be joyful. I offer a toast to all of you, encouraging you to eat and drink heartily." Afterward, Lady Huaqing departed, and the couple and their son and daughter-in-law lived across from each other. The new daughter-in-law was especially filial, often nestling by her mother-in-law's side, just like their own daughter. Luo Zifu brought up the idea of returning to his hometown again, but Pian said, "You were originally a mortal, you can't become an immortal after all. Our son is destined for wealth and prosperity. Take him with you too. I don't want to hinder his future." As the new daughter-in-law was about to bid her mother farewell, Lady Huaqing arrived. The 2 pairs of young lovers hesitated to part from their mothers, their eyes filled with tears. Both mothers comforted them, saying, "You can leave for now, but you can come back later." So, Pian fashioned leaves into a makeshift donkey, allowing the 3 to set off on the donkey's back. Luo Zifu's uncle, Luo Dai, had retired and returned to his hometown, leading a leisurely life. He had thought his nephew Luo Zifu had long since passed away. However, one day he suddenly saw his nephew returning with a handsome grandson and a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. This sight filled him with immense joy as if he had discovered a treasure. As the three entered the house, they looked at their clothes and found that they had transformed into banana leaves. With a tug, the banana leaves tore apart, and the white clouds within the clothes gradually rose into the sky. Thus, all three of them reverted to their earthly attire. Later, Luo Zifu missed Pianpian again and decided to take his son into the deep mountains to search for her. They discovered that the familiar paths were now covered with yellow leaves, and the route leading to the cave was obscured by thick white clouds. Unable to find their way to the cave, father and son had no choice but to return with tears in their eyes. At the end of the story, the author added the following commentary. He said, Pianpian and Lady Huacheng were probably celestial beings, right? They ate leaves and wore white clouds. This is truly a strange thing. However, despite his experiences of joy, anger, love, and the upbringing of children, Luo Zifu's life in that place was just like life on Earth. He lived in the mountains for 15 years, and while he didn't experience the changes of the mortal world's eras, when he returned to the cave in search of his wife, all he could see were the gentle white clouds, making him realize how everything has changed. Lotus Flower Third Lady. In Huzhou, there was a scholar named Zhong Xiangrua. One autumn day, Zhong Xiangrua went to inspect his fields. Suddenly, he noticed that in the thick and lush crop of wheat, the stalks were swaying vigorously. Suspicion arose in Zhong Xiangrua's mind, so he crossed over the furrows to take a closer look. To his surprise, he saw a man and a woman engaged in an illicit encounter in the wheat field. Zhong Xiangrua smiled and intended to walk away. Unexpectedly, as soon as the man noticed him, he hastily fastened his belt in embarrassment and hurriedly departed. At this moment, the woman in the wheat field also sat up, and upon closer examination, Zhong Xiangrua found her to be exceptionally beautiful. Zhong Xiangrua felt an attraction towards this woman and briefly entertained the thought of approaching her for a romantic encounter. However, he quickly felt ashamed of his coarse thoughts. He cautiously approached her and gently caressed the woman while asking, "Is your secret meeting enjoyable?" The woman merely smiled and did not respond with words. Zhong Xiangrua moved closer to the woman, unfastening her clothing, and discovered her skin was as smooth as cream. He couldn't resist touching nearly every part of her body. The woman laughed and said, "You naive scholar. Do as you wish, why are you groping around?" When Zhong Xiangrua asked the woman for her name, she replied, "After this moment of affection between us, we will go our separate ways. Why bother with names? Do you think I want to stay behind and be praised for my chastity?" Zhong Xiangrua responded, "Engaging in such activities in the wild fields, under the open sky, is something only rustic villagers do. Even in our private encounter, we should conduct ourselves with dignity. How can we be so hasty?" The woman nodded in agreement. Zhong Xiangrua suggested, "My home is not far from here. Please come to my place and stay for a while." The woman replied, "I've been away for quite some time, and it might raise suspicions if I return home now. Coming to your house in the middle of the night should be fine. She then asked for detailed directions to Zhong Xiangruo's home and swiftly departed down a narrow path. At the midnight hour, the woman indeed arrived at Zhong Xiangruo's home. The two of them immersed themselves in passionate intimacy, deeply in love. They continued this way for a month, and astonishingly, no one knew their secret. One day, coincidentally, a visiting monk was staying at the village's temple. When he saw Zhong Xiangrua, he was amazed and said, "There's an evil aura about you. Have you encountered something unusual?" Zhong Xiangrua replied, "I haven't encountered anything at all." A few days later, Zhong Xiangrua suddenly fell ill without any apparent cause. Each night, the woman brought him the finest fruits to eat and provided him with tender care, as if they were a loving couple. However, after they lay down, the woman would always insist that Zhong Xiangrua engage with her intimately. Zhong Xiangrua, who was unwell, grew somewhat impatient. He began to suspect that she might not be human, but for the time being, he couldn't sever ties with her and had to allow her to leave. Zhong Xiangrua said to the woman, "A few days ago, a monk suggested that I was bewitched by a demon. Now that I have fallen ill, it seems his words might have come true. Tomorrow, I will invite him to come here and ask him for a protective incantation to ward off evil and misfortune." Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned pale, which deepened Zhong Xiangruo's suspicions about her. The next day, Zhong Xiangrua sent his family members to inform the visiting monk of the situation. The monk said, "This woman is a fox spirit. Her magic is shallow and easy to capture." So, the monk wrote 2 talismans, handed them to Zhong Xiangrua's family members, and instructed them. "Go back, place a clean altar in front of the bed, affix 1 talisman on the altar's opening. When the fox spirit leaps into the altar, quickly cover it with a basin and attach the other talisman on top of the basin. Then, place the altar in a pot filled with boiling water, and cook it over high heat. Soon, the fox spirit will meet its demise." The family members returned and followed the monk's instructions. Late into the night, the woman arrived, taking out golden tangerines from her sleeve, intending to inquire about Zhong Xiangrua's condition at his bedside. Suddenly, there was a whoosh sound from the altar, and the woman was sucked inside. Zhong Xiangrua's family members jumped up, covered the opening of the altar, and affixed the 2nd talisman. They were about to take the altar for cooking, but Zhong Xiangrua saw that the golden tangerines had scattered all over the floor. He remembered their past love and felt sorrow. Moved by his emotions, he quickly ordered them to release her. They removed the talisman and the basin covering the altar's opening, and the woman flew out of the altar. She looked disheveled, prostrated herself, and said, "My magic was on the verge of completion, but today, I nearly turned into ashes. You are a kind-hearted person, and I swear to repay your kindness." With that, she departed. After a few days, Zhong Xiangrua's condition worsened, and it seemed like he was on the verge of death. His family went to the market to buy a coffin for him. On the way, they encountered a woman who asked, "Are you servants of Zhong Xiangrua?" The family members replied, "Yes." The woman said. Zhong Xiangrua is my cousin. I heard that he is seriously ill, and I wanted to visit him, but I couldn't due to some matters. I have a packet of magical medicine here. Could you please give it to him? The family members accepted the medicine and returned home. Zhong Xiangrua suspected that among his cousins, there were no sisters, so he realized that this was the fox spirit repaying his kindness. He took the medicine, and indeed, his condition greatly improved. Miraculously, he recovered fully within 10 days. Grateful to the fox woman, Zhong Xiangrua prayed to the sky, hoping to meet her again. One night, Zhong Xiangrua was drinking alone inside his closed door when he suddenly heard someone tapping the window with their fingers from outside. He unfastened the door latch and went outside to see, and to his surprise, it was the fox woman. Zhong Xiangrua was overjoyed and held her hand in gratitude. He invited her to sit down and have a drink together. The fox woman said, "Since our last parting, I've been troubled and couldn't find peace. I thought I might not be able to repay your kindness. Now, I've found a suitable match for you. I wonder if you can reluctantly accept it?" Zhong Xiangrua asked. "Who is she?" The fox woman replied. "That's not something you can know. Tomorrow morning, at around 7 or 8 o'clock, go to South Lake early. If you see a lotus-picking girl wearing a white gauze shawl there, row your boat quickly to chase after her. If you lose sight of her, go to the shore and find a short lotus stalk, it will be hidden under the lotus leaves. Bring it back home, burn the flower stalk with the flame of a candle, and you will obtain a beautiful wife and longevity." Zhong Xiangrua respectfully accepted the fox woman's guidance. Afterward, the fox woman said she had to leave, and Zhong Xiangrua tried to persuade her to stay, but she said, "Since I encountered this calamity, I have gained a lot of insights. I know that I cannot bring hatred upon myself by sharing a bed with a man." Saying this, she bid farewell solemnly and departed. Following the instructions, Zhong Xiangrua arrived at South Lake and saw many beautiful girls in the lotus pond. Among them was a young girl dressed in snowy white gauze, with unparalleled beauty. He hurriedly rowed his boat to chase after her, getting closer to the young girl. Suddenly, he lost sight of the girl's whereabouts. He immediately pushed aside the lotus thicket and indeed found a red lotus stalk. The lotus stalk was less than a foot tall, and he plucked the red lotus and brought it home. Upon entering his home, Zhong Xiangrua placed the red lotus on the table and trimmed the candle wick, preparing to light it. When he turned around, he discovered that the red lotus had transformed into a beautiful woman. Zhong Xiangrua was both astonished and delighted, kneeling down in reverence. The maiden said, "You foolish scholar! I am a fox spirit, and I intend to harm you." Zhong Xiangrua paid no attention to her. The maiden asked, "Who taught you this method?" Zhong Xiangrua replied, "I could recognize you on my own, there was no need for anyone to teach me." So he attempted to grab the maiden's arm. The maiden slipped away effortlessly and transformed into a strange stone, about a foot tall, clear and translucent. Zhong Xiangrua then placed the peculiar stone on the table, lit some incense, bowed twice, and offered prayers. At night, Zhong Xiangrua locked all the doors and windows, fearing that the maiden might escape. When he checked in the morning, the strange stone had once again transformed into a gauzy shawl. Zhong Xiangrua could even smell the fragrance emanating from the shawl from a distance. Opening the neckline of the shawl, he realized that it still retained the softness of a woman's touch, as if it had just been removed. Zhong Xiangrua covered himself with the shawl and lay down. In the evening, he lit a lamp and looked back at his bed, only to find the maiden lying there. Zhong Xiangrua was overjoyed, but he was afraid the maiden might change again, so he begged earnestly before approaching her. The maiden, with a playful smile, said, "You troublemaker. I don't know who blabbered, causing this crazy guy to pester me to no end." She no longer resisted Zhong Xiangrua. However, during their intimate moments, it seemed the maiden couldn't endure and repeatedly requested a pause, but Zhong Xiangrua ignored her pleas. The maiden said, "If you continue like this, I will disappear." Afraid of her vanishing, Zhong Xiangrua finally stopped. From that day on, their relationship became harmonious and filled with deep affection. Zhong Xiangrua's wealth seemed to magically fill chests and cabinets, and he didn't know where it all came from. The maiden spoke sparingly and obediently in conversations, as if she were not skilled in verbal communication. Zhong Xiangrua avoided discussing her unusual origins. Later, the maiden became pregnant for over 10 months, and according to her calculations, she was about to give birth. She went into the room alone and instructed Zhong Xiangrua to close the door without knocking. Astonishingly, she used a knife to cut open her own belly and delivered the baby herself. She asked Zhong Xiangrua to tear a piece of cloth to wrap her belly. By the morning, the wound on her belly had miraculously healed. After another 6 or 7 years, the maiden said to Zhong Xiangrua, "I have repaid my past karma. Please let us part ways." Zhong Xiangrua, tears streaming down his face, replied, "When you married me, I was poor and struggling to make ends meet. It was because of you that I became slightly better off. How can you bear to suddenly say you want to leave now? Moreover, you have no family to return to, and our future child won't even know who their mother is. What a great tragedy that would be." The maiden also spoke with melancholy. "All gatherings must eventually come to an end, it's the natural order of things. Our son has the aura of fortune, and you will live a long life. What more could you ask for? My original surname was He. If you ever miss me, just hold on to my old belongings and call out 'Lotus Flower Third Lady,' and you will see me." With that, she broke free, and as she left behind only one sentence: "I'm leaving." In the instant that Zhong Xiangrua gazed at her in astonishment, she had already flown high above his head. Zhong Xiangrua leaped up to grab her, but he only managed to grab one of her shoes. The shoe slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, turning into a strange red stone, even redder than cinnabar, and both inside and out were crystal clear like a piece of jade. Zhong Xiangrua picked up the strange stone and kept it. Zhong Xiangrua then checked the chest and found the white gauzy shawl that the maiden had worn when she first arrived. Whenever he missed the maiden, he would hold the shawl and call out, "Lotus flower third lady," and the shawl would transform into the appearance of the maiden. Her joyful countenance, her smiling eyes and brows, all exactly the same as the maiden's daily appearance, except that she couldn't speak. Good Jean. In the city of Luoyang, there was a man named Chang Daong. His love for peonies had reached an extreme level of obsession. He had heard that the peonies in Chaozhou were the most renowned in the entire Qilu region, and he greatly yearned to see them. One day, Chang Daong had some business to attend to in Chaozhou, so he found lodging in the garden of a local wealthy merchant. It was only February, and the peony flowers had not yet blossomed. He could only wander around the garden, gazing at the tender buds on the peony branches, eagerly anticipating the moment when the peonies would bloom. In his leisure hours, he would compose poems in the merchant's house, and before he knew it, he had written 100 short poems about peonies. As some more time passed, the peony buds gradually began to swell, but his travel funds were running low. He had no choice but to pawn his spring clothes and continue staying with the merchant, unwilling to leave. One early morning, Chang Daong arrived at the flower garden and saw a woman and an elderly lady standing there. He suspected that they might be from a wealthy family and hastily turned to leave. When he returned in the evening, he saw them again. Chang Daong slowly hid himself and discreetly observed them. The woman was dressed in exquisite clothing, and her beauty was beyond compare. He was in a daze, but then a thought struck him. This woman must be a fairy. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the mortal world? With this realization, he hurriedly turned back to find them. He had just turned a corner behind a faux mountain when he bumped into the elderly lady face to face. The woman was sitting on a nearby stone, and when she saw Chang Daong, she became visibly startled. The elderly lady stepped forward, blocking the woman, and scolded Chang Daong, saying, "What are you, a reckless fellow, trying to do?" Chang Daong straightened himself and knelt down, saying to the woman, "Miss, you must be a fairy." The elderly lady reprimanded him. "To utter such frivolous words, you should be bound and taken to the magistrate." Chang Daong was terrified by her words. However, the woman smiled and said, "Let him go." With that, the woman and the elderly lady went around the faux mountain and departed. When Chang Daong tried to return, he found himself almost paralyzed with nervousness. He imagined how the woman might report his behavior to her father and brothers, and they might come to insult him. He returned to his lodgings and lay alone in the empty study, regretting his rash actions. Yet, he secretly rejoiced that the woman didn't appear angry, perhaps not taking the matter seriously. Thus, Chang Daong spent a sleepless night, feeling both regret and fear. The next day, he fell seriously ill, his condition growing worse, and he became emaciated, almost on the brink of death. Fortunately, as dawn broke, the woman's family didn't come to inquire about the incident. This brought some relief to Chang Daong. He began to reminisce about the woman's appearance and charm, and his initial fear slowly transformed into longing. 3 days passed, and Chang Daong's illness worsened. He looked increasingly haggard and frail, on the verge of death. One night, Chang Dayang's lamp was still lit in his room, and his servants were fast asleep. Suddenly, an elderly woman walked in, carrying a bowl. She approached Chang Dayang and spoke angrily. "My lady, Lady Gujin, has personally prepared a bowl of poison for you. Hurry up and drink it." Chang Dayang was greatly shocked upon hearing this, and after a moment, he said to the old woman, "I have no enmity with your lady. Why would she want to give me a death sentence? Since this poison is personally prepared by your lady, instead of dying from lovesickness, I might as well drink this poison and die quickly." With that, he tilted his head back and drank the potion. The elderly woman smiled, took the bowl, and left. Chang Dayang found the potion both fragrant and refreshing, unlike poison at all. After a while, he felt his chest open up, and his mind became clear. The comfort in his body led him to a peaceful sleep, and when he woke up, it was already a sunny day. Chang Dayang tried to sit up and realized that his illness seemed to have been completely cured. This strengthened his belief that the woman was indeed a celestial being. Since he didn't have another chance to meet her, Chang Dayang could only imagine her standing, sitting, devoutly kneeling, or silently praying whenever he had a moment alone. One day, Chang Dayang went for a walk in the garden, and suddenly, he collided with the woman in the thickets. Fortunately, there were no other people around. He was overjoyed and prostrated himself on the ground. Gujin helped him up, and Chang Dayang could smell a peculiar fragrance emanating from her. He immediately held Gujin's delicate wrist in his hand and stood up. His fingers touched her skin, feeling its softness and smoothness, making his bones turn to jelly. He was about to speak when the elderly woman hurried over. Gujin motioned for him to hide behind a rock and pointed to the south, saying, "Tonight, use a flower ladder to climb over the wall. There, in the houses with red windows on all sides, is where I live." With that, she hurriedly departed. Chang Dayang watched her departing figure with a sense of melancholy, as if he had lost his soul, not knowing where to go next. At night, he brought a ladder and climbed up the south wall, only to find that a ladder had already been placed on the other side. He climbed down the wall in excitement and indeed saw a house with red windows on all sides. He heard the sound of someone playing chess inside, so he stood for a while and then climbed back over the wall. After a short while, he climbed over the wall again to check, and he still heard the frequent sound of chess being played. Chang Dayang sneaked closer to the house and saw Gujin playing chess face to face with a girl dressed in plain clothing. The elderly woman was sitting beside them, and a maid was attending to them. He had no choice but to retreat to the wall. In this manner, Chang Dayang repeated his actions 3 times, and by then, it was the middle of the night. He lay on his ladder in his own courtyard and heard the elderly woman on the other side of the wall exclaim loudly, "Whose ladder is this here?" Several maids then removed the ladder. Chang Dayang tried to climb the wall again, but to his dismay, the ladder was gone. Helplessly, he returned to his room in a gloomy mood. On the following evening, Chang Dayang climbed the wall again and found that a ladder had already been set up on the other side. Fortunately, it was quiet and deserted around, so he entered the house. Inside, he saw Gujin sitting alone, lost in thought. As soon as she saw Chang Daong, she stood up in panic, turned her face aside, and blushed. Chang Daong stepped forward, bowed, and said to her, "I consider myself an unworthy man, and I was worried that as a mere mortal, I would have no fate with a celestial being like you. But unexpectedly, I am able to meet you tonight." With that, he tried to embrace Gujin. Chang Daong noticed that Gujin had a slender waist, just enough to fit in his grip, and her breath was as fragrant as an orchid. Gujin gently pushed him away and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Chang Daong replied, "Good things come to those who wait, but if we wait any longer, even the ghosts might become jealous." However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard voices in the distance. Gujin hurriedly said, "It's my younger sister, Yu Ban, who's coming. Quickly, hide under the bed." Chang Daong hastily crawled under the bed. In a short while, a woman entered. She smiled and said, "You defeated underling, would you dare to have another chess match with me tonight? I've brewed some tea and specially came to invite you to enjoy the long night together." Gujin declined, saying she was tired, but Yu Ban insisted on taking her along. Despite Gujin's reluctance, Yu Ban said teasingly, "Are you so unwilling to leave because you're hiding a man in the room?" With that, she forcibly pulled Gujin out of the room. Chang Daong, filled with resentment, searched Gujin's pillow hoping to find something she had left behind. However, he didn't find the cosmetics box in the room. Instead, he saw a crystal rui near the head of the bed. Attached to the rui was a purple handkerchief that smelled fragrant and looked lovely. He tucked the rui with the handkerchief into his pocket, climbed over the wall, and returned to his own place. Chang Daong straightened his clothes and realized that Gujin's fragrance still lingered. His admiration for her grew stronger. However, because of his experience hiding under the bed, he began to fear being reported to the authorities. He thought it over repeatedly and didn't dare to go back, but cherished the rui, hoping that Gujin would come to find it someday. After one night, Gujin indeed came. She smiled and said to Chang Daong, "I always thought you were a gentleman, but it turns out you're a thief." Chang Daong replied, "That's true. The reason I occasionally acted as a thief was just to wish everyone well." With that, he embraced Gujin, unfastening the buttons on her dress. Gujin's fair skin was exposed, and her warm body exuded a delightful fragrance. Chang Daong held her close, feeling that even her sweat smelled exceptionally sweet. Chang Daong said to her, "I already suspected you were a celestial being, and now I'm even more convinced. I'm fortunate to be the object of your affection. We are truly destined to be together across 3 lifetimes. However, I worry that when a celestial being marries a mortal, it will ultimately lead to parting and sorrow." Gujin smiled and said, "You worry too much. I am just a mortal woman temporarily swayed by love. Please keep this matter absolutely confidential. I fear that someone may spread rumors and distort the truth, and then our relationship will no longer have a good outcome. At that time, our separation would be even more miserable than a simple parting. Chang Daong agreed to keep their secret but still had doubts about whether she was truly a celestial being. He repeatedly asked her about her surname. Gujin replied, "If you believe I'm a celestial being, how can a celestial being reveal their name to others?" Chang Daong inquired further. "Then who is the elderly woman who is often with you?" Gujin explained. "Her name is Mother Sang. She took care of me when I was young, so my attitude towards her and the other maids is different." With that, she prepared to leave, saying, "My household has many eyes and ears. I can't stay here for long. I will come back when I have the chance." Before parting, she asked Chang Daong for the rui again, saying, "This isn't mine, it belongs to my younger sister, Yu Ban, and she left it with me." Chang Daong asked, "Who is Yu Ban?" Gujin replied, "She is my cousin." Chang Daong handed the rui to Gujin and she departed. After Gujin left, the unique fragrance still lingered on the bed and pillow. From then on, every few nights, Gujin would visit. Chang Daong became infatuated with her and no longer thought about returning home. However, his luggage was already empty, and he planned to sell his horse. Learning of his intention, Gujin said, "You've spent all your money for me, even pawned your clothes. I can't bear it. Now, you want to sell your horse. How will you get back home, more than 1,000 miles away? I have some savings, and I can help you with your current expenses." Chang Daong tried to decline, saying, "I'm very grateful for your kindness. Even if I swear on my life, it's not enough to repay your feelings for me. But if I greedily and despicably spend your money, am I still a human being?" Gujin insisted on her offer, saying, "Consider it a loan from me." With that, she took Chang Daong's arm and led him to a mulberry tree. She pointed to a stone and said, "Move it." Chang Daong did as she said. Gujin then removed a hairpin from her head and stabbed it into the ground dozens of times. She continued, "Dig up the soil." Chang Daong followed her instructions, and he saw a mouth of a jar revealed in the soil. Gujin reached in and took out more than 50 taels of silver. Chang Daong grabbed her arm to stop her from taking more, but Gujin didn't listen and took out more than 10 ingots of silver. Chang Daong insisted that she put back half of it, and then covered the soil back. One night, Gujin told Chang Daong, "Lately, I've heard some rumors. We can't continue like this for much longer. We need to come up with a plan." Chang Daong said in surprise, "What should we do now? I've always been conservative and cautious. It's because of you that I've lost the dignity of a gentleman and can't make decisions for myself anymore. I will follow your arrangements completely, even if it means facing danger with knives and axes at my throat. I don't care anymore." Gujin then devised a plan to escape together with Chang Daong. She instructed him to return home first, and they agreed to meet in Luoyang. Chang Daong packed his belongings and planned to return home first before coming back to fetch Gujin. However, to his surprise, as soon as he arrived home, Gujin's carriage was already waiting at his doorstep. Together, they entered his family's house and paid their respects to Chang Doying's parents. The neighbors were astonished to hear that Chang Daong had brought back a bride, and they came to offer their congratulations. Little did they know that the couple had secretly returned. Chang Daong felt a bit anxious, but Gujin remained calm. She said, "Never mind if people here don't know our secret, and even if they find out, remember, I'm the daughter of a prominent family. Just like in the past, when Zhou Wangsun and Sima Xiangru fell in love, what's the big deal about eloping with a poor man? You can rest assured." Chang Daong had a younger brother named Chang Dachi, who was only 17 years old. When Gujin saw him, she said to Chang Daong, "Your younger brother is a promising young man. His future may be even brighter than yours." However, just as Chang Dachi was about to get married, his fiancée suddenly passed away. Gujin said to Chang Daong, "You've seen my cousin Yuban before. She is not unattractive, and she is about the same age as your brother. If they were to become a couple, it would truly be a match made in heaven." Chang Daong chuckled and playfully begged Gujin to help arrange the marriage. Gujin replied, "If you really want to bring her here, it's not difficult." Chang Daong eagerly asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Gujin said, "My cousin and I are very close. All we need to do is prepare a small carriage and send an older woman to fetch her. It's a simple task." However, Chang Daong was concerned that this plan might expose their secret elopement, so he hesitated to agree. Gujin reassured him, saying, "Don't worry." So, they decided to send Mother Sang, who had come with Gujin and a carriage to bring Yuban. After several days, the carriage arrived in Chaozhou. Mother Sang got out of the carriage and asked the coachman to wait by the roadside. She then sneaked into the garden under the cover of the night. After some time, she returned with a young woman and they both got back into the carriage. They traveled back to Chang's home. During the journey, they slept in the carriage at night and resumed their journey in the early morning. Gujin calculated the timing and instructed Chang Dachi to go and welcome his bride. He walked more than 50 miles to meet them. Chang Dachi greeted the young woman with a formal wedding ceremony. That night, the Chang family celebrated with music, bright candles, and festive drums. The bride and groom bowed to each other and officially became a couple. From that day on, the Chang brothers both had beautiful brides, and their family's life became increasingly prosperous. One day, dozens of horseback bandits suddenly stormed into Chang's residence. Chang Daong realized that the bandits had invaded and immediately had his entire family hide upstairs. The bandits entered the courtyard and surrounded the building. Chang Daong leaned over the railing and asked the bandits, "Do we have any enmity between us?" The bandits replied, "We have no grudge. We just have two requests. First, We heard that the two ladies here are exceptionally beautiful and unparalleled in the mortal world. We request to meet them. Second, there are 58 of us brothers, and we request 500 taels of silver each. The bandits piled up firewood downstairs, intending to set the building on fire to intimidate them. Chang Daong agreed to their demand for extortion, but the bandits were still not satisfied and wanted to set the building on fire, causing great panic among the family members. Gujin and Yuban wanted to go downstairs together, ignoring others' attempts to stop them. They descended the stairs to a platform 3 steps from the ground. Gujin addressed the bandits. My sister and I are both celestial beings temporarily in the mortal realm. How could we fear you, a group of bandits? I would be willing to give you 10,000 taels of silver, but I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to accept it. The bandits all knelt down in unison and said, We dare not. Just as the sisters were about to turn around, one of the bandits shouted loudly, Are you trying to deceive us? Gujin turned back to face the bandits and said, What do you intend to do? Make up your minds quickly, it's not too late yet. The bandits looked at each other, utterly silent, and then, miraculously, they left without saying a word. 2 more years passed, and the sisters each gave birth to a son. It was only then that they gradually revealed their true origins. Their original surname was Wei, and their mother was known as Lady Chow. Chang Daong began to suspect that there were no prominent Wei families in Chaozhou. Moreover, if they belonged to a large family, how could they have abandoned 2 daughters without a trace? Although he didn't dare to question Gujin directly, he couldn't help but find it peculiar. One day, he found an excuse to return to Chaozhou. While in the area, he inquired around and discovered that there were no households with the surname Wei among the prominent families. He continued to stay with the same local wealthy merchant as before. While there, he noticed a poem on the wall titled To Lady Chow, which struck him as peculiar. He inquired with the host, who then invited him to meet Lady Chow. When they arrived to see Lady Chow, they found it was actually a peony plant. This peony had grown exceptionally tall, even reaching the height of the roof. Chang Daong asked about the origin of the peony's name, and the host explained that it had been named as Lady Chow because it had once ranked first in a flower exhibition in Chaozhou, and friends playfully called it Lady Chow after that. Chang Daong inquired about the peony's variety, and the host replied, This peony is called Gujin Purple. Chang Daong was increasingly astonished and began to suspect that Gujin and her sister might be flower spirits. Upon his return to Luoyang, he didn't dare to confront Gujin directly. Instead, he shared the story of to Lady Chow, and closely observed her reaction. Gujin immediately furrowed her brows, her expression changed, and she quickly left the house. She asked Yuban to bring their sons to stand in front of Chang Daong and said to him, 3 years ago, I transformed into a human form and married you as a token of gratitude for your love of peonies. But now that you no longer trust me, how can I continue to live with you? With that, she and Yuban held up their children and threw them far away. To Chang Daong's shock, the 2 children vanished into thin air. He turned back to look at the 2 women, only to find that they had also disappeared without a trace. Chang Daong was filled with remorse over what had transpired. A few days later, at the spot where the children had fallen, 2 peony plants sprouted. Overnight, these 2 peonies grew to be about a foot tall and bloomed with flowers. One was purple, and the other was white. The peony blossoms were as large as plates, and their petals were even more delicate compared to the usual peony varieties, Gujin and Yuban. Over the years, these 2 peony plants grew into a lush flower bed. When they were moved to different locations, they even changed their variety, and no one could identify their names. From that point on, Luoyang's peonies became renowned as the best in the world. In the story's conclusion, the author added a commentary. Persistent individuals sometimes find ways to communicate with spirits and ghosts. In such cases, we cannot say that Gujin lacked compassion. Back in the day, the great poet Bai Jui compared flowers to his own wife during moments of loneliness. Moreover, this peony flower spirit understood Chang Daong's love for flowers and willingly became his wife. Since they could live peacefully, there was no need for Chang Daong to pry further. It seems that he was not a particularly discerning person. Snake Charmer. In the county of Dongjun, there was a man who made a living by performing snake tricks. He had once tamed 2 snakes, both of them were green in color. He gave names to these 2 snakes. The bigger one was called Big Cyan, and the smaller one was named Second Cyan. Second Cyan had a special feature, a red dot on its forehead, which made it unique. It was also very agile and easy to train. During their daily routines, the snake charmer would command Second Cyan to slither and perform various tricks, and it would effortlessly execute them, greatly satisfying the snake charmer. Therefore, he had a special affection for Second Cyan, unlike any other snake he owned. After a year had passed, Big Cyan died. The snake charmer wished to find another snake to fill the void left by Big Cyan, but he had yet to find the right opportunity to do so. One night, the snake charmer stayed overnight at a temple in the mountains. When dawn broke, he opened his bamboo box and found that Second Cyan was missing. The snake charmer was devastated, filled with regret and anger. He searched desperately in the mountains, calling out loudly, but there was no trace or sign of Second Cyan to be found. In the past, whenever the snake charmer reached a dense forest or lush grassland, he would release his snakes to let them roam freely and relax. After playing around, the snakes would return on their own. Due to this, the snake charmer hoped that Second Cyan would return voluntarily this time. So he stayed at the temple, waiting until the next day when the sun was high in the sky. As time passed, the snake charmer began to lose hope and prepared to leave the temple, feeling sorrowful and dejected. Just as he stepped out of the temple gate and took a few steps, he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the thickets and bushes. The snake charmer stopped in amazement and looked around, and to his astonishment, it was Second Cyan returning. The snake charmer was overjoyed, as if he had found a precious gem. He dropped his bag on the ground and stood by the road, and Second Cyan also came to a halt. The snake charmer looked behind Second Cyan and saw that there was a small snake following it. Delighted, he gently stroked second Cyan and said, "I thought you had run away. Is this little buddy your recommendation?" He took out snake food and fed both second Cyan and the small snake. Although the small snake didn't leave, it was still very timid, huddled up and hesitant to eat. So, second Cyan held the food in its mouth and fed it to the small snake, as if the host was treating a guest. The snake charmer tried once more to feed the small snake, and this time it ate without hesitation. After finishing their meal, both snakes crawled into the snake charmer's bamboo box. From that day onwards, the snake charmer trained the small snake as well. It could coil and perform tricks just like second Cyan, so he named it Little Cyan. He took them everywhere to perform, earning a good amount of money. Typically, for snake charming, snakes that are under 2 feet in length are considered more suitable. If they grow larger, they become too heavy and need to be replaced. Even though second Cyan had grown to over 2 feet in length, the snake charmer couldn't bear to part with it because of its obedience. However, after 2 or 3 more years, second Cyan's length exceeded 3 feet, and when it coiled up inside the bamboo box, it completely filled the box. Eventually, the snake charmer had to make the difficult decision to release it. One day, he went to the mountains east of Sichuan County, brought out the best food to feed second Cyan, and offered his blessings before letting it go. After second Cyan left, it returned after a while and coiled itself around the outside of the bamboo box. The snake charmer waved his hand, trying to drive it away, saying, "You should go. There are no feasts that last 100 years in this world. From now on, you will hide in these deep mountains and valleys, and in the future, you will surely become a divine dragon. My bamboo box is too small, how can I let you stay for long?" After hearing his words, second Cyan finally left. The snake charmer watched it depart with deep reluctance. However, after a while, second Cyan returned again. The snake charmer tried to drive it away with his hand, but it refused to leave. Instead, it kept touching the bamboo box with its head repeatedly. Little Cyan, who was inside, was also moving restlessly. Suddenly, the snake charmer understood what was happening. He said, "Are you saying
Goodbye
to Little Cyan?" So he opened the bamboo box, and Little Cyan leaped out. Second Cyan and Little Cyan intertwined their heads and necks, flicking their tongues as if they were communicating. After a while, the 2 snakes twisted and turned together and left. The snake charmer thought that Little Cyan might not return, but after a while, it came back alone and crawled into the bamboo box. From then on, the snake charmer started looking for a new snake to replace second Cyan, but he couldn't find a suitable one. Meanwhile, Little Cyan had grown larger and was no longer suitable for performances. Later, the snake charmer found another snake, which was also quite tame, but it couldn't compare to Little Cyan. By that time, Little Cyan had grown so stout that it resembled a child's arm. During this time, second Cyan was in the mountains, and many woodcutters had seen it. Over the next few years, second Cyan's body had grown several feet long and was about as thick as a rice bowl. It also began to chase people when they passed by its territory. Therefore, travelers and pedestrians warned each other and dared not pass through the area where it was active. One day, the snake charmer was passing through that area when a large snake suddenly shot out like a gust of wind. The snake charmer was terrified and ran as fast as he could. However, the faster he ran, the closer the snake got. When he looked back, he realized that the snake had a distinctive red dot on its head, and he recognized it as Second Cyan. The snake charmer dropped his belongings and shouted, "Second Cyan, Second Cyan." The snake immediately stopped, raised its head, and stared at him for a long time. Then, it pounced on him and coiled around him, just like it used to do during performances. The snake charmer felt that it had no malicious intent, it was just that its body had grown large and heavy, and he couldn't bear being wrapped up like this. He fell to the ground, shouting and begging, and Second Cyan finally released him. Second Cyan then used its head to nudge the bamboo box. The snake charmer understood its meaning and opened the box, releasing Little Cyan. When the two snakes saw each other, they immediately coiled tightly together, wrapping around each other like they were stuck with honey, and it took a long time for them to separate. The snake charmer then said to Little Cyan, "I should have said
Goodbye
to you earlier. Now that you have a companion, I can rest assured." He then addressed Second Cyan. "Little Cyan was originally brought here by you, and now you can take it with you. I'll give you one more piece of advice. There is plenty to eat and drink deep in the mountains. Please do not disturb passing travelers, lest you anger the heavens and face punishment." The two snakes hung their heads as if they were accepting his advice. Then, the two snakes leaped away, with the larger one leading and the smaller one following. Wherever they went, trees and grass were flattened as they passed, splitting apart in the middle and falling to the sides. The snake charmer stood there watching them until they disappeared, and from that day on, travelers passing through the area found it peaceful again. Nobody knew where those two snakes had gone. At the end of the story, the author provides this commentary. "In my view, snakes are nothing more than dumb and unsightly crawling creatures. However, they possess an undying sense of loyalty to their companions and readily heed advice when it's offered to them. What I find truly perplexing is that there are some individuals who, despite appearing respectable and virtuous on the surface, are quick to harm friends with whom they've shared close bonds for a decade, or even benefactors who have shown kindness for generations. There are also those who stubbornly ignore well-intentioned advice and treat others as if they were enemies, displaying anger and hostility. It's quite astonishing that even snakes can sometimes exhibit more loyalty and wisdom in comparison." Python. Once upon a time in Huttian village, there was a family surnamed Hu. In this family, there were two brothers who frequently ventured into the mountains to chop wood. One day, the two brothers went up the mountain to gather firewood and entered a deep valley. Suddenly, they encountered a gigantic python. The elder brother was in the lead, and in an unfortunate moment, the python bit him. At first, the younger brother was terrified and thought of running away. However, when he saw his elder brother being swallowed by the python, he became furious and pulled out his woodcutting axe, striking at the python's head. Despite injuring the python's head, it continued to swallow his brother relentlessly. The younger brother watched as his brother's head disappeared into the python's mouth, but luckily, his brother's shoulders got stuck at the python's jaws, preventing further descent. The younger brother was extremely anxious, but had no other choice. He grabbed his brother's legs with both hands and fiercely struggled against the python. Unexpectedly, he managed to pull his brother out. The python realized it couldn't consume the elder brother and, wounded, slithered away. When the younger brother regained his senses and looked at his brother, he saw that his ears and nose had already been devoured. His brother appeared to be on the brink of death. With a heavy heart, the younger brother carried his injured sibling and began the journey back home. Along the way, he had to rest more than a dozen times before finally reaching their house. After receiving medical treatment and rest, miraculously, the elder brother recovered after 6 months. Unfortunately, his face bore the scars of the ordeal, and he was left with holes where his nose and ears had once been. Among the farmers of the mountains and fields, there was indeed a younger brother who respected and cared for his elder brother so deeply. Some even said, perhaps the reason the python didn't devour the elder brother was because it was moved by the younger brother's morality and compassion. Maybe that's really how it was. Eavesdropping while holding a mirror. In Edo County, there was a family named Zhang. In this family, there were 2 brothers, both talented scholars who excelled in writing. As they grew older, both of them got married. The elder brother, known for his intelligence, had already gained a reputation in the county. Their parents were very fond of him, and they treated his wife exceptionally well. The younger brother, on the other hand, was not as well known in the county, even though he was also quite intelligent. Consequently, his parents didn't favor him as much, and they didn't think highly of his wife, often looking down upon her. Due to the different treatment they received, there arose some conflicts between the 2 sisters-in-law. The second sister-in-law often said to her husband, "Both of you are men, why can't you stand up for your wife?" Eventually, in a fit of anger, the second sister-in-law refused to sleep with her husband. This situation spurred the younger brother to work hard and strive for success. He dedicated himself to studying diligently, and before long, he gained recognition in the county. Slowly, his parents began to favor him as well, but their attitudes still didn't match their affection for the elder brother. That year, the imperial examinations were approaching. The second sister-in-law was eager for her husband to become successful. On New Year's Eve, she secretly left home, carrying a mirror with her to eavesdrop on the conversations of people in the streets, hoping to gain some insight. As she walked past a house, she overheard 2 people inside, seemingly just waking up. They playfully urged each other, saying, "You should go and cool off too." Upon hearing this, the second sister-in-law returned home, still unsure whether these words were an omen of good fortune or bad. In the end, she decided to put it out of her mind and not dwell on it any longer. After the imperial examinations, both brothers returned home, even though the examination site was quite far away. The weather was scorching hot, and the 2 sisters-in-law were busy in the kitchen, preparing food to send to the workers laboring in the fields. They toiled in the sweltering heat, making them extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, someone rode up to the gate of the Zhang family on horseback, bearing good news. The eldest brother had passed the examination. Zhang's mother was overjoyed and came to the kitchen to tell the eldest daughter-in-law. The eldest son has passed the exam. You can come out and cool off now. However, the second daughter-in-law, still upset and angry, continued to cry while cooking. A little while later, someone else arrived to inform the elderly couple in the Zhang family that their second son had also passed the exam. Upon hearing this news, the second daughter-in-law, in a fit of pride and excitement, forcefully threw down the rolling pin and stood up. She declared with a loud voice, "I will also go and cool off." It was only later, as she reflected on her words, that she realized the prophecy of the mirror had come true. When the author compiled this story, he must have been quite delighted because he added such a commentary at the end. He said, "When a person is poor, even parents may not treat their own sons as such, and there is a reason for this. While the family is not a place for quarrels, the second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family made many efforts to inspire her husband, which set her apart from those wives who only knew how to complain." And finally, the scene where she threw down the rolling pin and stood up is indeed a moment of pure satisfaction for all time. Chongqing Monk. In Chongqing County, there was an elderly monk. His moral character was noble, and despite being over 80 years old, he was still physically robust. One day, the elderly monk suddenly fell to the ground and lay there. When the other monks in the temple rushed to help him, they found that the old monk had passed away. However, the old monk was unaware of his own death. His spirit left his body and wandered in the human realm. Eventually, his spirit drifted into the territory of Hunan. In Hunan, there was a young man from an old aristocratic family who was leading a group of over 10 people for a hunting expedition in the outskirts, riding horses and carrying falcons. Suddenly, the horses seemed to be startled and began to gallop uncontrollably. The young man accidentally fell from his horse and tragically died. At that very moment, the spirit of the elderly monk happened to be passing by and, in a strange twist of fate, merged with the lifeless body of the young man. As the spirit of the elderly monk entered the body, the young man gradually regained consciousness. Servants and attendants rushed forward, surrounding him and inquiring about his condition. Bewildered, the young man could only say, "How did I end up here?" The servants exchanged puzzled looks and then helped him return home. As soon as they entered the mansion, they were greeted by a multitude of elaborately adorned women who came forward to inquire and greet them. The young man was greatly surprised and exclaimed to those around him, "I am a monk, how did I end up here?" His family thought he was speaking nonsense and earnestly tried to reassure and enlighten him. The young man, however, stopped explaining and simply closed his eyes in silence. When the family served him food, they noticed he only ate simple rice and completely avoided indulging in alcohol or meat. In the evenings, he requested to sleep alone, not allowing his wives and concubines to attend to him. A few days later, he suddenly expressed a desire to go outside. His family was delighted by this decision. Once he stepped out, However, many stewards and servants immediately approached him, seeking his guidance on financial matters, account management, and various other affairs. He used the excuse of prolonged illness and fatigue to evade responsibility for all these matters. Then, he asked the servants, "Do you know about Chongqing County in Shandong?" They all replied, "Yes." He continued, "I feel restless and bored. I want to travel there. Quickly, help me prepare my belongings." The servants advised him, "Your illness has just improved. It is not suitable to embark on a long journey now." But he refused to listen. The following day, he set out with his servants. Upon arriving in Chongqing County, he found that the scenery and landscapes were just as he remembered. Without asking for directions, he walked directly to the monastery. In the monastery, his former disciples greeted him with great respect upon seeing their honored guest. He inquired, "Where is the old monk of this temple?" The monks replied, "Our master passed away some days ago." He then asked about the location of the old monk's grave, and the monks led him there. He saw a solitary grave about 3 feet tall, with wild grass not yet fully covering it. The monks were puzzled by his actions, and did not understand what he intended to do. After inspecting the grave, he instructed his servants to prepare the horses for their return to Hunan. Before leaving, he cautioned the monks, "Your master was a strict adherent of Buddhist precepts. He left behind many manuscripts and belongings. You must carefully preserve them and make sure nothing is damaged." The monks nodded in agreement. He then left the monastery. Upon returning to his home in Hunan, he sat motionless like a piece of dead wood, spending his days reciting sutras and paying no attention to household affairs. He stayed in Hunan for several more months before secretly slipping out and returning directly to his former monastery. He approached his disciples and declared, "I am your master." At first, the monks were skeptical and exchanged amused glances, thinking he might be speaking nonsense. To prove his identity, he recounted the circumstances of his soul's return and shared stories about the deeds of the old monk during his lifetime, which astonishingly matched the facts. The monks began to believe his words, and they invited him to stay in his old quarters, resuming their service to him just as they had done before. Later, the young man's family sent carriages and horses multiple times, begging him to return, but he paid no attention. After more than a year, the young man's wife sent several capable servants to deliver many things to him. However, he declined gold, silver, and silk, accepting only a simple cloth robe. The young man's friends would sometimes visit him at the temple, showing great respect. However, they noticed that he had become quiet and reserved, yet sincere and straightforward. Even though the young man was now only 30 years old, he often spoke about his experiences over the past 80+ years. At the conclusion of this story, the author provides an interesting commentary. He says, "Some people say that when a person dies, their soul disperses, but this monk's soul traveled thousands of miles and did not disperse. It must be because of his steadfast nature. I'm not surprised by his resurrection, but I'm amazed that even though he was reborn into a life of wealth and splendor, he could still refuse others and resist worldly temptations. For most people, the opportunity to enjoy the luxuries of life in the blink of an eye would be a blessing, and they would willingly embrace it, let alone a monk accustomed to a life of austerity. All right. That's all for today's ghostly tales. If you enjoyed it, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Please also encourage everyone to comment and share more. We'll see you in the next episode.